Search and Destroy when he came up in Call of Duty, and in their last 2 series, he had chopsticks. He was going off, man, playing well in Search and Destroy. So we got to see that.
Alright guys, what's up? Welcome to the CDL watch party for the first day at the Stage 3 Major. I got the chat going on, this monitor right here. If you're watching the VOD, just maybe skip to the match or skip to a point where you see some action in the chat. Once I get feedback on the audio, if that's messed up, hopefully I can get some people in here soon. I wish I would have started up earlier, but had to do some stuff before the stream started, but we're started nonetheless. Let me go ahead and change this, hopefully. That wasn't anything bad. Doesn't seem like it. But alright.
And that's just something that we weren't really seeing out of Florida because their SD has been up and
Discord
down
and stuff. Let me think, don't need this.
On the opposite side, you have the Thieves. With making that roster change for Hook, their Search and Destroy really didn't look that good. Watching them versus New York, there was a lot of individual challenging, a lot of plays that just weren't going in their favor. And I feel like if they want to be able to take down the Thieves, they need to...
What's up, man? How you doing? Choi Season, I don't know if I said your name right. Let me know, man. I'd really appreciate it. You can let me know if the audio is working out fine, if you can hear me good and the stream well. I'm gonna leave it right here. But yeah, let me know. What's up, man? And so yeah, so the matches we've got today. Thanks, Siege. Thanks, Siege. What's up, man? Let me move my fucking shit here so I can have everything. I'm about to have the esports wiki. And I'm also gonna have the stats, so we can see if we can get some interesting fucking stat analysis here. Let me think. What the hell is this website? Breaking point.
We certainly will find out. With that, we do have our schedule presented by the US Army. Up first, we've got London Royal Ravens taking on Paris Legion. It is the battle.
Yep, we got London Royal Ravens versus Paris Legion. Honestly, well, this is gonna be interesting, but London Royal Ravens should shit on them. I'd say 3-0, 3-1. And then LAG versus Seattle Surge. Obviously, we can see right there on the full screen this. Atlanta FaZe versus Dallas Empire. Those two last matches are gonna be fucking exciting, man.
We all have to perform here, folks. You know, obviously, 2 teams here are going home, and if you don't go hard, you're gonna go home, and that's.
All right, cool, Siege. Thanks for letting me know, man.
Though, I want to stir it a little bit, gents. I want to find out who you think is gonna be going home. Stud, I'm gonna put you on the spot here, mate. What you saying?
Okay, so out of those 2 matchups, we got London versus Paris. I think Paris is going home in that one. Paris throughout all of Stage 3, they just didn't have any consistency, man. A lot of their series
I want to look at
or 3-0s. The only series that they ended up winning was a 3-1, but that's just not good because if they're losing, they're getting blown out. It's just no consistency. They don't have any wins in Search and Destroy, and they're going up against London, who just came off a win versus the Surge. They win 3 respawns in that one, so I feel like they're a lot more oiled machine there, so they'll be able to walk away with that. And then LAG versus the Surge, I think LAG is going to take that one as well, man. Surge are going to go home. Surge is making that roster change for Decimate.
So when they bring up the maps, I'm going to look at the stats. Maybe they're doing the vetoes and shit right now. So I got London Royal Ravens stats right now. Apocalypse, they're 4-0 in Hardpoint. Some other noticeable things. Garrison Hardpoint, they're 1-7, so they'll probably veto that.
Surge and Paris are going to be the 2 teams that go away today.
Yeah, this is a tall mountain to climb for Paris. They're going up against London, who are 2-1 in their last 3 games. They beat New York. They beat
What's up, man? How you doing, Baines? I don't know if I said your name right again. So I can read the names. What's up, man?
Looking at Paris, they have the worst Search and Destroy record in the entire league at a 5-15. That's just not going to cut it, especially when it comes.
Who you guys got here? London Royal Ravens versus Paris Legion. I'm pretty sure you guys all got London Royal Ravens. But
yeah. Looking at the other match, I got Seattle going home as well. They bring in Decimate to try to improve their slang.
Well,
we saw little glimpses of it in
Discord, might as well.
Haven't quite figured it out yet, especially in the control. Still haven't been winning that game mode. So unfortunately, I have Seattle, Paris going home.
100%, I agree with both of you guys. You know, based on past experiences with these teams and recent showings from them, I think these 2 teams are not ready to.
I'm excited to see the vetoes for this because it's my first time using stats while doing the watch party. Which is gonna be interesting.
Who do you fancy? I want to know who you think is going to be crowned champ. This is a big pick. I'm right here and right now, and I want you guys to live through it with this week. I'm going to start with Stud. Who have you got taking it all?
Well, I don't want to sound biased or anything,
Okay.
but I'm going New York,
course.
baby. These guys, ever since picking up Hydra, undefeated in Search and Destroy. Every single series that they play from this point on, they're Search and Destroy. I mean, yeah, in Hardpoint. In Search and Destroy, they just consistently get better and better every time they play it. The only thing is that control. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's good, man.
Since they had that
Those servers are pretty active. There's one I'm literally on Discord right now. Freaking Immaculate Vibes is the best one. Those guys, they're literally in calls like all the time. I say all the time, but they're not in one right now. Maybe it's because all those guys are watching the matches probably, but those guys are pretty active, man. Immaculate Vibes is a good 8th Discord server in that video.
They're untouched since the major. They've been frying individually across the board. Every player has gotten better. I think it's disrespectful to say that any team's going to win. Besides Ultra, from what we've seen, they look absolutely lights out in all 3 game modes. They're amazing. So I have them taking this one. I think they continue the streak.
Alright,
I understand both of those opinions. I am not giving you mine because that would be telling. I don't like losing, and you know this about
It's
me.
London.
So it is. Well, we don't say anything here. I'm not jinxing it on the desk, folks. But we do have absolute bangers all day long. I can't wait to get into it. And the first game of the day is going to be London versus Paris. Someone is going home early doors with no takebacks. Let's find out who continues to bracket with Lando and
your VODs, you definitely I got a video on that too, but yeah, the VODs, you just want to focus on mistakes you're making, man. Siege, if any of you guys want to give advice on this too in the chat, I'm welcome for you to do that. I think there's something going on with the match right now, but yeah, you just want to look for mistakes you're making. Really, at the end game, you know, you can become such a good shooter, right? Yeah, thanks, man. I'm happy that can help. And young and mainly play S&D. What you want to focus on, number one thing, positioning. That's all you want to focus on. That'd be nice too. Siege could watch over your gameplay. I'm definitely got a series coming up here where I want to like do maybe one-on-one lessons, team lessons. I've got a team when school calms down, I'm going to be coaching them. So I'm thinking of recording those and just posting them up, you know, like a one-on-one session. If you want, you can join the Discord if you haven't already. And then, like, you know, I can one-on-one coach with you. Siege can watch over your gameplay, give you some advice as well. He's really knowledgeable, obviously. But yeah, like, you know, look up videos on aim tips. I have an aim tips video. AK does. I'd really recommend Apathy's series on aiming. But the number one thing you want to focus on is just map positioning. And that's going to come with more time you put into the game, whether it's watching or whether it's playing, right? So that's the number one thing, the map positioning. You got to learn the power positions, rotations, when to be a hard kill on the map, all that kind of stuff. I know it sounds simple, but that's just the fundamentals of Call of Duty, map positioning. And yeah, you know, watch VODs, man. Like Siege saying, watch his own. I'd recommend watching the pro play. And when we're watching here, you know, let me know. So you said you're an S&D player. I like to know your role in Respawn, though. And in S&D as well. Like, do you rock an AR or SMG? Like, when we're watching the stream here, you know, when the map comes up, I want you to focus on the map. If you don't do that already, I want you to start doing that. Focus on the map, where the players are going, how they're positioning themselves. If you're an SMG player, and we're gonna, what are we watching first here? London Royal Ravens versus Paris Legion. Honestly, I'm blanking. But the SMG guys, you know what I mean? Focus on those guys on the map. They got the numbers there. Watch those, and see what that guy with a similar playstyle to you is doing, right? Like Temp, obviously he's an AR, right? So I want you to focus on that. Okay, cool. You're a flex player. Yeah, watch my aim vid, but watch that. I heavily recommend Apathy's videos too. Yeah, if you're a flex player, I think Temp's the AR for London. Or no, I'm stupid, for Paris.
We talk about teams like Paris and London currently in that 10th and 11th spot, desperately trying to make their way into what is going to be a tense top 8 down the stretch. And obviously we talk about points. We also got to talk about the cash, right? The money that is at stake. $500,000 prize. We talk about $200,000 going to the team in first place. And you notice, right, 9 through 12, Nothing. No
so what we
points,
got?
no
First
cash,
Legion.
nada. One of these teams is
Aqua.
walking
Okay,
away
now they don't say
with
their roles.
zeros.
They used to say their
And
roles
not in a good
before
way. Normally we talk about zeros,
on
it could be something great, but
the
study,
wiki website, but
we got a great series here today. Excited to get into the action, and like we talked about, a big one here, the Battle of Europe.
I mean, you can, you know, look at what Temp's
I'm
doing,
excited
and
to see
also
this
I
matchup.
recommend
One side, you got London, who really started to find their
Scraps
footing
as
towards the
well,
end of
Aqua.
stage 3, and then the
Classic's
opposite
good
side,
too, you
got
know.
Paris, who just came in off that roster. Temp hasn't
If
really
you're a
been
flex
good
player,
throughout
you can
all
really
stage 3. The
learn
only
from
one
all
game
these
they were
guys.
getting
Really,
was
it's
versus
just
Florida in the 3-1.
all about.
Every other
That's
series
what I was saying
after
before.
that was a
A minute
3-0
earlier.
or 3-1, where they just got
Another thing that I haven't really talked about though is if you're watching players play, right? This is something that's really good, and I want to start doing it myself. I haven't decided who it is, but I want you to, and a lot of other people, I'm going to mention this in one video in the future, focus on a guy that plays like you. Don't focus on somebody that you want to play like more so. Obviously you want to do that, but try to find a guy where you have a similar play style to him. That's going to really help out a lot. I don't say that in my videos. I haven't said that yet, but that's a good tip. Find a guy that you play like, right? For me, I'm an SMG player. I play for the objective. So, you know, I would try to find a guy, in my opinion, I don't have really good aim skills, but, you know, I'm more knowledgeable on the map, and I'd like to be a team leader. So I try to look for guys like Silly, for example, right? We don't really think of Silly being such like a high skill level. Yeah. So he's a very consistent player though, and he plays well for the objective, so I recommend that. Like, try to look for a player that you play like naturally, more than a player than yeah. It's a tough one, but I think it would really help out a lot though, Siege. Damn, I'm out of water here, guys.
Pretty handily in their last match.
Zaptius, like Shiny Z.
This
team is really good. I think they're underrated a little bit. I feel like they can make a run. Low key.
He's been really stepping it up. I'm pretty sure in their last match versus Surge, they win every single respawn, and everyone was sitting over a 1.0 KD. So that team consistency is exactly what they're looking for. Hopefully, they're able to bring it today.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that victory that they have versus the Surge was kind of a telling victory. We were kind of evaluating, okay,
I want to see the map he does for this so bad.
Like, how are we going to kind of see both of these two teams who are kind of at 11th and 12th place? Where's really going to be the divide here? And it was London coming out on top despite many people's pick'ems. They were looking absolutely phenomenal. So you got to give a lot of credit to the boys over at the London side. But
alright, man.
It is the Battle of Europe.
I'll see you in a little bit when you get back, bro.
Have gone at it really since the CDL began. We've met the London Royal Ravens. Let's go ahead and now meet your Paris Legion.
Wonderful start here from Paris Legion. Paris Legion just about pushed that player off the hard point.
Can they clutch up and go big?
Classic just being aggressive in the lane. Fire's got to get on the bomb, and he will. He finds the kill.
Unbelievable stuff.
Awkward from the back end, able to pick up 3 along the way.
Paris Legions.
What a round!
It's fair to say that the Legion, despite with the recent addition and bringing in Temp, it really hasn't been what they really have wanted, Stud, right? A 1-4 performance in the regular season so far throughout Stage 3. They've still kind of struggled at different moments. Some players maybe not performing up to standards that we've seen them playing in prior stages. What do you look at most today for the Legion?
She was compared to an up the.
What I look at most is the play simply from Classic, because he's their maker. When he's going off,
yeah, for me, you have a good gun skill. So I want to find guys that don't necessarily have like the best gun skill, but play for the objective well and rotate well, and just are overall, you know, more knowledgeable players.
Right into our Mountain Dew game fuel keys to victory.
Oh, not apathy of easy.
They need to be better in both S&D and control. Can't rely on hard point throughout.
Yeah, that's a good tip. Like, I want to find people that are similar to my play style.
Like they need to find some consistency as a team. They haven't found their identity yet with Temp. That's huge, man, because ever since Temp has entered the building, he has yet been able to get comfortable with this roster. Only getting
damn, there's 0-5 in S&D.
Not exactly what you want to feel like if you're the Paris Legion. And Legion needs another Slayer alongside.
That's why they're probably considered the worst team, obviously. But
the one thing about Aqua and Scraps, like when those guys would have 1-2 punch with those ARs, they were really good. In the beginning of the year, they were both top 6 overall in control KDs, but recently they have fell off. Ever since picking up temp, the team is just not clicking, and hopefully today they need to make those adjustments so they can fight back and stay alive in the CDL points, because only at 10th spot, that's kind of scary.
Definitely is, man. We talk about it. It's all in preparation for the major. Everybody having to gear up today. Put your boots on the ground and get things going. Now our game field keys to victory here for the London.
Yeah, they can show the maps now. Like,
that
man.
steady improvement that they've been making in the respawns.
I don't know. It just feels like it's taking longer than usual to get this match started. I don't know if it's just me or what.
Today, and potentially for a run in that elimination bracket.
Pull up.
And finally, Zaptius, right? Played great in the 3-1 win
Pull up.
versus KD. I want to say
First Legions, that's gonna look fucking terrible, probably.
I want to say it's probably his best series that he's played, and I could be, overstepping my bounds there, but this was just a great look overall for this London
Yeah, Hardpoint, they're even. They got 13 wins and 14 losses in Hardpoint. What's up, Baines? Just talking about Paris Legion stat a little bit. Like, okay, here we got Moscow, Hardpoint. Moscow, Hardpoint. Paris Legion's 1 and 2.
Team that you think won the vetoes today?
And then Unreal Rooms 4 and 5.
Definitely won the vetoes, man. Just looking at that map 3, checkmate control, that is London's favorite map. Then in the very first 2, Moscow.
What's up, Baines? What you got? What's the question?
They usually hold down that P2 hard point. They get a full 60 every time.
When you're in a gunfight,
both of these teams have
well, obviously we have to talk about like what is happening before you get into a gunfight, right? And you want to center. That's what you want to focus on. You want to focus the middle of your screen as to where you think people are gonna be on the map. That's how you see people like fucking beam guys across the map, like Simp and all these guys. They know about the map, and that's what comes again, map positioning, right? You center your screen where you think somebody's gonna be. Like I've heard people, oh, you're talking about. I look at my site. So this is something I brought up in my aim tip videos. It's not something I came up with. It's actually something that Crim6 came up with. One of the most, the winningest Call of Duty player in history, and he's still a professional player, obviously, right now. So you can look at the reflex sight, but that's gonna kind of go all over the place a little bit, obviously due to recoil. So what he recommends is to pretend like there's a square in the middle of your screen, and just focus on that, because even though the reticle's going all over the place, that's where the bullets are going to be hitting mostly, and that's obviously also if you're controlling recoil. So I know it sounds overly simple, but that's what I've been doing, and it's kind of helped my game, I feel like, a little bit, is like imagining there's a square in the middle of the screen. So that's how I would recommend looking at your sights. Because like I said before, the reticle's gonna go all over the place.
This is gonna be kind of a good indicator, right? To see where Legion sits. Again, their hard point, it's been solid, right? They're sitting at 4-4.
Alright. So we got
in the search, destroy, and control. This has been the mode that they've relied on kind of throughout the entirety of the season, and I would say kind of at their lowest, it's really been when search.
Alright, what's up, guys? Got some more viewers. Got 4 people in here. What's up? We're just chilling. Tomorrow, hopefully, I'm gonna have Siege on here for a little bit later on. And yeah, we're gonna actually, have some cool conversations right now. I'm just flowing, talking to you guys. Aim with left, and that's another thing that's yeah, exactly. You want to try to aim with your left analog stick and control the recoil with your right analog stick. That's helped out my game, just doing that immensely. And again, that's another tip from Crim6, not from me. So know that it comes from a very knowledgeable, successful player, those pieces of advice. And again, also, those videos aren't on YouTube for some reason, but I found them on Twitch. And yes, literally Crim6 gave advice in that video. Yeah, it's really good advice. And yeah, strafing's good too. Alright, let's focus up on this map. See, right here too, like Class is playing ratty, like he's trying to just be a nuisance here, and that's allowing the guys to push up better. Obviously they're not focusing on him, Classic should be trying to push up, but he's just being a nuisance. Sometimes you want to play something, you want to play ratty, right? You want to play it like a nuisance on the map too. And yeah, didn't do much there, but that's what you want to strive to be. You want to strive to be a hard kill on the map. And it's like something I've said before, you don't want to be the guy going like fucking 40 and 30 when you could have been going 30 and 17, right? You have a lot more impact on the map that way.
Quite a few Legion players in a good position to possibly set up a pinch, but again, it's the back and forth plays. I want to say that was player 3, Shawnee, making a nice flank as he's causing problems toward the Legion backside. Coming off of spawn quickly is Matty Marshall facing off against his old team. Gotta do something, I guess, right, for the confidence when it comes
yeah,
to,
I mean, I think it's going to be a 3-0. London Royal Ravens 3-1. It's like a... damn, I wish I could have...
Yeah, it's definitely a big one.
Like,
you just want to get a win
is there a way I can look at the maps? Let me check. CDL. That'd be dope. I don't even know if they do that. They should do that. I never... Okay, cool. So I got the maps that are going to be happening. Next map, we got CDL S&D Moscow. And I know we're watching the map, but this one right here, but I just wanted to pop this up. So. Next map's going to be CDL Moscow, S&D obviously, control checkmate, and hardpoint checkmate. And then 5th, we get S&D raid.
Unfortunately, are going to lose the spawns there, but they're still keeping the clock going.
Yeah, Paul X kind of challenges a little bit toward the flank, and really just based off the positioning, Legion do get rewarded with those P2 spots.
Obviously here, you know, it just it's very similar because all these guys are in the middle of the map, so it's kind of similar to just breaking off, right? So we obviously know that you don't want to give up the flip. Yeah, because obviously the next hardpoint's going to be right there. So, and the London Royal Ravens just flipped them. So, yeah. Yeah, true. I support Dallas, so hopefully they win, but FaZe is just so good. Yeah, I think, like many others, I believe, Toronto Ultra versus FaZe, or FaZe, is going to be the winner of this major. That's obvious, a lot of people say that. Toronto Ultra is probably the best solid all-around team, though, and obviously if you want to be the best team, you can't have a weak link at all. Yeah, and don't sleep on Thieves or NY. But yeah, Hook is under a lot of pressure though. Let me just, oh, whatever. Let's try to listen to the comms. They kind of sound really frantic, but they're still doing relatively well. I haven't been listening to what they're saying though. I'm just like saying the speed they're talking at. Yeah, on paper they look pretty good, man. Under T. With Hugh, good, yeah. Yeah, they're about to get 100-point club, especially if Zed does something. Wow, got those 2 kills. Okay, now he's dead. What's gonna happen here? Spawned out, number 8. It's him. Oh, well. Okay.
Well, we join you back with the Ravens in the midst of one of a coordinated push off of the streaks as they look great in terms of retaking back toward P2. Shawnee and Paul, they are hitting shots like it's nobody's business as the Ravens are off to a hot beginning in this HP. We talk about it being a beginning. It very well could start to be the end if Legion are not careful.
Definitely, Lando, definitely.
Kind of getting back to the communication side of things. We cast the Ravens.
They can get far in the explosion.
These guys often. Where did that calm session kind of rank for you?
100 team, yeah.
I just really loved the communication that they had that showed the teamwork.
I think SNY, man, those guys are so good at hardpoint. If you want to learn hardpoint as a team, I would just watch NY. Even as an individual as well, they very solid on hardpoint. They haven't lost a map at hardpoint in a very long time. Pull up their stats real quick.
The very first rotation, they get the P3 to P4 rotation.
So the match is fucking over. This shit is over, dog. 216 versus 81.
Such a drastic lead right now for the Ravens. But only
One.
34 points away from closing out this map, number 1. They're
So,
playing beautiful
New York
hard point.
Subliners,
Johnny, those two with those ARs
24-11 in hardpoint, but I think they're like 9-0 in hardpoint as of recently. Since like Hydra joined, am I right or am I wrong? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Capitalizing every time.
Oh, Johnny, mate, putting the work down through the boulevard, and what, man, this marks kind of 3, and honestly, the game is not over yet, but just kind of at least starts, right, as the Ravens look to be coming in toward the final stretch here soon. But this marks 3 dominant hard points in a row for London.
Who you guys drop from Paris Legion if you want them to get better?
I mean, what do you think has been?
I'm not gonna just say it from this map, but it's obviously, but I think it's either Aqua or Classic.
It's just the consistency and the teamwork. Like, they're not making any pushes without teamwork. So
but they have the talent on paper, yeah, and it's like Study is saying. Maybe it's just a teamwork thing. I don't know.
But as I say, that 2 players will drop, and eventually, you know, the hill is going to go back in favor of the Paris Legion.
Okay, they're not gonna get
Ravens,
my club, but
a great job of just working together, making sure that their team pushes are on point, and just making sure that they're using their communication to the best of their ability. That's why they have such a drastic lead, and they're working so well together right now. Everyone's
probably
playing
right
really
here.
consistent.
I was kind of surprised that we actually saw him have a streak in that moment. He'll have to put it down in P1. It's not just a matter of should we, it's we have to.
Yeah, Classic. Yeah. Good player though, man. But I don't know. Like I said though, the talent is on these teams, but everybody is so talented now. It just obviously comes to teamwork, obviously. Like, not to talk about Optic, but it's kind of the same thing. If we think about it, they haven't been the best team ever since the game kind of got away from jetpacks, right? You know, like once the game kind of got away from it being so vital on skill-wise versus teamwork and knowledge. I don't know, maybe it's some bullshit, but that's the way I feel.
You know, Shawnee being the leader on his team, it's huge, man, because he's leading by example.
Like,
that's a great first map to start.
Is it a coincidence that they dropped off right when World War II came? I mean, I know they had like fucking problems with internet, and that was really bad for Scump and all that, but I don't know. The problem with Optic is just teamwork right now. That's all it is. They put the teamwork in, they get the knowledge back, they can be a great team, and they got so much talent. A roster change in their situation, I don't think would really fix anything. Maybe it would make it worse, you know. We'll see, man. I'm really happy to see Optic, because I know, you know, like the whole team seems like they've been putting more time in, even though they're not streaming and all that. But that's the reason they want to focus on getting better. So you're saying something about Optic? No. Okay. Let's see. Stats. His team. Yeah, that's kind of what it's teamwork. I didn't mention pacing, did I? The pacing, no, I don't think it is. I just think. Steam Moscow. Dude, wow. Unroll Red. 1-5. Good beat up. Beat up that. It's gonna be interesting to see. We're probably one roll Red. We're probably working on this. Oh, you're not foul. I don't know what they would get him up.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on gamefuel.com/CDL.
Paris Legion are 0-3 on it.
Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio and team listen-ins are powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix app of Call of Duty League.
They just make up. That's me. Those fundamental
Folks, we are celebrating the Stage 3 Major with a giveaway. That's right, winners will get a controller of choice featuring the winning team's design or a CDL mid-season packed
Hell,
enter.
sir.
Just make
Like
sure to
that
follow
fucking,
@ScuffGaming on
Dashy
Twitter.
has
Retweet this tweet
one of the best
and tag
TVs.
2 friends. It does end Sunday, May
No.
16th, at
Yeah,
the end
okay.
of the broadcast, folks. Make sure to do it. Make sure
And that's funny
to be
'cause, like, I've
prepared
heard
for
people
this
say-
giveaway. Again, there's so many ways to win. You don't have to be a team.
Even though that's
competing in
hard to say.
CDL.
See,
You can
overall
win
play dealings,
yourself. But
Dashy
speaking of
is
a team
more
that has been
important.
winning as of late,
So-
Study, which is kind of odd when we talk about London from time to time, just kind of given their performance
Yeah.
to start off the stage, or rather to start off the season, really.
But obviously,
From a
KD
Cold
doesn't
War.
talk
It has been a
much
great
longer.
stretch for this team since April 29th. We talked about them. They are 2-1 in their last 3, and it's fair to say Hardpoint making a major difference in why that's the case.
Definitely, man. And you can just see those stats. The over 1.0, that's the entire team. Everyone is playing so consistent. The teamwork has definitely been there in those hard points specifically. Now, when we talk about the search and destroy, which we have coming up next, that's where they tend to struggle a little bit.
FaZe
But
are down.
in
So I
this
got
series, they do
FaZe
have that
check.
control checkmate, which is their backbone. So they should be sitting
I got
straight,
FaZe,
especially because they're going into a
it's
Moscow
just-
search and destroy, where both of these teams are sitting at a donut. None of these guys have yet to been able to win this map yet on the season. 0-5 for the London Roar Ravens, 0-3 for Paris
Yeah,
Legion.
FaZe.
So this one could be up in the air for both teams. And this is exactly what I was talking about from the beginning of the show, is that Paris Legion needs to come out and they
What do you
need to
got,
win the
dude?
search and destroy to tie this series up, because they're going into that checkmate control, which is London's favorite map. And that basically they're going to put themselves down 2-1 in the series. But Moscow
Besides
search and
that,
destroy,
Russia.
this is all about those rotation to bomb sites.
Don't
What can you
listen,
do?
but I
How
can't
fast
pull
can
it
you
off.
try to
It's
be aggressive?
sure.
We know exactly how Zed
Change
wants to
it.
play this. He's usually the sneaky player rotating
Can't
bombs
believe it,
by
but they
himself.
dropped you.
But London Roar Ravens, the way that they
Thieves
have
and
been working on that
Mutineers,
first map, I'm
that's
excited to
tough.
see what kind of teamwork they're able to bring into this map too.
Yeah, like I remember our, it was like earlier on. Like it was when, Toronto Ultra were still struggling a little bit before
These
they
are
just decided
Mutineers.
to
Wow.
just take over and become the dominant team that they are right now. We had the chance to cast.
I'm
I
gonna
think it was
go
like a
Thieves.
major 1 or something like
You know,
that.
they haven't
They just
had much
continued
time,
to,
but I think a
rotate
week
bomb
is gonna
sites, right?
make
They
it
just
so
would
that
go
they
to B. No,
play
we're actually going A. No,
on paper
change
well.
it. We're actually going to go back to B.
For Mutineers,
It actually
either
worked out
they're
pretty
really
well,
on,
despite how we talk about
or they're
rotation
off. I don't know,
sometimes
that's
to be
just
like
how I
a
feel.
last-ditch effort just to save yourself. As you
Yeah,
said, man,
yeah,
it can,
yeah.
without a
Thieves
doubt,
got
the
Thieves
strategy
too.
on this map,
Who's up
given
in
the way
respawn?
that
Yeah,
mid-map
yeah.
can work. But into the search and destroy we go.
That's gonna
As
be
we
another
said for
exciting match,
Legion,
man.
not a mode that they feel comfortable on.
But
and
yeah,
that's
these
really
teams
where you drop that
have
hard
really
point where
right
things
here.
have been
London Ravens
causing
and Paris
problems.
Legion
Right? You lose that
really
HP,
bad
you then
records.
come into a search and
on
destroy,
S&D
which they
Moscow.
are
So
what, 0-5 in stage 3. I want to say they've lost their last 8 S&Ds, Stud.
See.
I hope that they have been putting in the work in preparation for stage 3.
Yeah, and now it's looking like they're going to commit towards this A bomb. And Zaptius is going to have his hands full here, but I don't know if he was able to spot anyone, but with his positioning changing right there, he must have gained something. And he's able to take down one. He spots the second. Unfortunately, that's going to get traded, but bomb is going to be down, and they know now that it's going to be an A push. Zed is in a perfect position to try to eliminate this bomb player, able to take him down, turns it into a 2v2 as Scraps. Kills are just going back and forth right now, but here comes Awkward in the middle. The Eski is able to take down Zed. Now it's a 1v2 for Paul X. And with 15 seconds left, all he has to try to do is remove this player from bomb site. Scraps is not going to be watching
Paris
him
Legion
back out. Paul X,
0-3.
this might work out in his favor.
versus Moscow.
Aqua's still going to be on bomb, so now it's into a 1v1 with 40 seconds left.
40 seconds on the clock. Again, we talk about momentum, how big this could be. Paris to turn the tides as Paul checks the corner. Oh, so close. He's looking toward Eskies. Does he hear the steps? He does not.
got tricked
Scraps
before.
is
And
ready.
he does.
Scraps takes him down. A round that comes down to the wire. I thought that for a moment Paul had the 1v2 ready to go, but just does not check the corner. So many angles of you can hide over at this bomb site here on Moscow. But good early plays, but it's overall Paris winning out in the 1 versus 1 to grab our first and opening round.
Yeah, so right there, it was a 3v3 situation, and Zed comes up Eskies, he gets that kill, and then you see Shawnee just completely sprint out right into Scraps' pre-aim. And I would have liked to see Shawnee just play it a little differently, probably go from the right side of the room so you can just look straight at that bomb site, not give up one of those free kills. But Scraps puts himself in a great position, able to get 3 on the round, working towards some streaks. And now Paris Legion up 1-0. And the Ravens, they're deciding to commit towards this A push. Olex is going to be spotting towards back alley, but the only thing is Paris have 3 players at this A site.
I mean, I like this S&D map. The only S&D map, obviously, I don't like is Checkmate, really. So I'm hoping that when like Standoff comes out, we'll obviously replace that, because that fucking map, oh god.
Overall working out in favor of London.
Trades on trades on trades.
There for the trade, as you said, my friend, an all-out bloodbath. A bloody, interesting round as Aqua looks to try to take
gonna
down
come out and not give it to him.
all damage. No kills working out. Every which way he runs, he's running into something. Whether it's the shots, whether it's the utility, or at the very least the vision. Does he catch the angle on the shot? He doesn't. He goes for the pistol challenge. Aqua, I guess he was feeling like he was on a heater, but decides to go for the second. I don't know about you, I feel like it's kind of a...
I'm literally about to run and get some water. I'll be right back in literally like 10 seconds.
London, they snagged the round. Back-to-back 1v1s.
Yeah, right there, Aqua in that 1v2 situation. He knew that Shawnee was going to be working towards the bomb plant, but he expected Paul X, since he did see him slide towards that outer, to be a little bit more aggressive and probably push up on him, but that's why he switches to the Diamante. But Paul X plays that long distance gunfight, and he's able to walk away with that. Scraps just... Aqua just read the play wrong. He thought that Paul X was going to be a little aggressive towards that back alley, but he wasn't.
Kind of like checkmate for except for control.
And this time,
Legion,
they're going to commit towards the B side.
It just can't. That map on S&D,
put some shots onto Aqua.
They don't even push the other bomb. It's just
positioning now.
Focus on the bomb inside the plane.
Trying to take control of this B bomb site. Shoulder is going to come in. Paul X is going to gain some info, but with the shots coming in, he's going to have to retreat, give it up. There should be a free bomb plan for Paris.
And it's just
this time for Paris is to utilize those numbers, take control of the bomb site, yet for anyone to drop, but Paul is happy to change up the pace. Now he's sitting on 3 in a row, looks to regain control now with his teammates, but we know how Moscow can be. Players can line up from time to time, but it will be a worthy sacrifice in the end.
And the standoff is going to be good
says goodnight
for us
and it all comes down to scraps. The bomb defuse is already in.
Maybe
Paul
not for
wins
control.
the fight. Streak continues for him.
Who knows?
His good old buddy Zaptia says, you know what? You've been playing so well. Let's go ahead and reward you with a defuse. A great retake there out of London.
Yeah, and that's huge plays out of Paul X right there, because he's that island player who's playing B-bomb side by himself. He's able to gain the information that they're pushing there, eventually get out with his life, but then he jumps back into the window and gets that first blood. So he puts his team in a man advantage, and then everything after that is just traded. Great plays right there out of Paul X to just play his life, and now he finds himself on a 4 spree, which is great. Working towards some streaks, up 2-1 on the map, going into another offensive round. That A push really worked out, but I don't think they're going to do that again.
What's up, Lee?
Paris might make the proper adjustments, so the bomb might go over towards B if you're London, and that's just actually what's going to happen.
We see so often, right? Teams just trying to make some noise over at A, try to force that
What's up, Felipe? How you doing, man?
Maybe even force numbers toward the other side of the map, but really the 2 players hanging out toward mid may in fact force out a flank at that A site. Meanwhile, all the attention comes in toward mid. Aqua continuing to be a problem toward the Eskies as they set up a nice angle due to the Legion. A huge one for Paul, but Zapnius gets traded out.
Like
all comes down.
An emote from Twitch.
Paul again, 6 in a row for him. Tries to go for the movement up close, and despite the dent, despite the chunk, Paul is able to walk away within this round. Paris, their forces too strong, and a lot of that kind of comes down to the mid play. The angles that they're able to lock down.
Kind of as we expected. These 2 teams aren't the best at this game mode.
Right there, and that was huge for
like
Paris.
Paris Legion was 0-5, and then Lone Ravens are 0-5. Either way, these guys have never won this map in the CDL thus far. Most scouts are sure. So them being on a level playing field on this map isn't so much of a surprise. Doing good, man. Doing good. I'm like, fuck you guys. If you guys want to join the stream, you guys really Felipe, enjoy Sieges and available to see that work right now. If you guys want to join the stream, talk, decent money, bucket, let me know if you want to join the Discord. Just get chill here, I don't even care. You can like keep the stream on.
When you're on offense, you're just looking for that freedom.
I'm down for that. As long as you guys are somewhat knowledgeable.
Mid lane, I'm sure that can set you up quite well.
Teams. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. Join. Let me know in the chat right now.
0-3 so far for Classic. I'll turn that around.
Hop on. Maybe we can
gotta be
talk.
careful. It's Johnny up for the top police.
Down for that,
you
guys.
Careers. Maybe a policeman, maybe one in this view.
If you want to just stay in the chat, that's perfectly fine.
Here we go. Into the
I can carry it, guys. I've done it
before. Makes that Diamante shot work here.
No, I can't. I've tried before, like I just mentioned. I've done streams twice before, a couple months ago. The reason I can do it and you can't do it on Twitch is obviously because
out of Paris.
CDL are
That was a great work from Paris right there on that round.
they have a contract with
On their
YouTube,
offense, push
so
exactly what they want to
I think
do.
it's as long
They
as you
force the
are
players that
live
had
streaming.
that A site to stay
So as long as they're live
force them
streaming,
to go to get beat.
and I just do
Getting
it
that
on
first
YouTube,
blood
it's
off of
fine.
Paul Lex,
If
they
I was
know
to do
the
this on
opening
Twitch,
is gonna
it probably
be
wouldn't
there.
be
They
fine.
get the bomb down. Eventually, Aqua
Because like I
positions
said,
himself
they
towards
have it on
pushing up
YouTube.
street, finds himself 2 on the round. That's going to be 5 in a row.
But yeah, it's fine.
Away from picking up some streaks.
I was watching GG.
One thing about
Okay,
Aqua
cool, man.
that we were tending to talk about in the beginning of
Just
the year,
holding
he
a
was really
dang
one of
while
those
for the
top
past
ARs.
5
I feel
hours.
like
Yeah,
from stage 2
construction,
to
that's
stage
what
3,
you do,
he's
right?
really
Siege
fell off,
construction.
which has not been as consistent as he was
But
once.
yeah,
It's
like if
been
I was
consistent a
doing
lot,
this on
but
Twitch, I would get things.
starting to find his footing in his
It's
search and destroy. Try to tie the series.
It's just fair play. I mean, all of my channels
They're gonna
use
be aggressive
CDL
towards the
gameplay.
side temp. He's right around the
So that's why you
corner.
like
Players.
Zuma and all these
Trophy's
guys
gonna
that
save his
talk
left
about the
pick with
matches,
Classic. Able to get his
and
first
they
kill.
do it on
Awesome
Twitch.
problem
They can do
for
it
the
post
OBS.
match, not live stream.
Adapting
But yeah,
on
it's
the other
fine.
end, London able to answer with a reply of their own. Well, just based off the setup that Legion have, Bears, they've got to make a move. Maybe they try to go for a rotation, but they will look to
I had somebody ask the same thing when I did
As
my
Classic
second stream a couple
punching
months
in
ago.
his second is now it all comes down to Paul.
Trust me, guys, I did
Arguably
research.
the
I
one
ain't
player
trying
that
to
you
get this
do
shit
not want to face off
but
against, but Paris continue
I was a
on their
burst man.
dominant spree as that will be
Dominant
3 in a
from
row.
Lone and Royal Ravens. I
You've
think
got
it was
all
like
players starting
250 to
to
109.
We were
And
coming into this round study, it was what, 7 I think from both Scraps and Aqua.
Paris Legion.
There was a great round for
That's
Classic
just
to
the way
try and
it is, man. They're the
contribute
worst
as
team in
well.
the league, and that's not a bad thing to
This
say.
is the swing
Just-
round now for London.
These guys are high level, man, and they got good talent.
Yeah,
Lone
London
Royal
even tried
Ravens
to make
right
some
now,
adjustments
you
on
know.
their
So,
defense.
I mean, I know it's like 4-2.
You know
It's
that
just
Paul
gonna
Lex is going to be that
see how it
individual
was.
player at that B bomb
Hard
site.
point. I'm so
It's
confident.
gonna-
Like
here comes the
that,
adjustment. They're going to send 2
Lone
players over
Ravens will
towards
pull
that
this
street
out.
and 2 players at A
I
site.
predicted
This
3-1.
cannot work out for them because Paris Legion is setting all 4. They do have the man advantage here. It's all about just trying to locate these players. They're able to spot 1, but they're being so aggressive. Zaptius from the back alley is able to take down 2. Just from a 4v2 situation turns into a 2v2 at this A site. You see number Flora, he's going to be setting up for that pinch. But just like that, Zaptius is able to take down the last player in the Ravens. They hold the push. Great work out of Zaptius and his teammate in Shawnee to hold down this A site by themselves in a 4v2 situation, pick up 3 kills, and eventually win the round. That was the swing round right there. To get 4-3 instead of 5-2 is big for the London Royal Ravens.
We've talked about it consistently, right? Zap, so far in Search and Destroy hasn't been great, right? London just in general, the Search and Destroys have not been excellent. Sits at a .67 coming into the major. Granted, it is 5 series overall. But still, he has been their playmaker at times. He's taking over in the S&Ds. And one of his kind of main attributes coming into this roster was, hey, maybe we can improve in the S&Ds, and you see him have a solid round like that, and it tells you the story.
Dude, they just go. They're
Rookies.
full on control.
And make such a big impact on their rosters, and the Ravens
Start to rotate.
felt that firsthand. Another big
I
round
don't
for
think
London.
okay, one started
Trying to
rotating.
take arguably another swing round based on how you looked at it, but it's
Well,
Scraps was able to drop the first one off the rip. Gonna try to hold down this B-bomb site valiantly. Keep in mind, player 8 in temp making his way up toward the flight.
Oh,
but with
shit,
all
he
being in
ain't
the position
caught.
that he is, it's all about which way does temp look to go. Does he
yeah,
go toward
no.
courtyard? He's making his way up through middle, and it appears he will stand still for now, holding out. So we've got 3 versus 2 fight over at B. Meanwhile,
Man,
1v1 that will
pros
wait to go
how they
down
talk, dude. It's-
momentarily as Zed goes for the ADS transfer. Zaptius drops, and now it all comes down to Paul. A 1 versus 2, 20 seconds left. Bomb is down. We'll see how he attempts to play this. You can find this early one versus Scraps. That would be big, but Paul not able to put in the damage.
Yeah, it's like, oh man,
As
I've been watching
Legion, a
COD
much-needed round for
since
them to
COD
get
competitive
back
and watching
on
some
track.
Modern Warfare
As
3.
it's the
So
ARs, of course, it's Scraps
I don't know if it's the same.
putting in the damage.
Like, grew up.
Yeah,
watching
and I
these
thought
pros
that round was
streams
going to go in favor of
like
the
the
Ravens
lingo
right there,
there
because
is
once
God
Aqua wasn't able to get
to
that
me,
first blood
man.
on Shawnee, you have
Not
to
in like a
let go, you
bad,
have to
not
get
like
more
saying,
positioning
it's
and give him
gotten
that
to me like
bomb
it's
site. So I
wink,
thought Ravens going to go
but
in and
it's
get
literally
that bomb
gone into
immediately down,
my
but Shawnee gets
vocabulary a
the
little bit
Just
sometimes.
runs into both ARs
fucking
on the
kinda
side of
cringe
Paris.
already,
He gets
but,
first blooded, and then eventually Paris, they set up such a
The
great
pros
sequence.
say like
We're eliminating
full.
both players out of that
started to say
B-bomb
that, I was
site.
like, alright.
Every kill gets traded, but at the end of the day, they have the 2v1 advantage. Now they find themselves up 5-3. 1 kill going in favor of both teams, so now we are at 3v3 in this round number 9. Legion looking like they're trying to go up Eskies to go to mid. Towards that A site, but Paul X able to take down Temp, turns it into a 3v2.
Perhaps making his way toward outer as the plant looks to get dropped here from Classic. What does the retake look like as Zappius gets stuck?
Wow.
So meanwhile, it is now a 1 versus 1, Scraps versus Paul for the map. If Scraps can take it, but can Paul find the time? He goes for the challenge and he's able to win it. A big round out of Paul X.
Oh shit, that's good.
X, Y, and Z. Now I know my S&Ds. Paul has been the superstar so far for Ravens in this search and destroy, and he gets the job done again. As London, they hold on for now.
Yeah, I know, right? But this is what it is. Like, if you surround yourself listening to this stuff so much, it's just what it's gonna be. That's why, like,
turns it into a 1v1, and obviously Scraps has to try to make the play to check bomb. Polish just times it perfectly, able to
so that's why you want to like surround yourself with more positive stuff, you know?
Paris Legion at
Like, it's just, if you watch freaking World Star videos, people get into fights, people arguing all the time. It's gonna be bad for you because that's what you're surrounding yourself by all the time. So you want to really surround yourself with some positive stuff. The pros are all they're all really good friends. And even despite right now with the whole COVID thing, obviously Land's coming back. These guys are on calls all day, every day. You know, even if it's not their teammates, these guys are good friends with each other. And it's sometimes fun to watch them obviously play. But it's fun, you know, to hear friends shoot the shit.
So Ravens players are not going to read that, and Zed unfortunately is going to get first blooded with it.
And yeah, you know,
Big streak and a great choice. They're coming out of Aqua, right? Get rid of
nothing wrong with they talk like like they're from
any play
New York
that
or
you
some
can.
shit.
Classic,
Like,
get a rock in a hard place.
Really
How
not.
quick can Scraps get there for the trade? Right on time. 3 versus 2, Legion with the advantage as there goes Paul, and now it all comes down to Zap and the Diamante to close it out. Despite 8 straight losses in the search and destroy for Paris, they snapped the streak in a moment where they need it the most. Now leveling the series.
What does that say about theirs? I don't know. Maybe they got better S&D. Who knows? But damn, 8 losses.
Definitely a team effort from start to finish, man. Paris Legion, if they do not execute that one
So
play,
yeah,
when Aqua put some early shots down onto Shawnee at that B point, it wasn't able to close out the kill.
I gotta
stop
feel the same way like you did. Sometimes when you watch a match, you just not actually like, please
it was
let
just
me
overall great teamwork from Paris Legion in that search and destroy.
You know, I'm trying to become more knowledgeable.
And make sure they put in that practice in that game mode. So let's tie this series up. 8 straight losses in search and destroy is not what you want to do, but they're not making it 9. There goes the win, and now we have a tied series at 1 apiece.
We talk about search and destroy. It's not been a great topic of discussion for either of these teams. That now marks London's 4th
try to win. That'd be dope.
search and destroy. So if we talk about that game 5, I don't really know who you favor, but at least it's your Paris. Hey, we got one on the board. There is that. And it is Matty Marshall and Aqua putting in the work, man. 13-6 for Scraps, 12-6 for Aqua. We talked about this dynamic duo. I mean, so far throughout stage 3, it has still been Scraps. Aqua, definitely one of his lower tiered stages that we've seen up to this point. But when those two are frying, they can just kind of take over games, my friend.
Yeah, they really can, man. And it just showed in that search and destroy. Aqua was all over the map. He was over there at that B bomb site, playing the site perfectly. And then when he needs to get aggressive, he decides to get aggressive, and it still works out in his favor. And Scraps, 13 kills on the map, put your teammate dropping 12. Scraps was just in every situation to always help his teammate, was never leaving anyone out to dry, was always the trade man, and they come out on top on that map number 2.
Yeah, they do. And we talk about how big that is, right, for your team. When you talk about your struggles as of late, you need to come away with a big search and destroy win, and they get the job done. As we will revisit, right, a big round throughout this game.
So
round
again,
number 8 turns into a 2 versus 2.
Relatively both the best.
Play, and obviously it's a big one to cement here for Paris.
Yeah, so right here is when Shawnee ended up getting first blooded. Aqua was pushed up into this B bomb site, but wasn't able to finish the kill. And eventually Scraps, he was watching the middle of the map, but once he gains that information as Shawnee's pushed up street, he's going to help his teammate in Aqua to close out that kill. So now in a 4v3 situation with 30 seconds left, they know that the bomb eventually has to come out. And Aqua, he's going to throw a great shoulder there, and eventually Classic is going to challenge from a different angle. Aqua's able to get the trade, and then Aqua gets traded, but Scraps is there for the other one. Now it's a 2v1 situation with the bomb down in towards this B bomb site. Temp is all the way cutting off the middle of the map, but just so difficult in this situation to try to come out on top with the bomb. It's down. Paris Legion, they just played that beautifully. Great teamwork right there to close out that round.
Did I say that was a big round for London? I had no idea what I said. I might have said the right thing. I have really no idea. Regardless, Big situation there, a big win there out of the Paris Legion boys. As you see their reaction, they snap the search and destroy loss streak, and now how are they going to come out coming into the control? Questions that we look to answer right after this break.
Don't know.
We've come a long way, paid our dues, measured by the scoreboard. We've taken the battlefield as brothers, as friends, as champions, as kings. We didn't come to play esports. We came to define it.
Not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network.
Why do we fight? To protect home and family. To preserve balance and bring
Those are like a favorite commercial. Let me see those commercials.
The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
I was just.
What'd you say?
I was. I had to reach out and give a cap.
Listen and don't use that, please.
What? Oh, listen and don't use that.
I'm ready.
Ready, 3, 2, 1, go.
Another day, another dollar.
I'm ready to murder some people, dude.
Let's
like,
count.
cold
Mac.
blood, dude.
Are you there?
Yeah, are you there?
I think you're the best.
I'm the best. You're the best. Okay, you're all the best.
We're all the best part of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain taking for today's flight to Dallas Fort Worth. Just kidding. We're going to Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen.
Like when your flight attendants say, or they check your bag, they're like, have a good flight, and you're like, yeah, you too. Checking bags all day, and you're like, yeah, you too. Good day. Day flight, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your
Dude, you did that.
Oh my god.
Bro, you even did that.
Did I anything? I don't mind
A little
this.
Yeah, that's
Fucking horse. It's got me helicopter.
Oh, good. Sorry. Don't do that on cam. I'll throw on a watch with you.
Hey.
Throw one on.
Or even put this on.
Accessories and weapons.
You've been rolled it out this whole time?
Wait, you see pink when you're shooting them, Bruce?
Yeah.
Matt sees green.
Put it to pink?
I see betas when I shoot. I see Zeltas, bro.
I told you, bro.
Because when red actually makes them look like
red makes it seem like they're like a little demon.
Yeah, I'm like, holy.
When I'm shooting at a green guy, I'm like, look at you, little like elf.
I'm trying to shoot against some good players rather than bots.
Make them feel useless on the map.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, BS. FaZe.
Oh wait, bro. We're in the recorder channel.
You know it's weird when I made a face at that. That's weird.
Yeah, they're not putting that in. They're not putting that in. He said, they're not putting that one in.
Oh my god.
They probably got a bleep for that.
There's two different things. Look at you rushing straight into it. Yeah, well, I trusted your comms and now I know I shouldn't. Sounds like a you problem.
Really does sound like
Jamie Craven, I was low-key freestyling.
It was alright.
Alright.
It wasn't your best work, but you know, it was alright.
Yeah, then.
Yeah, my bad.
Let's just say there's a reason you play COD.
That's not right.
Well, Paris, they get the job done in the search and destroy, snapping the 8-game losing streak in the mode. And now we are all level, coming into checkmate control. As we said, it's the Battle of Europe. As we said, it's the elimination game. We gotta talk about London Study in regards to this next mode, control. It has been their safe haven so far throughout stage 3.
Yeah, it really has, man. 4-1 in that game mode versus some top competition. You got to be feeling really good to go into this checkmate control, which is going to be their best map. This is the one that they play a majority of the time, and ever since picking up Paul Lex, this has been his playground. The way he's able to maneuver around the plane, picking up AK-74Us, using that Krig, long distance. The guy's just on point when it comes to this map. So on the opposite side for Paris, I'm really looking at the AR duo trying to slow down Shawnee and Paul Lex, because we saw the way that they came out in that map number 1. They need to have an answer in this map number 3, or the Ravens will find themselves up 2-1, because like I said, this is their best map. They find themselves in situations where they were able to win attacking rounds and defensive rounds, and London, they just do such a great job at keeping plane control. Hopefully the Paris Legion have an answer for it.
Yeah, I gotta mention too, like, you know, in the control, like, I want to say that London have won, like, their... Okay, so I actually looked at the stat. I want to make sure that I was accurate for this one. So the last 4 times that London have played checkmate control, they've walked away with the opening offense every single time. So that's kind of like an odd thing to think about. We talk about a map like Checkmate, but they have kind of sneakily been one of these talented teams. Oh, I think it was rosters kind of started to ban this map against them, and now we see it here in a mode where I think that as of late, Paris haven't looked too solid in, but they're like 1-4. On the other side, London, they're 4-1. So just something to kind of think about when we talk about this Checkmate. Very well could see some uncharacteristic offensive victories. Now we take a look at our quick scope presented by Scuff. And again, Stud, this kind of maybe could tell the story, right? 9-8 so far throughout the entirety of the season for London. We talk about a team that's continued to change up their roster, continue to have different roster moves, but like we said, that control, really whatever lineup you've looked at as of recent and really kind of throughout the entirety of the stage, this map, this mode continues to be there.
Yeah, it definitely does, man. But just looking at that quick scope, I'm pretty sure the Paris Legion were the worst S&D team that we had in the entire CDL. 5-15 record, but getting that win in Search and Destroy to tie the series up is such a huge momentum swing because, like I said, Checkmate control is going to be heavily favored towards the London Royal Ravens. Like Checkmate, you need to have your AR players who are really going to be on point. So I'm looking at Aqua, I'm looking at Scraps. Because these are guys throughout stage 1 who were sitting overall top 6 KD in this game mode specifically. They need to be able to hold down the plane. They need to be able to hold down these power positions and set up spawn traps. And I feel like a lot of that is going to be on the back of the way that their submachine guns play. If Classic can be aggressive in towards the plane, be aggressive towards either side of the map, and the influence the spawn is definitely going to make these players just run into the preamps of his assault rifle players.
That's a great call. Like I think when we talk about Checkmate control, I know the strategy has kind of evolved over time. People trying to figure out like how do we really play this? Like I know with like Garrison control as well, the conversation has got away at times, right? Obviously it is very, very defensive heavy, but teams have kind of started to figure out ways to walk away with their offenses. And as we've said, it's kind of been the story so far for London is the matter of how they like to play their offenses. And I want to kind of get your thoughts on this one too, because I know recently like Zed has been on the flank a lot. Obviously shout out to the flank, Zuma, Ben, AKA. But I feel like when we talk about London's control, the way that Zed has talked about it previously is like, hey, the way that we play attack and control is different from a lot of teams. We don't just stack the point, but we like to kind of cause chaos throughout the map. How do you feel like Paris could potentially handle a situation like that on a map like Checkmate when we know how London likes to play their offenses? They like to try to cause kind of some mischief right over at A and over at B. How do you like Legion's chances to maybe try and lock those down?
Well, this would be difficult for Legion because the way that London like to break off on this map, they like to send Zed low plane and just go straight onto that B point. And that's just something you don't really expect from a lot of teams. Paris Legion, they're probably going to fight for plane control really hard. But if they lose those gunfights, then that's where it can really get scary. Because if they're being aggressive up towards that B point, they can take control of P5 and spawn you all the way out back right of the spawn, basically towards A long, and it's the worst possible case scenario for the Legion. If they get control of that wood side, you're basically setting up a spawn trap, even if you're on the offensive side. And it can be really difficult for Paris Legion to try to figure out right there in that situation, which one do they want to save? Because B is a lot harder to cap, but if they're able to take B right off the rip, A is basically going to be a free capture if they don't have map control.
It's a great point, man. Like I said, it's never going to be an easy task to try and shut
down
a team like
how to get
London
better at
doing
control. I want to make guides on the maps.
But hey,
I think that's something
Legion,
that's
they
been
want to
lacking on
Who knows what
general on
happen?
YouTube.
Again, control not as bad, right?
I haven't seen much
throughout the
map
regular season.
guides
Just know
for
this team, like
control.
they have slayers, they have guys who can take over
very
in
important to do
maps. We'll see how they come to play now on Checkmate. Off the rip for Paris, they will be on the attacking side. Talk consistently about these opening breaks, how teams can kind of get themselves off to a nice start, but so far it is London through the early stages, through the early team fights, stopping some of that early progress. Zaptius wins a big one over toward B. Aqua gets shut down as well as London looks to regain and pretty much proclaim themselves throughout the middle side of the map.
Yeah, so now they have full map control. So now it's all about Paris Legion slowing down, trying to find some kills, but Classic, unfortunately, he's going to drop. So now with Zaptius pushing up towards this left side, everybody is going to spawn over towards that blue side. But I don't know if they gain any information of Zaptius. They're trying to pick up some kills to push out that left alley. Kills are going back and forth, but here comes Thieves. So
but I don't know. I was gonna say like it's really important when you're calling out stuff like that on control, especially to narrow down who's gonna up. Because obviously, if you know that, be like, oh, Zapdius for example is gonna be in response. Where's he at? Because otherwise, I was just gonna freaking spawn trap.
One of these points, get some time. Clock can quickly start to get away from you. There's 10 seconds left, not a single bit of progress with either of the points. So far for Paris, Zapdius once again sitting firmly in the base of Legion, locking things up, and it will be a convincing defense off the start. I know we were looking quite a bit through the eyes of Zapdius, which don't get me wrong, I mean, he plays well throughout this first side, just causing some
really
problems, but it was everybody from the Ravens winning the fight.
No Ravens.
Yeah, just when they started off, right off the rip of that map, it was just kills going back and forth. But eventually, London Royal Ravens, they come out on top, able to get a nice 4 dead, and push up for the more map control. Once Classic died out, pushing towards that yellow crate, it opened up that lane for Zapdius to just be that menace in the spawn. It's just causing so many problems. When players are getting shot in their back, they have to turn around, and then eventually the players off spawn, they're slowing down because they know Zapdius is going to be able to shoot them in the back. So London, they walk away with a pretty convincing defensive round off the rip. Now it's all about their offensive push, and with Zed getting that first blood, getting early onto that B point, this is exactly what we were talking about, just causing problems, having both sides to start getting ticks off. But Paris Legion able to eliminate a couple players and gain some more map control. London, they're still not trapped in their base, and they have a live advantage.
London forcing the issue over toward A. A few of the fights starting to go their direction, and Paul says, you know what, screw the plane. I'm going to go around their spawn and cause some problems that way. It worked well for Zapdius. How about my turn? Paul, a nice 3 spree there from Paul. Shiny does get wiped off the map, but it's not all for naught. That A point is looking good, and again, we talked about it. It's the chaos. It's their ability to spread out across the map. An extra minute on the board, and Zed is ready and waiting. Shiny from the top side. This long-time duo. The vets on this team putting in the work and just trying to cause some issues for Legion off of those spawns. The nades finally caused some issues, but London just seconds away, moments away from getting that second tick. Big fight without a doubt, quickly over at the point, but it's the SMGs working so well in tandem. Back and forth we go. Zed wins another big kill. His 5 streak will in fact end with a minute 50 on the clock. Presence without a doubt has been felt so far for London.
Yeah, but Paris Legion did do such a great job right there to just neutralize that point and gain map control in the process. So now London, with a minute 30, 1 live advantage. They have to try to break out of this setup, but Shawnee, he's going to start it off great. Some great shots on attempt, but here comes Classic, the playmaker.
Exactly.
Able to push through this yellow crate. He's going to force all those spawns to come on towards back blue. And now when they're coming on spawn, they have to worry about this guy. He's still picking up kills left and right. Unfortunately, he's going to get traded, but that's going to be another 3 down for the Ravens. It does go to around number 5. With them just taking that 8 point, they should be able to get it. But Paris, they're just doing such a great job of just being aggressive on defense, making sure none of these players are able to exit their spawn. Temp is all the way pushed up through the yellow building, able to take down another 2. Just like that, Paris, they found their footing on their defensive round, and they should be able to win this.
And that doubled very well. They have sealed the deal. That was kind of a life count situation that was them trying to group up. Temp caused some problems. Classic as well. Trying to get back in the base. And Temp's still here, by the way. No, he hasn't dropped yet. London have yet to deal with the over-existing problem that sits toward the flank. Shawnee will look to try and handle it. London now with no respawns left. That is the final life coming in. There from Pollen. What can they do with it? What can they do with the chances that they're given? That it will be a quick 2. Everybody trying to play their life. Shawnee is gone, but Zapdius is winning the fights. Paul watching a few players off of spawn, and now he will be the final player left. It looked good for a moment there for London. We talked about this series so far has been one with snapping streaks, ending runs. Despite how great that London has been on offense and how great they were in this one, their run of winning the opening offense on checkmate control finally gets ended here from a much-needed round out of Paris.
Yeah, that one got a little scary because they were able to pick up a couple kills and then eventually have 2 people on that point. But Aqua, with that AR, able to eliminate both of those players and leave Paulette all by himself. So London, they make a great answer on their defensive round. Even though it wasn't that clean, we're giving up that 8 points. So if it does go to a round number 5, London will have defense just simply off the segments that they were able to collect on that very first offensive push. Now we're tied at 1-1. Paris Legion need to find an answer on their offense. So let's see what kind of adjustments they're going to make right off the rip. They're going to send 3 players over towards this A site. London, they're fighting the low control of the plane. Eventually try to set up a pinch, but picks are starting to come in. Temp with the first blood. Some early progression onto this 8 point for Paris.
It's just a much different look, right? When some of the offenses, just a totally different look for London in comparison how Paris likes to play it. But early time gain, Zed, going to ruin all of that progress. So while it was nearly half the point captured, London come through in a big way and were able to wipe the board clean. Really back and forth we go. Checkmate oftentimes can, at least that just come down to that one fight, right? That one fight out of the offense where they can get the 4 down, start to go on a little bit of a spree, gain that map control. It looked like for a moment London may have done that toward the last round, but with just the minor amount of lives that they had remaining, it was only a matter of time. That puts it another big kill for him, as we talked consistently about the new addition. It hasn't been the start that they wanted, but he's had a solid series up to this point. Played well in the hard point. So far looking good in the control. Harris, if they can find that third slayer, if they can get things going, how terrifying of a roster this could be, stud. But this is the journey for them.
I feel like they got the teamwork on this freaking
whether this team can start to clip. 20 seconds left. Still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and they only have 1 second completed going towards this 8 point with 15 seconds left.
Game.
London know this is desperate
Their
time.
teamwork.
Paris Legion
Have
one of
to
these
get better
points and
at
extend this time.
They did win.
So they're keeping their
Obviously,
aggression
Moscow
up.
versus
Holding
Ritz.
back control, just holding
Before
the
that,
line.
they never won an SMP.
Right now, with a couple players from Paris over there trying to push over towards that 8 point, that's going to be another 3 down. The only player left is going to be able to touch the speed point, which is classic. But with him getting eliminated, there's no one in a position to try to push up towards one of these points, and Ravens are going to walk away with the defensive round.
I want to ask you too, right? Again, the major conversation has been about, can a team win an offense? At times, London are able to. They get shut down in the opening, but 3 straight defenses.
Why the league is so
this is
watch
the
right now.
possible closer here for the Ravens. You got to see them in their opening offense. Do you change things up? Was there something that you thought
so many teams in the league, so many players.
Didn't allow for them to walk away with the offense?
Switch to being 4, I was change everything.
Coming into this next round.
You lost so many top players. There's so many top
rotation when you're
challengers. You know, you got Saints there, Buttons there, Slasher, Parasite.
They had 2 players on the point, and it was going kind of fast.
Changing it to 4 really
made
everything
that second point, and then eventually
more
worked towards
challenging.
the third. But it was just too much time for Paris Legion to eventually open up some kills, get out of their defensive setup, and eventually get that map control back in their favor. But you see what London is going to change it up this time. You see the adjustments right here out of London. Paris Legion, they stacked over towards that B point, but this time London, they make the adjustments. They go over towards A this time. And here comes the early progression on towards that point.
And really, despite one SMG falling, it is Zaptia staying alive. So far, having a solid game throughout this much needed control, but with that, Classic will cement the 3-piece. Stop any of that progression now over toward A. Here comes the place now toward the spawn. Can he continue to cause havoc inside of London's base? At least he's able to drop 1 for the rip. Zaptis and Shawnee doing everything they can. Break out of their base. Again, we talked about on Checkmate how quickly the time can start to get away from you. Aqua holding a big position toward top lane. So London made some good work, but it's really been the trades advancing back and forth. Scraps, major spot for him to win as well, but again, 30 seconds on the clock. London, they look to hone in, look to force the issue now over at A. Paul X drops toward top lane. Meanwhile, it's Zed leading the fray toward that A streak.
So they're gonna get the kill.
And here comes 2 players trying to push onto this A point to try to stop that clock. But
Trade
Scraps
big, kill out
able to pick up
Scraps.
2, going for the 3rd
3.
as well. Matty Marshall, he's not letting this series go away. If he would have got that 4th, I would have jumped out of my chair. But Paul X is able to get the trade onto him, and with 15 seconds remaining, Ravens need to get on towards one of these points, and they're going to be working towards that B progression. The time is going to stop. They're picking up a couple kills, and with Paris Legion only having the 2 live advantage, Ravens have a lot of map control to work with. But Classic's able to take down 1. It's still going to be 2 players on towards the speed point. But Aqua coming through the backside, able to take down 2. So the clock is going to continue going. Zapdies has to try to make a play here from the bottom of the plane, but Scraps is able to take him down. And just like that, the Legion are able to neutralize the spawn, able to gain that control and force it to a round number 5, where the Ravens should have defense due to the segments that they were able to capture on their very first offensive round. Tied all the way up at 2-2. Paris Legion need to have an answer on their offensive push here.
Yeah, we always say should, right? I mean, I know it's hard to.
That was big.
Kills were hard enough. Obviously, ticks are a little bit easier on us, but as you said, my friend, London should be on the defensive side, which has controlled the way that this one has gone. And in fact, will be the case. London on the defense. Paris, a big round for them.
5-2 control for London round 5.
But how control could dictate the way that this series ends up going. Into our round 5. It's about to get crazy, and Paul is starting off the round incredibly well. You know, he can hear everybody across the map because those Astros are turned to level 98 as London win the opening engagements. Exactly what you want to do if you are in the Ravens camp. Zed, as always,
come up there, should be able to get
looking to cause some chaos inside of the base, as that's now going to be 3 in a row for him.
Be an instance play ready, that's all it is in control you can do.
As well, but it is
and also try to get those kills in too. Just want to be a nuisance, get those kills in.
Out in the open, but Shawnee as well waiting the fights up close
so
toward
much
top
control.
lane. Ravens off to a great start so far.
Yeah, Ravens just have map control, so now Paris are basically in panic mode. They know that with 30 seconds remaining, they need to get on towards one of these points. But as I say, that 3 players are going to drop. So you see what Zed's doing, just trying to be aggressive towards the spawn, but Scraps is able to take him down. The clock is starting to tick. London have a 4-lap advantage, but Zed in the process was able to pick up some streaks. So that's going to slow down a couple players from Paris Legion. Try to get on towards one of these points. Paul X is still trying to hold down the top plane. Eventually, he's going to get traded. But with 10 seconds left, they need to get on one of these points. They need to try to stop this clock. Unfortunately, Mr. Scraps is going to run out of bullets, cannot reload his weapon, and just like that, 2 players are going to drop. Paris need to try to get on towards this point, and Classic is going to get onto it with about 2 seconds left. He's the only man here. Here comes London to try to take him off.
Oh, time's starting to tick away. The contest 0.3 doesn't matter. London, they win the fights they have to. His defense will, in fact, rule out.
I think it's going to be, like I said, 3-1
the
long roll
offense is not being
Ravens.
as prime as they would have liked.
Legion pull it out.
It is what overall the ticks, the progress they made early, does put them in a prime position in this round 5. A big control for both of these teams. But it's London getting the W. That is their 4th straight control win.
All the other teams.
The longest control winning
so if they want to be a consistent team, if they want to get better, I just think it's only able for them to get better at S&D, obviously, and then they're going to have to steal control them right there. They look very well, but just didn't pull it out.
Yeah,
and
now
it really
they
mattered,
find
and now
themselves
it's
up 2-1 in the series.
0-5 for them when it's going round 5
I didn't expect them to lose
control.
the search and destroy to Paris. I was expecting Paris to walk away with the hard point, but we're still in the same scenario. Now you're going into a map number 4, which is going to be checkmate hard point. And based on that first map, it was the ARs who really took over. You need Scraps, you need Aqua to really come alive, and they were starting in that search and destroy. Even on that map number 3, both players playing really well. Negative a little bit, but in hardpoint it could be a lot different. You have to make sure that you're playing the fundamentally correct. You have to make sure that you're rotating, winning those rotation gunfights, and not dying all spawn. You don't want to spawn all the way across the map and force your teammates to run all the way across the map trying to break it. It's going to be really difficult, but we're in for a great map for the way that these 2 teams have been playing so far.
Oh man, series lives already on the line here in the Battle of Europe. It is not disappointed. I have a great feeling it's only going to get better from here. Can London close this one out in a 3-1, walking away with the respawns, or can Paris answer back? It is going to be a great one. It's checkmate hardpoint when we come back.
Not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network.
There we go. how thirsty these players. I swear I see players take a drink between every game/round. There's no way they can be that thirsty. It seems like they have an endless. What's up, Bucks? How you doing, man? Just started reading right now between the matches. People complaining about pros drinking too much water in between. Are we not gonna? Oh my god, the community right now. That's funny though. It's just putting their mouths. Thanks, Lexi, man. Thank you for that, bro. Really tried to just help out with everybody. You know, I just came up with the channel because I just wanted to do something to help with the community. Yeah. Really thankful that you found it helpful, man. And yeah, you know, I used to make content years ago about just the news and the Call of Duty scene, and I was like, you know, let me do something that hasn't really been done. So, just trying to help out in any department I can. Some community that I've been part for a long time.
What's your warrior? The new Code Battle Dog Pack is free for military service members and veterans, courtesy of USAA.
What's up, Felipe?
Scan the QR code or
so this
visit
is Zoom
callofdutyleague.com/USAA to redeem.
Welcome back, folks, to the Stage 3 Major presented by USAA. I may not be European,
so I think you missed it, Felipe, but Paris Legion and Lone Roll Ravens went to last round. They let Control check me, and Lone Roll Ravens pulled it out.
Now we got to talk about this upcoming hardpoint here.
And that is in round 5 of Control for Paris Legion, when they reached round 5 rather. Now they've lost 5 times. They have not been able to clutch it up in Control so far. So yeah, I think it's going to be it. I think Lone Roller Ravens is going to close it out here on Checkmate Hardpoint.
But they've been a team all season long, all stage long, who relies on that game 1 and game 4.
Yeah, and they definitely going to need it to try to stay alive in this major. You see that hardpoint stat 4 and 5. They were basically 4 and 4 throughout all of stage 3, and then eventually they catch that loss in the very first map, which it wasn't really good.
Yeah, and they just were on an 18 losing streak in SMB
One win there,
until today.
You have a win in every single game mode with the new roster.
And they did that against a team that has never won
This is where London they're not really good at. You know, they find themselves on Checkmate Control, which is one of their best maps. But Checkmate Hardpoint, they're sitting on 1 and 3 on the season. On the opposite side for Paris, you have a 3 and 3 on the season, so that puts them at 500. So they are a lot more comfortable on this map. So they have the potential to force it to a map number 5. But on a map like Checkmate, it's all going to come down to that AR battle once again. That very first hardpoint, Shawnee and Paulex really took over.
Yeah,
but on this map specifically, I need Scraps and Aqua to really match that energy on the opposite side of those AR.
Even though they're the worst team in the league,
how likely do you think
can't give them anything.
That we see a Checkmate Hardpoint end on the 3rd set of rotations at P2?
It's like 75%.
You can put a case of game fuel on it?
I'm down. I'm down to put a case of game fuel, especially if they're the blue ones, because that's my favorite flavor. So.
I get it. I've been chugging so much game fuel. They actually sent some recently to me, and it's not good. I may have just so many stacked in my trash.
It's really interesting watching break-offs.
Anyway, here we go, folks.
I think a big thing is just like focusing on what actually works, especially if you're in a team environment and you know, Zappy is just like win. In for it, yeah, that's I don't really do that. I like to come in and kind of try to stay back a little bit and then try to wallbang on instead of SMP. And you know, maybe it'll work out better if you just went through that like that. The Zappy is just to rush up and try to get some early. Well, didn't work out there, but you know, it's interesting to learn break options from players.
Yeah, so right now, Paris Legion is trying to fight for this lane control. Trying to gain some time because they know that
happened and you betted on that.
London, they do such a great job at just winning a majority of these fights, keeping the contest alive, and that's going to be another 4 dead right there for Paris. So with 10 seconds left, they have to run all the way across the map into the preams of the Ravens players, which are going to be set up for that P2. They have the potential to open this game up. Such a drastic lead right off the rip.
We're gonna need something big from Legion right now.
Paris, they have to try to break in from the front side, and 2 kills. That's a good way to start.
Shut up, man. Patrol, Zappius.
Comes the surge. Scraps able to open things up. A huge rotation for Paris, but Kishani be the menace. Cannot turn for the 3rd, but that Ace 3 at lane.
Okay, you gotta get this trill, this trade. Trill.
Currently sits in the back of the base. Aqua is able to join him now with the nice spawn. Classic pulls out the pistol. Is able to make it work. As Zed, the final player left for London on the point. It will be a successful flip, a successful spawn takeover there from the Legion. As we talk about P2s, we talk about Money Knows was kind of been the story for London in these HPs. I know Moscow specifically, but it's a big one.
That was big for them.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. And it's all in the back of the Classic right there to sneak through that yellow building and eventually stay alive and not commit to that gunfight on Paul X. Because for the simple fact that he stays alive there, it allows Aqua to spawn in towards the back, and eventually the pinch is going to come in, and they were able to tie this game up with some good time off of that P2 hard point. Now it's all about rotating towards this P3, and London are going to be nice and early set up, getting some early time. But you see what Paris are trying to do. They're trying to set up a pinch fight from both sides of this hard point. Kills are going back and forth. Eventually, the time is not going in favor of any team. London Roar Ravens, they just want to keep this side of the map. They know
it's not a bad idea. I just don't know how to title that. That's not a bad video idea.
I don't necessarily want to throw it away, but
I'm trying to think like,
it's kind of you know, the dance that you do on Checkmate. You just kind
I
of
don't
wrap
know,
yourselves around the map. You force yourself toward different lanes, just trying to secure
maybe I can talk about
that P4 to P5 chain. That really is the blueprint. How you want to
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an important thing.
Scraps being fully aware of that.
Like, I feel like you can do that. Like, the tip I would give is just try to play with better people, right? Because the better you get, obviously, the better players you're going to be able to play with. And from there, those guys are going to be more known. And, you know, that's how you come up in the scene, really. Right? Because if you're going to come up, it's going to take getting better at the game. And that's how will make yourself more known in the scene.
Of the map, they were able to take control of this site.
There's a...
Now the time is
so I've done...
Lead switch eventually is going to come in, but kills are going back and forth.
I feel like just that would be a video how to go pro, right? Wouldn't that be it? Because that would be the main topic of discussion from there. And I can't give an opinion on that because I'm not a pro, but
continuously keep flooding this A.
Yeah.
Trades are going back and forth.
I
That's
feel
going
like
to
that
be 3
would
down
be
now
the
for Paris.
time, right?
15 seconds remaining. London have done a good job at
But,
just keeping these spawns so they can change towards that P5.
I feel like that would be the time for that kind of discussion. Maybe I'll talk to Siege. That's the guy I did the video with on how to find good teammates. And that's something, you know, I was thinking of doing. I'm thinking of doing a podcast with him or other people where we just talk about general things like that. There are longer discussions, not a video where I can just talk about it for like 5 minutes, but rather discussions such as that as to how to become a pro or how to become a top amateur. I feel like I could try to discuss that. But yeah, you know, there's so many podcasts talking about news, so many podcasts talking about predictions and all of that, but not many talking about how to get better at the game and things like that. Advice, yeah, general scene, on the scene, right? Yeah.
Look your storage. Don't spawn in all about that, guys. Yeah. Nah, I should've got new. We're going new. On the stairs, What stairs?
One's a new?
New. There's 2 there. He's in new. Yo, 2 in new. All the way in behind the table. He's coming out. 2 Nick. That's one behind. Inner, we get shit. I hear you.
Zed left wing.
They're so weak.
At that point. Yo, Zed's making a play Tetris. He's making a play Tetris. Heads up.
That's
Nice.
Pick up right. I'm pushing up.
Here.
In the window. Yo, Duke cabin. One in the hallway. Zap's weak cabin. Right side cabin. Right side cabin.
Sound like we're still in it.
Right side cabin. 2 there. One table. I'm there. Try to come up, you guys.
Look at my left wing.
I flashed your left.
You shot you, Nick. That one.
I flashed one deep left.
Nice one. You want P4? P4.
Nice, classic.
How about the plays from Classic for the top side of the plane? He's starting to heat up as we talk about for the Legion. Multiple players needing to step up right now for the team, given the situation, given the series, given the outlook right now on this map, Stud. How'd you feel about the comms there out of Paris?
I love the comments out of Paris. Even though it sounded a little frantic because things weren't going in their favor, they were still on point with what they needed to get done. They were focusing on the rotation. You heard Scraps really stepping up. Make sure we don't flip. Make sure we don't flip, because he knows if you flip these spawns out for that P2, it could be really deadly. But they've done a great job at just contesting that P1 hard point and eventually chaining it to that P2. Still keeping these back spawns, and now they're able to get some time to try to fight back into this one. So far, Paris is trying to have a way
one kill, but
to get back into this.
even if he was able to
Kills
get
are going back
big,
and forth, but they're staying alive, just collecting a lot of this time. That's going to be another 3 down,
right
make it
here.
4 for the Ravens. And they're going to eventually break that 100-point mark. And with this remaining time on the clock, they should be able to tie this game all up.
Here.
And this is the team that we kind of hope to see
You
coming
think
into
that
this series.
franchise
Right for the
league
Legion, a team that can
and
break
players
hills, a team that can hold,
reach
set up
the
just a
pro
roster that can really cause some problems in these HPs. It's just been a matter of search and destroy.
I mean,
control for them. They get the job in the S&D.
Like, let's think about it. So before franchise, right, we had the open tournaments.
He's able to drop a third. His teammates are there for the overall wipe.
Top
So
8 in, right? And that's kind of what we consider pros back then. It was like, okay, you get top 8 at an event, at a couple events, we're going to consider you a pro, right? Now we really just consider guys to be pro, obviously, if they're in the league. They're in the franchise league, right? So, but now there's some guys that came up, like Paul X, Zaptius, right? These two guys, they weren't really around until the franchise league and the pro league, obviously, right? You got those guys, like Fire, Awakening, fucking Hydra, I keep them going, right? But yeah, and these guys, they were picked up from playing in the amateur league. I feel like the amateur league,
they've grown themselves at a 60-point lead, and the entire time Zed is on a 5 spree, just picking up kills left and right. They were able to flip those spawns, and this is the worst case
the only
scenario
time,
right now,
you know, this is obviously a big outlier, but the only time somebody even got top 2 from the amateur scene was United. And I know it's a big thing. Those guys, awesome players, Gunless, Arcides, Silly, Pristini, right? Man, it was hard for these guys to go through the losers bracket. All these amateurs that came up, like E6 back then, all those guys. So, in my opinion,
instantly begins to focus his attention
Felipe
toward where the spawns are at right now.
Let me know.
Legion hanging on.
I think it may be there.
Looking toward every single direction that
like
they
those
can,
guys
but
on,
back and forth. Big 1v1 closer to the point, and Classic is able to win it. So spawns favoring the Legion coming in toward
Wester, those guys, all 4 of them, they weren't really known by the pro scene, but those guys won amateur tournaments and, you know, a couple on pretty, they've played with either formal pros or they've been considered to join.
With 3 players going down, that's going to be
that's a big example but another thing we have to think about is the fact that a lot of these guys have been picked up, they haven't had any experience on land, and
the route
you know,
man, he
maybe
decides
they'll change
to make
things.
everything his job today.
But
Construction man, route man, he's all over the map today.
Obviously, land's a really
so
big
London,
factor.
they do have the spawns right now for P5.
Get a couple lanes in, and if the guys go online, he should be able to transition to land. That's history shows.
This is a sign of panic. They have to try to break these spawns. You see a couple players pushing around the backside.
Now the cove stuff.
Spawns still coming in favor of.
And it's like I'm saying, like, imagine we were on land.
Eventually, the pinch is going to come in.
A lot of these guys maybe wouldn't have gotten picked up into
eliminating 3,
like Hydra,
even though they still have the front spawn, they're still getting some time off of this P5 and getting closer to closing this one out.
Harris trying to stay alive, but Zed yet again.
It would have been better.
The SMGs,
a lot of things would have been better.
Overall, being the difference makers.
We're all getting.
They could be at 235 once this hill comes to a close.
Yeah, it's gonna be like I said here.
Legion
Should
in
be
a world
3-1.
of pain. And possibly my
more
bank
years
account.
and no pro.
If you were able to get that second P2, my friend, but 30 seconds left.
Yeah.
In London, lock it up here or
So many problems online, but land's coming soon, guys.
To stay alive, the hardpoint dominance is being felt left and right.
Like these questions that you're giving guys, because it's kind of hard to talk about the map and the cast are already saying stuff, and then they're just sometimes nothing to say.
Everybody's
like right
being
now.
solved, and Legion are aware of it. You see them shooting off of spawn. 4 seconds left, and this one belongs to the Ravens as they stay alive in the Stage 3 Major. And we say goodbye to the Legion.
gonna be interesting to
love
see.
the Ravens play, man.
Paris
They
League
knew
make any
exactly
change.
what they needed to do in every
Siege was saying
situation.
classic.
Even when they were able to flip out those
for the
spawns from
change
P4, when they were spawning out
you
towards
know,
yellow, they send Sean
I feel
all
like
the way
Ivan,
through the left side of the
honestly,
map. He's
move any
able
of
to
these guys except
completely
for
wrap
maybe
the
Temple, in
entire
my
map
opinion.
while his teammates are picking
Slightly
up kills, so
scraps,
they
too.
flip those spawns, and even towards the very end right there in that P1, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They can win off this
I
hard
think it
point.
gets better.
They put a lot
One
of
day
pressure
is
on towards
being
those
a
back
CS
spawns,
league
get all
and
those
better
kills.
Yeah, I
and
hope,
eventually they
man.
flip the spawns for
And
Paris
it's-
Legion right
one
there.
thing that
but it
the
didn't
Hex
even matter.
said.
Ravens right there, they were just keeping up the killing, they were just keeping up with
GG.
the pressure, and they eventually close it out in that
Hex
back
said before
in a
is like
3-1 series. Congratulations
Call of
to the
Duty's
Ravens. I love
good.
this out of the
It's a
team
good
so
bet
far.
because
Their
we
teamwork
have a
and
new
hard
game
point
that comes
has really
out
been on
every year,
point,
right?
and it showed throughout the rest. Throughout this series.
It's what the 3-1.
That's different from a lot of esports. Obviously, we see a little,
I want to say that's the highest amount of points
you
the
know,
team has gotten.
but
100-point club
I think it's a big
teams,
help
like,
because we
nobody's
get a lot
looking
of
at, like, 160
variety, and
on
you know,
them.
we can be sick of a
Lights
game at
out
some
right
point
now
and then we
in
play
the
something
HPs.
else. Yeah. But okay,
You
I'm
see
gonna
on
answer
the other
this
side,
question.
a
Who do you
much
think's
of
gonna
her
win major?
Paris Legion walk away with the top.
I want to see Atlanta FaZe play
We talk
first.
about how much it weighs right on the players' minds.
But I'm gonna go try to just feel like
stage for them.
as
They go
many
1
as
and 4 throughout the regular
there's a
season.
lot of
They get
people that
eliminated in their
are in the scene
opening
right now
match.
predicting things. I feel like
Big
they're
game
the
here
only
for Scraps,
all-around
versus
solid team in every
London.
game
We talk
mode.
about the history with that one, but
It's really no
Paris,
weak
hey, man,
link
when
for
we talk
them,
about Paris,
and you
we
can
talk
say the
about
same for
teams
Atlanta
kinda getting
FaZe.
eliminated in that top 12 spot.
But I just feel like
There's a lot of
Ultra's
opportunity. We've
slightly
seen a lot
better.
of teams
It's gonna
make
be really
moves
cool,
in
and I
these
hope that's the
different
grand final.
situations, and
Ultra's
that
FaZe.
very well could be one of
But
the many
I'm
things
gonna go with Ultra.
away on the
But
players'
I
minds right now.
would like to change.
Yeah,
my
and what I'm
opinion.
just thinking about is those
See
CDL points.
their
Now
first
with
snaps
London walking away
in
with that, I'm pretty
this
sure that
major.
puts them at 60, which is going to be tied with Paris. And the way that
But,
works, they might be above them now.
that
They
was
might
just
be in
really
10th
good
spot. So
team.
London, they're slowly
No
climbing up the ranks to
weaknesses,
try to
and
get
that's
to a
the thing
top
you need
8.
for the
And
best
this is the
team.
perfect time
You
to
need to
do
have
so,
no
man. I
weak
love their
links.
hardpoint game because
And,
no one
yeah.
is out there trying to be a
think
god.
Ultra's the one right
Everyone
now.
is playing to their strengths. They're making sure that they're not ego
And
challenging,
Atlanta
not
FaZe, though,
over
on
challenging.
paper
And
is
when they
more
are
talented,
challenging,
though,
there's
so
multiple players flying at
either
you.
one
Their
of those.
teamwork right now in hardpoint has really been showing, and congratulations to them on the series win.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, hey, so when we talk about talk about this hard point, I want to revisit a specific moment kind of throughout that checkmate hard point with our scuff play of the game. And I feel like the guy that we continually talked about, not just in this particular map, but kind of throughout the series, was Zed, right? This was kind of the spot. This is one of the major sequences where Paris had the ability to bring the game back, but we saw Zed kind of leading the way with these multiple 5-3s, just being a menace, man, up close.
And why, bro?
Yeah,
Even
so
higher
right there,
spots.
in this
Yeah,
situation,
all those guys
Paris
take
Legion, they had the spawns for this. They had the spawns for this hard
They're
point.
the best hard
They were
point
trying to keep
too,
those spawns for
opinion.
P4, but
We're
with
9-0
Zed
or
making the
something
play
like
that
that.
he did, just
And on
slowly
hard
wrapping
point,
around Aqua, gets that kill,
really
and he forces
scary.
the players from Legion to spawn all
I
the way
think
out
that would
towards
be
yellow.
top 3.
So without him making that play, the route man and
And
young
right
Zed,
there.
he makes great plays when it comes to that SMG, and he knows exactly what situation are at hand. He knew exactly how he needs to play that. Getting that kill spawns all of Paris out, and the guy's just been making plays. That's why he's the playmaker for the squad.
Definitely, man. Zed being the playmaker, he's talked about it constantly.
Yeah,
What this
LG
team can
was-
do
yeah, nice.
with some
Not that
momentum
bad.
under them, and
Pretty good
this is a
match.
series that can kind of just continue on that momentum spree. With up with their ability and the hard points, the way that they have played, it's impressive to see. Well, there he is. It's the Sean man, ready for an interview with Lottie. When we come back after this quick break.
Yeah. So let's look at the bracket while they're on break. So you guys can see. Am I blocking anything? It's black anyways. Okay, so see right here. Did I say LAT? Oh yeah, I said LA Thieves is gonna win that. We're gonna have that today. That's gonna be the last match for today. And then NY versus them. NY should win that. Atlanta should win this. Should be Toronto versus Atlanta. I predict Toronto. Yeah, Toronto versus NY. That'd be a good matchup too. Chicago after Chicago. That's spicy after Chicago. That kind of stuff. They should be able to win against these two teams if they don't. Holy crap! It was either LAG or Seattle. Not big fans in the wild, but I think they should be able to win that matchup. Man. If they don't, big problems in that team's department. But yeah, we got this matchup coming up.
America's largest and fastest
Idiot, we got
5G
this matchup
network.
coming up. I don't know what. LAG versus Seattle. So yeah, what do you guys got for this? I don't know. We haven't talked about this yet. Stream so far. LAG versus Seattle. Looks like it's I gotta see the maps first. But, no maps. That's alright. Chino's been a pretty good all-around player. Yeah, I don't know, I just feel like to me, it's Decimate or Chino. Those guys can change it for this. Whoever goes bigger, in my opinion, is probably gonna be the one to win that. Because those two guys are like the big, obviously, new
Call of
links to
Duty
the
League
teams.
is presented by T-Mobile, now America's largest and fastest 5G network. Set your sights on the competition with T-Mobile, the leader in 5G. Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Empire Mutineers. Yeah, like, I don't know what happened, but
The
yeah.
official eyewear for the CDL.
They,
Armor your eyes with ZeniBlock's blue light protection
guys are
glasses
Mutineers, man.
by
They're all
visiting
pretty cool
zeni.com
guys. We don't see much of
/gaming.
them, but I think they have good capture of 11. You put the volume on this little yeah, this for me. Yeah, I fucked up the audio.
Hello, all you lovely people, and welcome to the Game for Victory Spotlight.
Try to,
Joining me
I think
first
this,
up this
I
major,
moved,
from the London Royal Ravens after an epic win against Paris Legion.
I think I moved the
I
mic.
got to ask you about your journey so far.
Should be
You
louder
guys
now.
have had some struggles this season.
See, I
ups and
try
downs,
not to have a favorite,
here and
because
there. But to come into this major right now and win the first match of this major, what's this journey been like for you?
let me actually do this.
Honestly, it's been a long run. Like from the start of the season, it's been a lot of ups and downs outside of our control, of course.
Let me know if
I'm
the audio's
happy
better.
now that we've got a team.
My favorite
that's
teams.
working together
I like the teams that are the best because I can learn the most from them. So yeah, I think
improving our
it's
game,
right now.
and we've actually had
Like I
time
gave
to
my
work
top three.
with
Those are my
team,
top
and
three
it's
favorite
showing after
teams.
the first two matches that how
Ultra,
much progression
NY,
we've had.
and
So it's good to come in and beat Paris first game, the
FaZe.
European team,
Those are my
and
three favorite
obviously
teams right now.
one of the old London guys. Obviously,
I would have
it
said
was
Empire, but
first time we've
they
played
made
since
a
that
crazy
happened.
decision
So,
dropping Hook.
I knew it was going to be a win.
But,
it was a good game. I was looking forward to it, and I'm happy that we took the win. Sorry.
How do you find
I'm so happy, and you know we really have been following, you know, the struggles and the ups and downs, and I feel like after you brought Paul X on, I feel like you've been your best selves and you've really improved there as well. So what has it been like bringing on Paul X, the way that the team are feeling now after so many different matches under your belts, and what does he bring to the team daily?
So Paul is honestly just very, very talented. He's he has like 50-50 with his small, but I'll let him off because he bails himself out a lot.
Every single time
Brings
the
a lot,
cast goes on him,
he's like a player that just bails us out if we ever end up in a bad situation, so we kind of let him do his thing. But he's been fitting in pretty well with the team. He's been like just becoming one like the London guys, like becoming one of us. And it's good to see that he's coming into his own in this team and he's shown in the matches now that how good he actually is, and he's only going to get better. So.
Freaking,
love to see it, mate. We love to see it, especially as all those London fans out there. Just to name a few. Miles Ross. But next up, another newcomer, just like Paul Stanley, who has made a huge difference to his team. Rocket is up next for you guys.
Like
How
that team.
are you going to tackle this Minnesota squad?
I'm Northeast, so too. They can
honestly, there's nothing
New York
special
City.
to like, attack that team. I feel like right now,
if I was a casual fan, I'd probably win the team.
We're playing, especially in respawn. So.
I like all
if
those
we
guys
just keep playing our own game against them, it's just shutting down Standy. If Standy goes off, it'll be a close series. If not, I feel like it's going to be out of their control. So yeah, so it's pretty much planning on shutting down Standy. If we do that, I can't see it going the distance. But I feel like it's all on that kid. So.
Love the game plan, fella. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope it's coming home for you guys this major. Appreciate it, Shawnee, and best of luck.
Thanks, none of you.
There we go. We have heard from Shawnee himself, and you know what? The London Royal Ravens are sailing on through. Back into the bracket they go. Paris Legion, it's goodbye, good night. See you next time. But talking about next time, next up, we have an epic match for everybody. A banger, so to speak. LAG versus Seattle Surge. It's going to be an absolutely incredible. You can see our
pretty sick. They did the
Raven. See who's going to be coming on his map next. But we'll see you guys after the break to find out the winner of the next one.
Alright guys, you know what's gonna happen. Okay, go ahead.
All 5G networks are
try to watch this. Bring this. Gotta refresh. I'm not even signed up into this. Because
You know what I'm doing right now. I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
This is the new computer I'm using.
Free now.
Eliminated. Finish 11 through 12. 3. Damn. 0 earnings, 0. Yeah, points. Who shit the bed? Classic. Speech was right, guys. Drop classic. 0.76. I'm just kidding. But still, even if you weren't going to show me that stat, I would have said classic, but that just puts the hammer on the nail. Nail on the nail. Oh. Change format I'd like to see. I don't care what you'd like to see. I'm just kidding. What next? Paris picking up another player who can't decide if he wants to run a 74U or Craig. Maybe you're a natural SMG player to run 74U classic. Then Elevate says what I agree with, more pain. But that's what's next. You guys can't read that. Batting through midnight being advertised on stream. Thoughts.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameStore. Unlock a CDL team pack with any purchase on GameStore.com/CDL while supplies last. Offer ends on August 31st. Tournament audio is
this should be a good match.
Powered by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix amp of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stage 3 Major presented by USAA. A lovely shot of some good old LA. I tell you what, man, I cannot wait to get back there. But until then, we've got to dive into what is going to be an amazing series. Seattle Surge taking on the LA Guerrillas in another elimination match. We're starting off the day hot. Somebody is going to be going home as we take a look at our bracket, seeing how everything to be going
good matches coming out. 3 of them. First off, right here we got LAG versus Seattle Surge, and even here you can see it. So these are gonna be the next match after this one. LAG versus Seattle Surge. FaZe, that's gonna be really good. And after that, we're gonna have another match. Mutineers versus
top 12 placement is not the way that you want to sit if you're either of these two teams. A big one, to put it lightly.
Yeah, this is going to be a great series. We have one side, which is going to be LAG, which in their last 3 series, they went all the way to a Game 5 versus some top competition. It's not really easy to
for me,
but unfortunately, they find themselves in a bunch of losses there. But
I mean,
those map close, you got to be feeling really good. On the opposite side, you have the Surge, who didn't get a single.
I said LAG before, so I'm gonna go with them. I think it's gonna be another 3-1.
And with Decimate, they are currently 0-2. They've won 1 hard point and 1 search and destroy.
She's really good at S&D.
They put a lot of time and a lot of practice in on the back end, so they can prepare for this major here.
As we've said it, man, hey, in the elimination bracket, your run starts here. It starts at the very beginning of the elimination bracket. This is where that run can start to begin. But as you said, right, it's going to be our first team. It's a group of veterans looking to try to prove themselves for the last few matches.
I think LAG's going to get S&D. They're going to get the hard point.
The tide today. Let's go and beat the team.
They're going to get one. LAG's going to get 1 hard point. They're going to get the S&D, and then they're going to get the control. No, that doesn't make any sense. So that'll be a 3-0. I'm fucking idiot. Maybe I agree with you, Mac. Then maybe I agree with you. 3-0. Fuck it. Go my boy. 3-0 LAG. Oh, I remember this stadium. I remember the beginning of the season. Sounds pretty dope. Seems like would pick LAG 3-1, but I can't. Maybe they lose 1 hard.
All right, there's a look at your LA Guerrillas. I mean, what stud? They've lost the last 3 straight games.
It definitely won't take.
I gotta ask you though, kind of given the fact that they are in this situation where they
you never know. It's Call of Duty, honestly.
In their last 3 series,
especially with these teams being so close, I think they're pretty good, close skill-wise. So
yeah, it definitely does.
Sometimes it could just be the team day, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just
when I look at LAG,
not your day.
That's
the crowd thought is sometimes. That's what makes it so entertaining.
That search and destroy, check the control. can go in their favor. It's basically 50-50.
Yeah, we could all
not playing raid. But then on the opposite side, it's that hard point, that struggle for them, that they only have 2 wins on 2 different maps. They're going to be Garrison and Checkmate. Every other hard point, they have 1 win. So if they can work on that hard point, just being more consistent, because they play a lot of teams close in that game mode. It's all about just closing down in the final moments, because that's when they really set the up.
As you said, right, it's hard point for the Guerrilla side, and on the other side, it has been those controls. It's going to be a talking point. You know it, fans of the Surge. You've had us talk about this a multitude of different times, but again, maybe today could be where things start to look a little bit different. This team is hyped. They're ready to come into this match and end their current losing streak, sitting at 6 series in a row. A big one for this team. It's the Seattle Surge.
Who do you support? Like I said before, I kind of enjoy watching the best teams because I kind of want to be a student of the game, obviously, to improve the channel more. So my favorite teams are the best teams. Right now, my top 3 are obviously third NYSL. I got second Atlanta FaZe, and first Toronto. And that's also the order I think Major's going to go in for the top 3. And that's what I think is the best. And those are my favorite teams. The teams that are the best because I can learn the most from them. You know.
Recently is off of that roster change, bringing Decimate into the lineup instead. The honeymoon period, as we've seen Octane talk about it quite often, unfortunately does not come into effect for them as they've lost their last 2 with the new addition.
Yeah, it's just not very good for Seattle. You know, even before they picked him up, 0-3 start with Looney just wasn't a good fit. So they make that roster adjustment. They pick up Decimate, which is one of those SMG players who can really help in the playing department. But so far, he hasn't really done so. Like I said, they've only won 1 hard point. They've won 1 search and destroy, and that's been in 2 different series. And now let's just hop right into our game field keys to victory for the Seattle Surge. They need to be more consistent out of the gate. This rut that Gunless and Pristini have returned from stage 1 form, and that's really bad because Gunless and Pristini, they were starting to get consistent throughout stage 2, and unfortunately they find themselves back in this position. Now Surge must figure out control. 3-15 on the season, worst throughout the entire CDL. Only ones they have are on Garrison, and that's good because they aren't playing a Garrison control. I'm mind blown about that one, but they've got that one in. And they continue to great teamwork in Search and Destroy against top caliber teams in the mode. The one Search and Destroy that they do have underneath their belt, they were playing so well. Decimate and Pristini were really out there just being those playmakers, and their play calls, especially on a map like Checkmate, were on point. But we talked about it in those keys to victory. Pristini and Gunless, they need to get back to that stage 2 form with that consistency if they want to start competing against these top teams.
Yeah, the conversation really since the entirety of the CDL kicked off for this team. It's been about those players, but now on the
can't rely on S&D as much. Really good S&D
Guerrillas can't rely on Search Destroy as much as they have in the past. The Guerrillas must chain together some respawn victories. So far in Hardpoint, they're the 12th ranked team. In Control, they're the 11th ranked team, and that Control map pool is too much of a weakness as they are 1 in 10 on Checkmate and Garrison combined. As you said, we do have that Garrison in, and that could be pretty problematic. And they also have to be better down the stretch. I think I said a minute ago that they've lost their last 3. No, they actually lost their last 4 series.
God,
their last 3 have all been in game.
Yeah,
does that kind of give you hope for this team? I should have said like how much hope does that?
They're obviously weak in Search and Destroy right now, and that's kind of a lot to ask for a high because he's so new, right? But if he gets better at E, that team, that's a good E team, bro. Yeah, I think they could win this tournament. Get a victory, don't lose.
But now kind of looking at game 5 here.
I could have said it better, guys. That's it. That's it. The channel's done. That's it. Felipe just solved the problem to all of us. Do not lose.
I think it's the middle 3
I'm done.
because I didn't expect the Surge to be able to win the vetoes the way that they did. Getting Garrison control, that was what we were expecting.
NY comes better at Search and Destroy.
Or Garrison, but Garrison slips in, which is their best control map. The only one.
Like I said, it's a lot to ask. Hydra, but he's a talented player. He's got really good teachers around him on that team, including not even players, but you got Revan too, really knowledgeable guy. If he learns from that,
don't really know how the vetoes worked here. They probably put a lot of practice in on a couple of these different maps, so they feel a lot more confident. But in this very first hard point, I feel like this one can go either way. That map
0-2. They must be confident that they got better in scrims on this map.
Well, I guess I should ask you then, you know, considering how 2, 3, and 4 look, does that kind of raise your awareness for this opening hard point for Guerrillas? How important is this one now for them to take?
Yes. This one is really important because we know what kind of team Guerrillas can be. They can come out, they can possibly, take that game 2 search and destroy and tie the series up. But to start off 1-0, this is a game mode that they're sitting dead last throughout every single team in the CDL. And it's just not good when you have 3 world champions that have competed together on the same exact team. They know what it takes to be good at this game mode. It's all about the slaying, all about the positioning on the map. And make sure you're doing the fundamentals correctly.
I think comms
so walking away with this map
is
number 1
more
if you're
for
LAG would
respawn,
be the
probably
best case
weaker
scenario.
That's true. Also, that's another thing. Great.
That's kind of the terrifying part, as you said.
Awesome that you brought that up. That's something I didn't talk about. It's so important to communicate well. And there's a language barrier. I mean, like they're saying he speaks well, COD-wise. Like I don't know if you watched the flanker or anything, but they had him. It sounded pretty bad, honestly, him talking regularly, but in COD competitive, he's fluent. But there's, it's very, very important to have comms at FND, and again, that's a lot to ask for him in that. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see his SND game, see if that's improved. But yeah, I think that's what they're going to have to do. I think they're going to have to be good at FND to win this tournament. But again, they're the best hardpoint team.
He's going to try to flood through top green. The pinches coming in from breaks. So his teammates are eventually able to get back into the party.
Playing against FaZe too, potentially in SND. They've been doing really well, and they have, not a coach again, bring that up. They got Tupac Bugler, the top SND player, and ever since he joined them, they've been doing really well. They've got good strats. Yeah.
So far, the Surge have control.
My bad, but just you gotta think. You gotta think. Can I do? You got. I can't. Methods. I used to be able to do methods. You gotta think, man. If NYSL get better as SND, they're gonna be unstoppable.
Looking at Guerrillas now for that P3, they are set up and really do not want to lose back-to-back money hills. A lot of time needing to be grabbed on this particular HP as Silly looks to be crafty toward the middle side. Estimate he's been throwing some punches, but this time it's Justin Fargo with the hands himself. As 56-16, that lead hopefully begins to dissipate. You are a Guerrillas fan as Silly continues to cause problems through the middle side, finally getting shut down.
Yeah, he was just trying to stall enough time for his teammates.
Should definitely still be able to get all this time for LAG and come back on this.
Just wanted to back, and Chino currently on a 4 spree, holding down this entire mid map. And just the positioning right now, LAG is so good because they're just holding multiple different layers right now for the Surge to try to break through this. Eventually, number 7 is going to drop, and that's going to be another 3 dead. So far, this has been a great hold out of LAG, a good
Zanny is comedy, bro. Love Zanny. He's always been funny, man. Like, Ghost is Fat Zanny. I'm fat.
He's got a nice lineup coming up next.
It's funny, man. Seeing all these guys grow up, dude. It's crazy. It's something that Optic talked about on the podcast. Like back in Black Ops 2 days, I was literally like 13, 12, 14, right? And now I'm 22 years old.
Back and forth we go.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now we can be fine with these pro players smoking weed and shit, and even knowing that they did it back then. But imagine if we knew it back then, and we were all kids, so it would have been a bad influence, whatever. But, you know what I'm saying? Love the community. I think we have the most entertaining pros, in my opinion, obviously, out of any esport. I'm really thankful for that. I don't want to bring up the comms because I did before, and I fucked up the audio, so I don't know. Let me know if you guys can hear, listen.
They're gonna be budget to the right, rotate over to the right, both of you guys, one top green, one to the right.
He knows that's one here.
Gunnless on them exactly what to do.
They're going
That's
to
good.
I think they're going to middle. There's 2 top green. The other one just peek me top green. One peek me top green. Assault, really weak top green. 2 top green. 2 top green. 2 top green. We're gonna spawn on the back bricks. Nice. One more green. One is top middle. One is top middle fast. One is top middle on.
We're getting old, man. 22?
No one, no. Shit. One could be inside bricks. One on time, You could be inside bricks right now.
You ever been to an event? It sounds like you're from the UK. Saying that you've been to an event.
I got top green right now. I'm trying to get square feet.
Shit, you got a job, bro? I got school, I got my channel going, and I got a job. I'm almost done with school here, but yeah, it's...
Top green, so dad, got one.
You know, I'm thankful that I saw my parents supporting me and stuff like that.
Might start flipping.
Yeah,
flipping.
I got
Yeah,
one,
back
two.
chain. Back L chain. Double C1. Double C1. One is catch up.
That's why I would love to stream on the weekends, because there's obviously going to be finals of the tournament, better matches, but I can't because I work on those days.
On all dead.
Alright, first steps.
Funny breaks. I'm pretty sure, guys. One's gonna be mini most likely.
Top green on me. I don't see many.
Wanna kill the guy on time, dead?
Yeah, let's see that one comes.
Top green
There's something.
Last two here, one's gonna push me top green.
Yeah,
I'm dead.
Top green dead.
I got one. Billy's over by caution.
Look at my event.
Oh, you're a fucking idiot. Holy shit. You meant when you were a kid. I thought you were talking about right now. Fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, those were the days, man, being a kid, just getting home from school, hopping on Black Ops 2, watching 8-shot streams.
No one else really
Those were the
talking. How
days.
do you feel about it now this time around?
But,
I really love the
yeah, I used to watch
they
Modern Warfare
were
3.
into
That's
the
how I got
game, like
interested
they were
into
all
the scene. A
focused
lot
on what
people
the
be
next play
joining
was
Black
gonna
Ops
be.
2. I joined Modern
Gunless is
Warfare
still
3.
leading the pack. He's making sure that he's holding
watch
down top
Optic,
positions, letting everyone know what needs to be watched.
watch
When I
Rambo
watched this,
play,
even when they were listening, it's just
Stump,
looking at
obviously.
the scoreboard
I remember,
for all these
like,
guys. There was
every
three
single
people
time
who
Optic was
basically
done
double
scrimming,
negative. The only one
Rambo
positive was
would
Destiny.
get questions from
And
the
when we talked about it, Gunless and
answer
Pristine need to
questions
get
from
back to that
gameplay,
consistent
all that
level
kind of
play,
stuff.
so they can start fighting a lot better in towards these respawn
Sounds
games
like it,
versus a
bro.
lot of these
You
teams.
guys,
And here
your
comes the
crowd's
artillery
fucking
coming in from
awesome.
Chino. Eventually, the pinch is going to come in, able to
really
take down
wish
one,
I
takes
had
down the
the
second with this gun. As the pinch is going to come in, LAG are able to fight in towards that P2, gain control, and keep the
Same,
spawn
man.
just like that.
You might be
LAG
my
will be
twin. You
fully
might be
set
my
up
twin
with
from
40
UK,
seconds
bro. I
remaining.
worked that. I
This
started
could
working
get real
exactly
bad
that
for the
age.
Surge
I
real
started
quick.
working.
Absolutely can, my friend.
I graduated
the way
in
towards
17.
top green, and we talk about
Started
leading,
working
right? Just in terms of Seattle, as you said, like this performance recently from Pristine and Gunless so far throughout this stage, and granted, you know, they were 0-5, so of course their stats are not going to be amazing.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was like I'm thinking of fuck it. Like I got out of work at 4 p.m. The matches obviously start at 3 p.m. So I'm thinking of like just rather than doing the whole to be like, okay guys, I'm gonna hop on and for example the semifinals are going on or the loser bracket and finals are going on, rather than stream the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
He was throwing up the worst stats on this roster. He was one of those leaders.
Benson,
He was a
play myself
playmaker.
was
He was a play
favorite
caller, and he would
favorite
set up his teammates so
COD,
would tell them exactly where they need to be. And that's probably something that right now.
Black Ops 2,
Pristine are trying
man.
to
I
work
know a lot
out
of people
is
say it, but
what positions they
that's
need
why
to
we
be
all
at,
say it
where
was
they
the
need
best
to be
competitive
aggressive, and
COD.
it's just not really been working
The
out.
meta,
for
the
them. Gunless
guns,
being
the
only leader,
community, the
Destiny is currently sitting
drama,
at 22
the
and 12.
tournaments,
But Pristine on the other side is at
storylines.
8 and 18. They do
It was
have the
the
spawns
best,
for this P3 hardpoint, but LA
League play obviously was the best too. I mean, like, no, it was good, but like the best ranking system was probably World War II, obviously. But yeah, the best one. Black Ops 2, no doubt.
On Gunless, he is going off right now, as that's going to be a little positive right now for him. Trying to cause some issues up close as he finally does get net with the AR shots from the other side out of Assault. But got ourselves a 30-point game, Seattle, and a major need to try and shut down. There should be some good time here from the Guerrillas.
Oh, Destiny's really good too. 24 and 14. They're losing right now.
And that could open up the play.
Wow.
You see Guerrillas kind of utilizing that guerrilla type warfare, right? Kind of trying to hide behind any perspective that they can.
Yeah, you know, like
having players
Black Ops 2, you know.
and watching that flank, and that's the read down. Of course,
Sucks that you missed it. I just gotta be honest.
Guerrillas,
What's the next better
spot
game?
for the moment
I'm
as they
assuming you
continue to
got
pile on
Black
the
Ops 3.
seconds.
Black Ops 3 was.
Yeah,
Was a good,
205 to
I like
126,
that game.
25
You know, I
seconds
had a lot of
remaining
fun
on the
playing
clock.
it.
They're keeping the surge spawning out towards back P3.
I don't know. I think that's,
Back and forth right
in my
now.
opinion,
Octane, he's currently
the
trying
second
to
best
stay
competitive
alive,
COD.
time for his teammates, but it looked like he eventually
Yeah,
got
I
stuck
think
in the
it has
map
to be
right
Black
there and
Ops
couldn't
3.
move. Eventually, he's gonna get traded. And now the
I think the
surge.
play probably.
Still
Oh
getting
yeah.
back spawns. This is the
Advanced
best case
Warfare.
scenario for LAG. The
Very
time
entertaining
gonna
to
run
watch,
on
but like.
on P4, but they are fully set up
As
for P5.
all these guys
If
have
these
said,
kills
they
right
really
here,
didn't
it's
even
gonna be really
practice
bad
much
for
in
the
Advanced
Surge because
Warfare.
they
It was
can set up a
literally
pinch,
like
but
if you were a
two
skill
kills are
player,
gonna go
you
in
could
favor
just
of the
hop
Surge,
on,
make it
you had a
3,
skill team
and just
like
like that,
FaZe
they're able to
were
fight
or
out of
Optic
this trap
where
that they
you
had
were
the
able
potential to get put
to be
into.
nasty still
Now,
without much
gaining some
practice.
time onto this clock off that
It was
P5.
entertaining to watch. And, you know, players are gassing up playing too. They obviously all want the next, not all, but some of the pros, they want the next game to be a jetpack game, which doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. But yeah, it was fun to watch, bro. Like, I still remember the moments, the first major tournament where Sensor gets that kill on Nade shot. That storyline was crazy. FaZe versus Optic. The stint with Nade shot on it, the stint with Arma on Optic, obviously, and the dynasty that they went on that began there. The FaZe team there, Optic versus FaZe, we saw the matchup all the time through Advanced Warfare. That made it really, really blind, man. It was very entertaining. Skill gap was crazy, and it was fun to play it at. Old nasty was not just playing. But yeah, it was fun to play at. But, yeah, I enjoyed playing that as well. I just don't think it was the best competitive game.
They have to make sure that they don't
imagine watching the guys. Imagine watching Sim play
off of the split spawn right there. LAG were able to get 2 players spawn behind Octane, so he has no awareness
Sim
there.
versus
He's
Scum.
gonna get pinched, and with only 5 seconds
something
left,
like that.
they have to try to float out through lights. But after you're able to take down 2, Silly with the 3rd, no one is able to pick up any time. But they're just cutting off these players off. LAG in a position to close out that map number 1 in a great fashion from start to finish. The opposite side, Decimate, he had himself a map, but just wasn't enough to stop the firing power from LAG on that map number 1.
Decimate,
Based off of how Decimate was firing, like this is just going to be a different Surge team. They were going to wipe away the Apocalypse and the Moscow Woes in their last matchup versus
stuff like this, just kick it, stop matches, and someone should have somebody with me and I don't know, I'm not down.
Try and balance. It's the P1.
Really click on a previous video. I got a description when I talk. You sound very, very knowledgeable. You want to hop on the stream, hop on the Discord, talk on it. I don't know. AW Sim would be nasty, man. It's selling too. He do the crediest spots and movement. Selling too. I was trying to think of other guys. The skill level these guys are at now, they would pull some crazy shit.
Yeah, it's a big one indeed, man, because they're going to go into an Express Search and Destroy, which is going to be that map number 2, where both of these teams are really good at it. You have 4 and 2 on the side of LG, and 3 and 1 on the side of Surge. The only reason why
they even
I would put the
they don't see it
LG
like
is because
massively
recently
tilted,
making that roster change for Decimate.
or
They
straight
have to
hard
work out
bounce,
a couple
1-7
of the plays that they want to get done on the map, but it's a good start for LAG to walk out with that hard point. Especially with the way that they started, they were able to guarantee of the very first rotation, get a full 60 on that P3, which really opened up the game. On the opposite side, you just have some inconsistent play. Once again, out of Racine and Gunless, these guys have yet to find their form with the new player in Decimate. The guy just dropped 32 and 20, just wasn't clicking for these guys, but fortunately they find themselves down now 0-1.
Yeah, basically put as many kills on the board as Persini and Gunless did together. So, some of the change that right needed for Surge. Now coming into the Search and Destroy, a big one up next here on Express. Both teams like themselves some Search and Destroy and Express, so who knows how this one could go. Again, folks, and it is an elimination match. Did LAG find themselves up 2-0, or will we see Seattle answer back to bring us to a 1-1 scoreline? We'll find out. You come back.
LAG are 4 and 2 in this. I don't even know what the solution is for Surge. I genuinely thought Looney with the issue as a sub-sling was like a solution. I don't know. Just had Decimate there go big and fucking Looney and Persini didn't show up. I thought it was Looney too. LA Thieves, Florida. I only went LA Thieves because I feel like Hugh is now. He's now should be set with these guys. They only had a week and a half or so of practice, but I feel like he's there. I feel like it's their time to shine right now. Florida can still pull it out. I feel like that could go to a game 5. And I even think that's more likely to go to a game 5 than obviously Atlanta FaZe versus Dallas after. But I'm gonna go game 5 LA Thieves. Aki agrees. Thieves, okay. Yeah. You gotta think. LA Thieves should flank. Bro, that's what exactly I was thinking of right now. Like, I feel for TJ. I don't think he should have been dropped. I don't know if it was a problem, but like he was playing perfectly fine. I don't think he should have been dropped. I just don't agree with that. The guy is so good at SM2. He's playing well. I don't know. Obviously, you do pick up hook in any situation. Almost all, not even all, probably all. Like you would switch it. You can't pass up that opportunity, right? Like Nate Shot said. But I think you keep TJ on that. Keep TJ on the team. That would have been nice. But freaking yeah, man. I think Pressure's, I like the guy, you know, seems pretty cool. He has a come up story and he was a fan just like us, right? Literally got an autograph from one of the pro players at a tournament, right? Posted it on Twitter and shit. And now he's here playing in the league. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I haven't really been seeing much of him do so well to be like, oh, okay, yeah, he's at it. I feel like Draws was doing good. Like, I know it would have been faster than him. Should have been Draws
by visiting zenny.com/gaming. Hello everybody and welcome back to another roundtable. I want to know what you think of Toronto's epic run and how on earth they did take down Atlanta FaZe.
Well, I think everyone's talked about Toronto being this like incredible team, like they're the monsters that can't be stopped. Like they're almost the opposite of Atlanta FaZe. Like they're not very flashy. They're not like, you know, super bombastic on the map. They just do a really, really good job. Like it's very, very sound, fundamentally great COD, and it's just nice and easy to watch.
To me, it was pretty similar to what Atlanta FaZe did in Stage 1. They dominated Search and Destroy and Control.
I disagree with Miles on one thing.
Can you look at
disgusting.
both of
Kenny's
their
become a superstar. Kleenex can pop off like anyone.
I'm gonna look at.
Like, they are playing the right way, and it can
Oh,
be very
okay.
fundamental.
Well,
But they
he's a
are
junk
ultra talented.
I want you guys to talk about what you think about Atlanta FaZe currently. You know,
So
where
we're
did they
gonna
go
look
wrong?
at.
Because our last roundtable was
Ooh,
about
okay.
their dominance.
It is
That's
very,
stupid.
very
Why
hard
can't
to
you
stay
just-
ahead while everyone is trying to catch you. I'm excited to see if they can.
I'm trying to
do
see
it,
if I
but
can find
don't
these
know if FaZe
guys,
got
but-
complacent
Oh,
exactly. I'm not
that's what we're
exactly
looking
sure
for.
what went wrong. It has been kind of odd for
Oh,
me.
these guys
They
are here.
digressed, and I didn't expect that.
Could
I
I
just worry that like
click
being
on
so in their own heads is causing FaZe more
team
harm.
stats?
I don't know. It's a weird situation. I'm with you there. It's like I don't know truly why they're
Zero
losing.
ability.
Like the way they
Can
are.
we click
I mean,
on
listen,
the
at the end
player
of the day, these guys
stats?
won Stage 1. They got second in Stage 2. It's not like they're falling off. They're still top 3 heading into the major.
Yeah,
so,
my stream is turning my freaking
they know that there's
internet
still work to be
slow.
done. But I think there's an overall goal for Atlanta FaZe, which is
Okay, so they're
the
here.
final.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, I love you three. We love you, YouTube. Thank
Draws
you
is
so much for
0.99, Venom is 0.92.
And I'll tell you
Draws is
what,
1.23, Venom is
It's been
0.98.
insane, and I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for what this major is going to bring. I'm
ready,
we'll
Raj.
see you guys at the third major of the Call of Duty.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he maybe has a role. But stats don't tell the full story.
Everybody, welcome back to the Stage 3 Major. We are currently in the middle of Series 2 of 4 to start this bad boy off. This is elimination game as we are experiencing a few technical problems. Now, okay, everybody calm down. Nobody worry.
No.
Nobody worry at
No.
all.
Man,
It
I
is
won't
on the
calm
Guerrillas
down.
side, so we
Fuck,
are
man.
working on getting everything figured out. So that kind of gives us a little bit of an opportunity, Stud, to talk a little bit more about the search and destroy. And specifically, when we talk about really both of these teams, primarily for the Guerrillas, search and destroy has kind of been that mode for them, right? Despite how lackluster the hardpoint has been, despite how bad the control can be at times, search and destroy has continued.
Chino and Search and Destroy, the guy's just a great player. Like when you think about a guy who just fills any gap and would just you throw him in a pond full of freaking piranhas and the guy will come out on top still, just because he's that kind of player where you can put him in any position and he will always try to come out on top.
really good,
Obviously, the hard point stat is not what we
shit.
really look at. 54th out of 56, 58 players, which is not really good, but they continuously play their hard points really close versus a lot of teams. Search and Destroy, when we can talk about LAG, they're a 2-3-5 kind of team. So that Search and Destroy game mode, I've teamed with Chino in the past. Me and him have done multiple crazy clutches back in the day, so I know what kind of player he can be and bring to the team on that game.
I get where you're coming from.
He just
Back
has that
again,
instinct.
bro.
He
It's not
always
very
puts himself in
knowledgeable.
position,
You want
and
to join
he's
the
always
Discord.
playing around his teammates, so he's
It's
never
all
trying to
me,
do an
well,
individual play. And that's
it's fine if
what's
you just
so
want
good
to chill
about
and
Chino's
feel
gameplay
free
is that
shit,
regardless of
chilling
whatever it is,
and all
the guy
that. But you
will
want to join
always
the
choose
Discord?
teamwork over anything.
Or the ones
That's a great call. And I
to
feel
join
like
the
there are
little
a
link. It's
lot
here.
of people maybe kind of in the Call of Duty community who just maybe weren't
Let me know
around
if
right
you're
whenever we
down
would see
to
Team play, but I just
Discord
remember,
to
like, I think
talk
it's like
the
Black
matches.
Ops 3. I want to say he was like
I
on
made
a
a hard
dream team, like back in the day.
2
and
hours
he was
literally.
just a slayer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up, Stud. I didn't mean to bring it up. But at the very least, right, in terms of going off on it, Chi was that guy. I just remember, like, everybody was like, if Chi is going off, that team is going to win. I know now kind of in a little bit of a different role for him, or rather in this particular team, but there's a reason why, you know, given the subs that Guerrillas have, that they look towards somebody like Chino to get brought onto this team because he fits their system. And obviously, like we said, he is just kind of a continual contributor in those search and destroys, just continuing to elevate them in that particular mode. And at times, like I said, he can take over in the respawns. Like, there is no doubt. Like, the way that LAG started off this season, man, what was it, the nice 3-0 versus Paris? I don't even remember what the stats
should
were.
have that.
He had himself a game. He has those potentials at times to be that dominant force.
He does, man. It's just not only his gameplay. The guy's just an overall great guy. And when you're sitting right next to him, he's going to be hyping you up even if you get in a regular kill. And that's just something that people really enjoy about Chino, is that his energy to the game, as much passion as he brings to the game, and just the love for the game that he has of Call of Duty. It's just awesome to see, man. I'm happy to see him back in the league, having such a great map. No one picking up some sets of streets. And now you're going to go into this map number 2, where Search and Destroy is your bread and butter. And a map like Express, we've been playing it for like 12 years. The guy knows exactly what's going to go on. And hopefully they find themselves up 2-0 after this map.
Definitely, man. It's gonna be fun, right? To kind of watch the new additions. I know for LAG, it's been, you know, they've had more time to sit on it and kind of figure out what exactly their game plan is. But now let's go and take a look at our quick scope presented by Scuff. Really, when you take a look at these, you think, okay, well, probably the control, because it's not been great for LAG. They are the 11th ranked team, probably not going to be preferred. Oh yeah, that's right. Surge, they've only won 3 controls. So there's that. Yeah. Not too good.
Not too good at all.
So this should be
it's either they're getting a 415, which is going to be the J-Cap, or the 316, which is going to be stone cold. But we will find out right after this, guys. Don't worry. The issues will be resolved. And soon the game will be back up. Just give it a second, and we will be right back.
You join that up, Mac, if you want to talk on Discord, bro. Or any other you guys. I really don't mind, because this is wild. I'm literally kind of tilted right now because need this. We got S&D Express. Bro, exactly, right? Like, imagine I had somebody else with me here talking. It would be so entertaining. And you're wrong. Like, it's cool that you guys are talking in the chat. I was asking questions. I had somebody else to shoot the shit with. What the fuck? Like, I swear this thing's like shutting down my windows. I want... search. Yeah, S&D Express. What's the record? S&D Express is 3-1 for them. LAG, let's see. Year S&D Express. Yeah, join up to Discord and then leave to like a call or something. Get talk one-on-one. Express 4-2. They are 3-1. Holy shit! What else could we learn from this?
Final 10 seconds. This is it. You gotta go. This is for the reverse sweeping control.
I mean, not much different than stats. But wouldn't you want to veto?
It should be all she wrote. Oh my word, LAG.
I got Donnie. Nick still there?
Then we got, what else is next? Guaranteed control Garrison. God damn, they had 3 and 5 on control. Garrison is Seattle Surge. Wow. LAG 0 and 5 on control Garrison.
Good luck, have fun, and he gets killed immediately. The London Royal Ravens, job well
I don't know, these videos are shit. For Seattle Surge. Interesting. I mean, for LAG.
Is that range left?
No.
I don't know.
I don't see it anymore.
Alright, let's wait. And actually, let's do Reddit.
Go, man. Go, baby. Go, bro. Let's fucking go, bro.
They stopped it. Oh my god. I thought they had won it there, but Benjamin Vance is still here.
Yeah, 10-9.
Ends from the top row. GG Paris. We won 3-1. If we can fix our S&D, then we'll make a nice run this week. Funny to see you make Paris lose 2 years running.
Able to clutch up in that round 5.
He's water side.
No, close, Ellie, close,
I'm up the point.
I think they do. It feels like it. Right? I think they do cast some box. It just feels like they know cast more than American Maven. I do agree with that, but I guess I'm wrong. Joe and Maven cast 4 series out of a total of 10 every week. Last 2 matches on Saturdays and Sundays. I believe it can split as 3 and 3 between the other duos.
I'll get back. I made it. Full back 10. They're all front. I think they're all gonna be front. I'm team shotting with you, P-Down. I got it. Sit down. Grab torch on the back. Grab torch on the back. Back door. Front.
Let's go, baby.
Let's
go, baby.
Let's cut the map in half. We're just fighting. Okay. It is a gauntlet at mid. Time is not it. Third time's not the charm at all. No. They just got slaughtered.
Right, man. One was ring. There's a ring. Assault dead. Nice.
There's a ring.
Last guy. Ring, last guy.
Go, boys.
Go. Good comeback. Good comeback. That control is bad, but good rest of the series.
Okay. Thieves can lock it down here. From Kenny's POV we go. What a monster he has been. 1. Give him a second.
Big casters.
His teammates look to pick that up. Just a couple more ticks and that'll be it. Thieves. They are the real
favorite casters. Really like Miles and Chance. Like if I was a caster, I would inspire. Wait, I'm fucking idiot. I would inspire. Oh shit. To be a mixture of those 2 in 1. Yeah, I feel like Chance is very knowledgeable about the game, and obviously, I think that's honestly, I don't know if you guys would see it, but I think I would like to be a caster at some point. I gotta get a better mic, but no excuse, I should try to start still. Literally, like, thinking of just recording VODs and practicing first before I actually do actual live stream. That's it. Encourage my ease of pass. That's amazing. Yeah, I think my favorite caster is Chance. But yeah, Merc and Maven are a great duo. Notice them, Maven's a very good play-by-play caster Miles as well. Merc's very good at analyzing, the best analyst behind, Chance is behind that. In terms of knowledge, obviously, he's not a pro player, Chance.
I think Looney had such a great
that's
impact for this roster. Now, when you switch out Destiny, the only main leader that you have on this team is Gunless. With Looney on the roster, he was the floor general. He was the guy that was guiding everyone, basically opening up the menu and saying, hey, you go here, you go here. And he was holding all those battles.
No shit on Lobby,
He was
you know,
really setting up his
I like
teammates for
Lobby,
success.
she's
And that's
awesome.
just something that they are lacking right now. The gameplay right now out of Bastini and Gunless specifically is just not what we were seeing when they were with Looney. Looney was that playmaker, even though he wasn't putting up the best stats, just having him on your team to direct and just just to direct traffic is just exactly what
Chance literally carried one time when Miles disconnected for some reason. Solo casted perfectly fine for like 5 minutes in HP in Modern Warfare. I do not understand Modern Warfare at all. Shit's being crazy. 10 people on the map, 5 versus 5, and he still carried it very well. saw and explained it very, very easily to everybody watching, and it was very.
Where he doesn't really have that player
Guys
to kind of fall at the wayside so that he can kind of be set up. And there was a big part of me coming into this roster change, which it still has the ability to change. We are still only one map into this series, but this is their third series, right? They still are on that losing streak. They lost 6 in a row.
Like, do you guys think that Octane, let's say next year he has a bad year again, is he just done? Is he just
they kind of went the distance versus
nobody gonna pick him up? Because like that would be 3 years in a row. I know it's a long time now, but that's
another move could be
at some point.
I don't know. I guess from your perspective,
it's not him. He's still doing well. I don't think he's the problem. Like,
the pieces around a little bit, do something again with Looney. Like, what happens if we do see Surge?
Just me. I've been playing well.
This is only going to be the third series that Decimate has been with this roster. Obviously, they don't have as much time as they did with Looney. They went through 3 stages without making a single change, and then eventually at the beginning of stage 3 is when they wanted to make that change. And it's just been working out. It hasn't really worked out for them recently, man. Decimate, like I said, he's providing a lot of slaying on the team. But on the other side, you have your both players who were playing really consistent throughout all of Stage 2 that can't really put it all together now. And that's where we really talk about, if I was a GM, do we make a roster change? I don't think so. I think you just give them a little more time to practice, because if they can show out in Stage 4, that'll be the turning point. But obviously, if Stage 4 doesn't go as planned, then that's where you make another move.
Yeah, I just want to ask you, because I feel like, when we do get in these situations, when we are kind of in the early phases of these tournaments, you do have the brink of possibly being eliminated in top 12. Oftentimes, that conversation can kind of come around a little bit. I know it's kind of given the fact that we have CDL not look great. And obviously, if they do drop this series, they would have yet to win one in stage 3. But as you said, Decimate still kind of coming into the team, and who knows, maybe it wouldn't be him.
Just joined right now.
There's still a lot to be decided. There is a lot that can be on the line in these series.
Bro, Siege, you lucked out. Because this shit seems like it's gonna take another.
Folks, we do apologize. We are
there's a problem going on.
Everything that we can to get this game
more time for you. Able to go and let
soon. Again, we'll be search and destroy on Express. Everybody, there's other shots for them. They're just working out the strats. Everybody is just preparing themselves for what could be a game starting here momentarily. But I'm not going to get our hopes up too much. We'll see what happens. Like we said, folks, game 2 Express. We're hoping.
Guess for guess. Somebody talk to me. Wait. Oh, shit. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing that the matches are postponed, guys, because that means near the end, you're going to have Siege going. It's going to be dope. If I get Mackie here.
Brian. So you know what I'm doing right now? I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it.
Download Twitter? No, I don't want to risk that. Let's go on Twitter. Oh my god, copy pasta. Did we read it, guys? I don't know. Is it long? Okay, it's not long. I'm mute. Which one of you freaks did it? So, I was in the grocery store the other day down here. I'm reading this. I bet it's some weird shit. Down here in the south, wearing my 100 Thieves hoodie. As I was going through the aisles, this guy and I locked eyes. He was wearing a FaZe, Atlanta FaZe hand shirt. We nodded at each other, showing respect, and passed each other, heading different ways. I was picking out some coffee when we saw him again, and whispered at me, just with his head poking around the corner. Shit, you not? Crouch pulled down his mask, and said, "You can do it too, face up," and flashed me a hand. I went to look for this guy, but he disappeared on me instantly. I'm still in shock today. This man turned 180 me in real life. Whoever you are a menace to society, and pray to you to find you again in the long aisle with clear sightlines. What the fuck? Weirdo. Everyone never. Right. Hopefully a good man. I mean, like, should be able. What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Oh,
oh yeah, you sound perfectly fine. What's up, bro? Can you hear me? hear you. Can't hear you.
This is your Scuff Team of the Week, a super team built with 4 of the top performers at the most recent events. 3 players were selected by the league, and 1 was selected by fan vote. Stick around to the end to find out who made the team. First up, it's Skies. The Florida Mutineers had a solid week, defeating both the Dallas Empire and the LA Guerrillas to secure a winner's bracket spot in the Stage 3 Major. Skies was a standout performer for the squad, dropping a 1.52 versus the Dallas Empire and a 1.26 versus the LA Guerrillas. He also had some of the strongest respawn stats of the weekend, with the 7th highest hardpoint KD and the #1 KD in control. Next up, it's Arcides of the Atlanta FaZe. The Atlanta FaZe also had a great week to wrap up Stage 3, beating both the Seattle Surge and Optic Chicago to secure a winner's round 1 spot in the Stage 3 Major. Arcides dropped huge numbers in both of Atlanta FaZe's matches. He started the week off with a huge 1.44 versus Surge, before topping that with a 1.52 against Optic Chicago. Arcides was frying in the respawns as usual, but if you want to watch an exceptional performance of his, go ahead and check out Game 2 of Atlanta versus Seattle, where he goes 14-6 on Checkmate S&D. Our third player, Hydra of the New York Subliners. Hydra's the newest member of the New York squad, and they are definitely looking stronger with him now in the starting 4. He's an incredibly impressive presence with the SMG, and the Dallas home series was a great example of his value. Hydra was one of the top hardpoint players of the week, logging the 3rd highest hardpoint KD of the entire
So
field.
for this map, I've got LAG 3-1, isn't it? Oh, did I say 8? No, I said 3-0. So LAG 3-0.
29-14 scoreline.
And then I got...
And finally, selected by fan vote,
next
it's
match
Abizi of the Atlanta
so this should be
FaZe.
3-0
Abizi's
LAG.
always been one of the top SMG players of the league.
Yeah, Atlanta
but it
FaZe,
still never
Dallas
gets old
Empire.
watching him fly across the map for first bloods, or getting 2 and 3
I would
pieces in the most
say 3-0
ridiculous
again,
spots.
and
Abizi
LA
brought
Thieves
plenty
versus
of his
Florida. I feel like
trademark
that's going to
aggression
go
both of
to a
Atlanta
game 5.
FaZe's matches, scoring some of the highest kills and damage, while only going negative on 1 map out of the 7 his team played over the week. Abizi's strong performance across the week earned him the 8th highest overall KD of the field. That's your Scuff Team of the Week for the Dallas Home Series.
You hear me, bud?
Hello everybody, here is the bracket. We've updated it since our first game.
So I got somebody in scoring via testing.
Second one to continue this wonderful run. But
Raw
Raw Ravens
yeah.
have sealed the deal. They're
There's
heading through the bracket. They have taken
pretty
down
problem with the
Thursday.
broadcast going on. But
I'm pretty sure LAG
yeah,
are
those are
hoping
my
to do the
predictions.
same with Seattle Surge, but let's see what they have to say
Good.
about that one. I would just like to talk about some of the matches that we got coming up though, and I've got Nameless on the desk, and I know what you're all saying. Start the game, why are we on the desk? Trust me, we feel the same way. We want to see this game just as much as you do, but we thought while we're waiting, we may as well just talk about some of the others. And Atlanta Dallas, why not? Obviously, I feel like we've seen a bit of a different team in terms of Dallas as of recently. I felt like it turned around, especially when they got into the same facility as one another. Being in the same room seems to have really given them that kind of kickstart, that vibe again. Nameless, like, what kind of difference does it honestly make as a pro player to be in the same room with your teammates, to be able to see each other, talk to each other, feel the hype? Is it really that much of a game changer?
Absolutely. I think that it's
trying to
huge
figure out
these guys all be in the same place. Right after you lose a map or you win a map, you can go over what you did right, what you did wrong. It just hits different when you're together. Another thing for Dallas, I mean, they won a world championship together, and that camaraderie of being in the same room and bringing fellow in. Now he feels like he's really a part of the squad, right? So I think that it paid massive dividends for them in their last series. Illy played phenomenal. You saw in his post-match interview when he was talking about it, he was like, to get us to play here. I don't know why we haven't. And then it finally happened. Illy had the best hardpoint that he's played since they made him switch to an SMG. So it was music to my ears seeing them.
100%. And do you know what? I just hope that Crim's got his computer fixed by now, because that fan, it was bothering him, man. I was worried for
He's
that
got like 5 of them
life.
now.
Yeah, I was I was very worried for that PC's life. Talking actually, you just spoke about Illy, and that's something I really wanted to touch upon there as well. Obviously, Illy made a pretty big switch. Not only did they get rid of Hook, bring on Fellow, but Illy had to make the switch over to the SMG. From your experience, Nameless, obviously you've done many switches in your time, which just shows how good you really are, bro. But how hard is it to switch mid-season, and how long does it really take to feel pretty comfortable in that role?
Now, first of all, I will say I'm half the player Illy is. He's way better than I am. But in every single game that I played, I switched from AR to SMG and back and forth to sort of fit what my team needed and the dynamic. And Illy doing that, I mean, it's tough. At times, you know, you'll be running an AR, you get really comfortable there and your tendencies and what positions you're supposed to go to. And then you switch to an SMG mid-season. You bring in a new player on your squad. You know, he likes to play certain spots. So it's very difficult making that change, and especially when it comes to the respawns. Illy turned around his last series, though. He really figured out what he needs to do for the squad. He was slaying, man. He went from 0.8 to 1.16. Like, that's huge.
Yeah, it definitely. And I remember literally interviewing him and asking about the role change and how he felt about it. And look, he felt pretty good, but he did say that there was still work to be done. He's still trying to feel that confidence. Do you feel like he's getting there from what you expect from him as an SMG player?
Yeah, I think Illy individually, like, he's never lacked confidence. Like, he loves Call of Duty. This guy plays nonstop. Even when he doesn't have to practice, he'll just be on playing pubs, right? So I think he's always been confident in himself. I think it's just his ability to, like, take over games is something that he was working on and trying to get better at. Because in MW, we saw that. Like, Illy was able to just completely take over games. It doesn't matter what gun he had in his hands. He's just a versatile player. And now we're seeing that. Illy can be a top SMG player. And he has to do it. He has to be a dynamic duo alongside Shotzi. There's no more Hook, so a lot of pressure onto Illy.
Yeah, speaking of, Nameless, you just set me up lovely. Obviously, LA Thieves, Mutineers is going to be a match we're going to be watching today as well. And Hook is definitely somebody that we're thinking about when we're watching this match. And obviously, generational talent coming across the board there. Very excited to see him play once again. But, you know, really, how long does it take for somebody like Hook, a very talented individual player, to come onto a team, have to gel to the likes of that team and almost trying to fit that piece that's missing in the trust? How long do you reckon that takes?
Yeah, well, first and foremost,
talked
there's no
about
set time.
the
We've
importance
seen
of doing that,
players,
but I didn't
stars
explain
jump onto rosters and immediately find success.
how you
Like,
should
I
go
think
about
about,
finding
you
your
know,
role. There's
Thieves, and they picked
definitely
up Priesta, how
it's a
much
good
better they
video.
got almost immediately. Like, there's just times that happens.
I'm trying to
For
write.
this team, though, I think that they kind of figured out, like, all right, we were solid with TJ. We bring in Hook. We might take a little bit of a dip in performance, but his ceiling is way higher than TJ's. So
I'm definitely take that
once
to
he's able
account.
to
It
fit
could
into
be a
the system,
video.
and JCap coaches him up a little bit because
I did talk about my
Hook does
importance
throw
of
away
that.
his
Like, I
life.
feel like
He
that's
takes
a
the bad
mistake a
routes
lot
and
of
gives you
amateurs
the
make.
bad
We
spawns.
just
So
get,
he has
we're
a
just
lot
like,
to
all right,
really
I'm gonna
go
stick
for,
one
right? So I
role
think it's a long-term
and
play for
you
stage
know,
4 major
provide another. You know,
champs
could
time that they're looking
be a
forward
really
to,
good AR
because
player and not
he is
even
better
know
with
it.
TJ, but
Just
once he
in
figures
pride,
out
you
how
know?
to play the game a bit better, that's when they can elevate to that next level. Is that now? I don't know. In their last match, they didn't
That's
look
good.
too hot. It
That's
looked
a good
like they
video
took a
idea.
little bit of a dip in
I'll
performance
show
from
you out.
TJ, but I'm hoping for
decided
the
to do
best.
it.
Maybe they honeymoon and have a run.
We'll have to wait and see, my friend. But Nameless, thank you so much for entertaining us during this wonderful
Kinda
video.
has one.
And folks at home, don't panic anymore. Stay out of that chat with the negativity. Come on, we got an epic banger for you coming up, and I'm pretty sure things are starting to smooth out now. So don't.
I do
go
talk about
anywhere,
the like if you do watch my series on how to get better at your role, I have a playlist of every single one. There are obviously 4 roles, you know that, and each one of them I talk about in the beginning if that role is right for you. So I guess I do have. So maybe I won't make the video, but oh, we gotta go to Reddit, please. Holy crap! It came out like 6 hours ago. I still got 1,000 upvotes. I heard something, Mackie.
I can hear.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I can hear you too. You alright?
Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I don't know how long. CSU.
You're kind of like cutting in, cutting out. Talk again? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, now you sound good. What's up? What's going on, man? Hello? Had for a second, but then.
You know what I'm doing right now?
Yeah, it was like cutting in and out, and then you started fine.
Download free now.
Oh, good. somebody's talking about has LAG had a technical issue in their past 4 matches, or am I clearly just a rigged league? Excuse me. Dude, it doesn't back. If this, wow, it's gonna be. It has to be. If this doesn't work, when they come back in like 25 seconds, this has to be the longest delay. Screen it.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. They sound perfectly fine. What's up?
Perfect. Yeah, I sorted it sound.
Awesome, awesome. What
Good.
time is it for you right now?
It is 22:11, like 10:40.
You good to talk or you tired? You can go on whenever you want, man. I'm happy to have you on, man.
Yeah, no. No, I'm perfect.
Alright, what's up, man? Siege
They're having
and
technical
Felipe,
issues.
let me know if he sounds good, if he's too loud. If you want, you could listen to it too, Mackie, or you may call you Mackie or Callum.
Yeah, either, mate. I don't mind. Mackie's sound.
I'll call you Mackie then. It seems like we got it right now. So, another thing I want to try to do is make sure that we're on like the same time. You know what I'm saying? Just in case something big happens. So it seems like the map's about to start here. But once it starts up, I'll give you the time I'm on. Let's see.
Is my mic volume alright? I don't want to be like torn.
No, you sound perfectly. It's just maybe if it's a bit loud, I should be able to get feedback from the chat. If not, then you sound fine to me. But
I don't want to tornado breath down the mic.
Okay, yeah. So Siege said you can lower it.
Getting that first early hard point is the best case scenario right now for LAG because winning this search and destroy, they put themselves up 2-0. And then, like I said,
my game's just started.
where I don't know how it got.
Oh, mine did too. I got 125.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Awesome. This is gonna be fun. I lowered him down a little bit, Siege. Let me know if it sounds better now. Yeah. You play at all? Do you play like league play, anything like that?
Yeah. I mean, I try. I go through bursts when like I'm like less busy, and then I'll like smash it out for a week, and then sometimes I just won't be able to play for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same too. I did have a stint. I played with Siege a little bit here and there, but you know, I kind of slacked off. But it sounds like you got work in school too, like me. You know.
Yeah. At the start of the game, I was just doing 2v2 TVs and that, but I just fell off after Christmas.
Mm.
Yeah. League play's fun, though. I like League play.
Yeah, I really want next year for a good ranked one to come out. Something I haven't really talked about. Like, I live in a state in the U.S. where I can't play tournaments for money, so that's why I don't really like try to go too hard finding a team and all that, because I wouldn't be able to play like tournaments. But I still try to learn the game. Listen to the channel more, and maybe at some point cast like amateur matches or something.
Yeah. Wait, so you couldn't play like GBs for any money?
No, I couldn't do it for money, but I could do like regular GBs, regular like CMG. I don't know if you or like UMG. I can do regular ones, but if they're for money, it's not mine. It's stupid. I literally could live in almost any other state, and I wouldn't have that problem. But it's whatever. All right, so it seems like we're good. But yeah. Oh, wow, so that's the first round. Like, LAG is really good at S&D, but yeah, man. Well, you got a favorite team? Are you like rooting for like Atlanta Ravens or Paris or something? Or you don't really got a favorite?
Nah, look, it's not the easiest to admit, but I've supported Optic since I started watching COD, but
that's good, man. I was the same.
It's a bad rep. It's a bad rep, but you can't switch when you've watched the team for like 10 years.
Nah, the content, yeah. I feel the same way. It's like I mentioned, I don't know if you were here, but like, grew up watching these guys. I think exactly you said that,
Yeah, we started watching it at a similar time. Like, you watched like COD XP, MW3, I was literally like the year after, and then watched ever since, to be honest.
Exactly. Watch Fizzerp too, man. That's what determines recipes for him.
Yeah.
Watch Fizzerp, all those guys, man. Fun times. But it's still fun now, you know. But one.
Yeah, Optic are trash at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know, like, I've watched multiple videos. Nameless made one, a guy named KO Nation made one, and it's something like I said with Siege. We can talk to him too when he joins up here eventually. It just seems like they're not on the same page. I feel like that's the problem. And yeah, they've definitely been trash. Like, and the trash, especially for what they should be playing like on paper. Really, because those guys
the talent to
yeah.
to what they're actually producing in game, it just doesn't match up.
It's not, and yeah, they're gonna have a lot of pressure on them for when they
Yeah,
play.
I'm interested to see how they do this tourney because I don't know. I don't feel like they would make a change, but a bad performance. I don't know how that would go down.
Who, in your opinion, would you drop if they change? Because I said Dashi, but Dashi is literally top 5 right now in like the overall KD. And I know it doesn't tell the story, and maybe they put him in the position to do those plays and reach those stats. But who would you drop?
For me, it would be out of Envoy or Dashi. I feel like Envoy had some pretty mediocre performances, but then again, he's just so good that that's why it's difficult. Like talent's there, like you wouldn't want to drop anyone.
Yeah.
It's just the teamwork. Like their respawn record has been horrendous.
And it's weird because they were doing relatively well at the beginning of the game. Like I felt like they were a little ahead of a lot of teams somewhere along the lines. I don't know.
Yeah, I think obviously the XM form like meta really suited Dashi.
Nice reply there out of Seattle as now we'll get to watch what LAG look to do on their next offensive round. It appears to be somewhat.
So yeah, 1 and 2 Seattle Surge.
You have that 1-3 split
full map info right now for LAG on B.
Is going to back up. Zapathy will be in the spot now to go ahead and go for the plant. A lot of coverage right now granted for the Guerrillas players.
He's just 3 stacking.
Oh.
Yeah, nice little pinch by Prestina.
Up to G now in the 1 versus 3. How long can he hold on for? And the answer is not long at all. Successful retake there from Surge.
Surge are looking decent.
And SD, yeah, especially against LAG, it's good show up. I wasn't honestly expecting this, but it's gonna be a swing round right here. That's a very important thing. It could be either 4-1 right here, 3-2. Obviously.
Yeah.
They won the first defensive round of the map too.
Gunless 0-4 as well.
It's always 0-3 too, but yeah, no. Gunless, guy, he was considered a grinder, and then I don't know. He's still doing well.
I still think.
What do you think of him? Like, you still think he's a sick player?
Yeah, I think he's still a very good player. And whenever you hear the listenings, he's always so vocal
and saying the right things to do. Yeah, he's a good. Nakam's exactly agree with you. Seems like he's good at leading the guys to try to be doing the correct things. So Siege said, I dropped Envoy or Dashi, now hear me out. Envoy is out of place from the other 3, notably so in Hardpoint, playing on something like an island, and they are then forced to play 2 ARs.
Yeah. I see what it means. I know.
That's what you said, right? You said Envoy too?
Yeah. It's been noticeable in S&D. He obviously is known for loving to play his routes and stuff, but I just think he gets caught out too often at the moment. I mean, he dropped a 0.4 in the FaZe series, but there was the COD host controversy.
Man, but in MW, like, is it just me or he just ran around the map He was a route man again, like S&D.
Yeah.
Man, he was so good at MW S&D. And then again, like maybe they put him in position to do that, but despite that, like you still have to be a very talented player in the game to do something he did. Like it just every single time he did a run like that, it was correct. It was the correct play to make. I don't know. But yeah, he probably would be on with to drop. Yes. I don't think Hex is gonna do it.
I'm excited to see how teams play on stage 4 because stage 4 is LAM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still no spectators, but it will still be interesting.
No, definitely to have it land. Oh my god, it's been a year and a half. Yeah, about since the last time.
Just keep on giving up this free bomb plant, but this
even with no crowd.
It's gonna be multiple players on the flank. Fortunately, Bersini is not gonna be able to connect onto any bullets, but a trade does come in. After he's gonna decide to be aggressive towards the middle of the map, and Octane's gonna be able to take him down. And this is just another breakdown right now.
This is gonna be hard to get.
Can they try to tie this up with a man advantage? They do silly with a big kill from Octane, and there goes the shots.
They should not have. They should not have. I don't think.
Great shots onto the last player. Turns a 4v2 situation.
What did you say? Sorry, your mic cut out.
They shouldn't have won that at all. Damn. This is 2v4, right? Shit. You hear me good? Hello?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
3-3.
Round prior to this one to see exactly how that one ends up lining out, but all performance in these last two out of Assault and Silly.
If they lose this shit, that'd be some memes for Seattle Surge. They're already. Oh wow, bro, he's about to drop a double sub. Gone up 0-6.
That being silly, considering the spree that he is on at 4 in a row. Not surprising that he will look to try and go for the reposition. He is going for the plant. Does he spot the leg? He does. It's the cap, in fact, but
oh, he got
enough damage to get the whole leg. Go 4-4. Apathy alongside his teammate Gene, working up this flank quite nicely. Octane as well. Very well could get sought after. A silly toward the top ticket side.
I think they're getting pieced up.
These rounds typically can go pretty quick, but
Go on. Oh.
Cover fire is there. The 3
nah, well he would still died in Atlanta, but.
And I thought that round was gonna work out better for the Surge, but
I've still got PTSD from the Rocker Optics series.
Yeah, man, that was crazy.
Dude,
it was the most lucky shit that could have happened, but I tried to analyze that. I don't know if you saw it, but I made a video like analyzing top 5 plays from the major, but from that major. Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just. But
yeah, I can't remember what time that was, but I feel like it was like 1 in the morning for me, or like 2 in the morning. I just remember it happening, and then yeah, and then just waking up thinking like, wait, did that actually happen last night?
Shit. I don't know why. Like I had a dream of Clayster talking about being an AR. I'm such a fucking nerd. Like I woke up and I was like, did I really just fucking do that? And like he said some shit where I was like, wow, that does make sense. But I'm like, how the fuck does that make sense? But he said some shit like I never heard before, but I was like, that does make sense.
Yeah, but when you, I've had so many dreams about like COD or anything. When you're listening to something or playing something, especially if you've been playing all day and then you go to bed, like that shit is in your brain.
Yeah.
The amount of dreams I've had about zombies, like.
Fuck that. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I had a dream when I was a kid about zombies. Yeah. Like I was literally on that map, the first map from Black Ops 1. What was that one called? I don't remember, but yeah, I had a dream of that.
What, Ascension? Or Kino?
Is that the one where you're in like a mansion or some shit? No, like Black Ops 1, the first.
Oh.
I don't know what that was called. What was one less?
Yeah, 1v1.
He has to try to find the world champ. Papa Apathy, Champathy
Oh, he's not going.
Plays the cock perfectly, and just like
Gee.
that, he's gonna be able to walk.
Your 3-1 might be on here, you know.
Oh
no, no, no. Sorry, no,
It's a
no, it's not. 3. I said, yeah, 3-0, 3-0. For some reason I thought Surge won it. Yeah, I've got 3-0 in my pick'ems for this game.
Damn, I wish I did the pick'ems. You doing okay in those, or?
I literally started it today. I didn't even do it for.
Well, you get like a calling card or some shit, right?
Yeah,
Is that what you do?
I'm gonna try and I just set it up today. Just I wanted to do it just to see, just to track like how close I was. But if I'll start properly from stage 4, and like if you get within the top 3, you can like win a headset. But it's just fun to predict the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. It makes it more interesting. I wish I could bet. That's another thing I can't do. I can't bet on.
Wait, what state are you in?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, don't wanna.
Nobody's really watching, but Siege knows, and I mean, I would tell you in private.
That's fine. Don't worry. I don't want to dox you. Sorry.
Yeah, you never fucking know, but there's nobody really
Yeah.
watches me. But I'm trying to be safe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's. Dude, can't bet either. I mean,
not
you
even
know,
on, like,
that's probably a
not even
blessing.
on
It's probably,
fucking, you know.
it might be a blessing, you know.
Yeah. Like I watch the UFC, I can't bet on the UFC either. My friend does it because he doesn't give a shit. But all right, let's focus up. But he's not giving a shit.
This could be a 5. This has to be a 5.
18 seconds left and something has
to
I mean, look, this has been like a pretty entertaining map.
Yeah.
Time is starting to get away from him. Surge, they are having nothing of it. Octane's there to drop
Ooh.
Surge.
round 11, come on. That's what I'm hoping for.
And that's good because how was LAG's fourth round?
Nah, jokes. I do want. I want LA points. I just want to be able to watch the more interesting games, but
yeah,
but
I would just
I
want
kind
to
of feel.
I feel the same way.
I
Next we got
kind of feel
Atlanta
bad
FaZe
for
versus
Surge.
Dallas Empire. Like,
Yeah.
and after that, fucking Mutineers versus Thieves.
I mean, these should know Mutineers, but we've only seen one game of you, so.
Oh, you're like cutting off. Maybe like I think you gotta like speak up a little bit. I think that's...
Sorry. Can you hear that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would think that Thieves would smoke Mutineers, but obviously we've only seen one game of Hook, so.
Exactly. I just feel like he should be, you know, more positioned better with the team, you know, because we put the week and a half.
Yeah, they've had a bit of practice in.
But who knows? That's kind of that's what I'm
Oh wait, are they defusing? Wait, he's defusing. No way.
Defuse. Yeah, they gotta be tilted. Holy shit! If they win this round,
that's a 5-3 comeback if they win this.
A visual on the bomb site. And what a play to send us to OT.
Ninja.
5-5. You're gonna have Surge on offense. So far, their beef push hasn't really been working out for them. They like to commit to A, but LAG they continuously keep on countering. But this is gonna be a bloodbath. 4v4 at this low B bomb site. Octane's gonna be able to open up with the first blood. Here comes the second.
Was it?
He's gonna get traded by Apathy.
Oh wow, that's it.
Turns to a 3v1 now.
Oh my.
He's gonna get traded, but just like that, the Surge.
No way.
that's the thing is, how do you?
Tie the series up at 1 apiece. Oh man, they go all guns.
No, you did say 3-1 at the start, to be fair.
I didn't care at this point. I just want to. I think LAG are gonna win. But
Yeah, no, I don't see Surge taking a respawn like 2. I don't see him taking either respawns.
do you think if he didn't get stuck there, there would have been a chance, or you think it would have been the same result?
Yeah, no, I think they're still taking it.
Excuse me.
We've seen Attach has been stuck in 2 round 11s now.
Yes.
But team stuck.
That's funny as hell. I love Attach. But,
Yeah, such a guy.
he
See.
like after yeah, I want to see game 5.
I just don't see it.
See one, see one. I don't think.
I'll tell you what, I want to see Dallas FaZe. So 3-1, please.
Now they tie the series on 1-1. We're going into a control Garrison, which is going to be their best control map. So this is going to be good, man. LAG, I thought that they were going to be up 2-0, man, but this series has just completely flipped its head.
At that point, you just gotta be like, alright, I'm busting.
It's great, man. I can't believe this is a series that we have now. Surge have the potential to possibly go up 2-1 in control.
I love it, man. Love it. Flipping it on
Okay, well,
its
what's...
head.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up the stats for this control map.
Then walk me through the positioning. Walk me through how was Prestige able to sneak through everybody and go for the defuse.
So right now, the only player that's watching the middle of the map is Cheetah, but as soon as he's able to jump up to that position that he was able to get the 3-piece on the early round, Pristini's already laying down defusing the bomb, and this is just something that LAG need to work on to make sure that someone is
Garrison
looking at
control.
that bomb site, because that's the only way
So there,
one
Mackie?
of those rounds like that.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
It's usually the way that in those situations we're really
Garrison
caused to, and just the fact
Oh,
that Cheetah
Surge.
consistently try to jump up on top
Killed it
of
on
that
Garrison last time they played it.
So...
makes the play,
hold on,
no
I should
hesitation.
play.
Good play.
And I know when we talk about Seattle, you're always going to say, you know what, Persini, watch out for him in the search and destroys. He can be the playmaker. Obviously, it wasn't
I don't know if it's like Breaking Point though, GG. Yeah, you know this website, right? Breaking
Yeah,
Point.
so it's so goated. I'm literally going on it now.
Can you? Okay, no, I load it. So what was it? Garrison control. Surge are 3 and 5 on that map. Wow. LAG's 3.
I agree,
0 and
Siege.
5.
I think LAG should win this.
They're 0 and 5 on this map. But yeah, I still think they're the better like control and respawn team. Yeah.
Measured by the
Damn.
scoreboard and valued by social currency.
I think it'll be a close one, but yeah, LAG should get it.
Gone from one team to the next, We've taken the battlefield as brothers, as friends, as champions, as kings.
Yeah, Siege agrees too. LAG should take this.
We didn't come to play esports. We came to define it.
They carried, man. Gunless went 2-0.
T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network.
Like I would read Twitter, just scared somebody I'd follow those weird. Well, do we get anybody? Out? Who's the best player in your opinion on Toronto Ultra? Because we got a lot of UK guys.
Ooh.
Brotherhood or something.
I mean, it's tough. Bance is the GOAT. Is the OG
You think
GOAT.
so?
But I think
you saying that?
You know what I'm doing right now.
no, I'm just saying that the GOAT.
Well, I'm like Vince.
Yeah. But I'd probably say I'd say Insight.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, look at the stats right here. He's 1.16 right now, right behind you in the overall KD. That's insane. And then it's I don't know if it's feel the same way, but I feel like guys figure out how to play it. Like, he's figured out how to play the game. A lot of pros literally merch this dude. Yeah, CJ used to. Obviously,
Yeah, Clay and Mac literally said on the flank they literally were watching Insight VOD to know how to play AR better.
In paid partnership with USAA, the Call of Duty
I'd be interested to see more.
are proud to launch the Call of Duty League Gives Back initiative.
Because, like, you know, you can try with mids.
That helps place veterans into high quality jobs. Throughout the year, the league and our team
I think you're cutting out a little bit. I think it's our UK to US connection.
No, that's not good. You said something about Maven. Huh?
Oh yeah, Maven tweeted, Prestini, you may have sexually aroused Joe with that play round 10. the ninja defuse.
Crazy stuff. I mean, at least that happened after such a long way around from 11.
How about that search and destroy, folks? If you're just joining us up.
Yeah, we just came back. Just want to make sure we're on like the same page.
What a huge comeback for Surge. Express Search and Destroy. We're gonna be breaking down that play.
Yeah.
We'll just talk about it when they go to the map.
Probably at the end of the day as well. We're seeing
Yeah.
the Ninja Diffuse. We head to ourselves to around 11. Surge, they clean it up, and now we've got
Control as a game mode,
ourselves
do you like it or not?
on Garrison.
I think it's the best third game mode we've ever had. It's just sometimes the maps.
What?
Are the best. Third
Uplink?
game. Oh, Uplink. Yeah, I'm just like I'm thinking of Boots.
Boots on the ground.
Yeah. No, Uplink was the best game mode, but you just obviously can't do that with
Yeah.
Boots games.
You know what?
But yeah, all around
I
that
love
was
I love
like
Blitz.
strategy and entertainment wise. Like it was. You thought what? Oh,
I love
Blink, you
Blitz
said?
on Ghost.
Oh,
The Blitz on Ghost.
Blitz. It was entertaining to watch. I just don't think it has as much strategy as the other.
Yeah, no, true.
game modes. But it was fun.
Domination's too boring.
Domination is boring, and Capture the Flag is kind of boring too. But,
The O2 CTF was sick.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Black Ops 2, Capture the Flag.
I remember.
Black Ops 3, the stalemates on that shit.
I thought we were gonna get a checkmate, but yeah, I guess carry it is.
Siege says uplink and CTF over control. Yeah, I think I agree. Obviously, on Boots, but
Because like on Uplink a lot, obviously it just comes down. Most of the maps is they obviously come into the round 5, and that obviously gets to who had defense first or who gets defense last.
what was AW? Yeah, AW was uplink when that was the first uplink. Yeah, that was so sick.
You remember when they would like pass it across the map though?
I would love it when they would intercept it, like they'd
Oh, the
intercept the shot.
interception.
Oh yeah, that would be so sick.
What was the caster? But one of it was when TJ Halley was.
Yeah.
Stunner, and he was a stunner, and
Yeah.
interception.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck that caster's at. But whatever.
Now this comes down to a big 1 versus 1, Silly versus Prestige.
But yeah, so with this map, I heard Parasite yesterday about like if he's scrimming with his amateur team with like methods and
Yeah, I was watching their scrims last night.
yeah, he said this map that if we get killed mid, like if we get a bunch of kills mid, go A. Other than that, if we get any kills on the other thing, obviously go B. And it was like weird because I was watching his scrims and also matches previously, and it's like the guy, a lot of the pro teams, if the players come up to B and they get maybe like 2 ticks in, a tick in, they have general map control, they just give up on that shit and rotate to A. I don't know if that's the best plan. I don't know.
I feel like A is so much easier to get onto now that they extended it.
Yeah.
Both these teams, it has been attack that rather attack and defense.
You're on 138, 137. Or was your
kind of
time?
coming into this particular control bit, I was wondering, like, can we see a team walk away with an offense? If so, that could very well tell the story of this game.
Oh.
But half the work done.
Wait, what are you on now?
122.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Nice. Yeah, just don't pause it or anything. I'll do the same. I'll always be on sync. That's cool.
You see Silly the awareness already out of the Guerrilla players to say, you know what, we got to
18 to 12. Decent life advantage.
Lives could start to become somewhat of an issue. 3 players off spawn, Silly, the farthest pushed up player without a doubt. On that 2 spree, he is slowed down the early push from Seattle. As that time could start to become somewhat of a factor. Another big engagement, Persini's able to win it. That very well could be a big setup now for Surge.
Yeah, so now Surge, they have to try to win these engagements without having any top green control, but Octane's able to take down Chino. Here comes the
Control green is so important. Whoa, lag.
That's going to be 3 down now on the side of LAG. 6 to 14 in lives remaining. LAG know that they have to be aggressive towards this B point, but they still have a player on the back end, which Octane is going to be able to take care of. With 26 left, this round might come down to the clock. Surge players just have to try to stay on this point. Try to keep this going. At LAG, that's going to be 3 down, and with this time ticking, they're all going to be put in the spawn. They have to try to fight out quick.
What a big break that is. We talked about the retakes and search and destroy. How about the retakes and the control? 13 seconds left, and here comes what will be the final push, potentially, of this round number 1 at a surge. As Sheen looks to put in the work from afar, the bullets beginning to rain throughout Garrison, but it's 2 on one side. Silly again, trying to be a problem, takes down Octane, and with that, LAG are able to hold on and walk away with our first.
And I think it was just simply the play of Silly right there, because Gunless, the entire time when they captured that A point, he was staying alive and break. So all his teammates that were coming off from spawn, they had to focus on Gunless to try to eliminate him out of that
shit.
The entire time,
Surge had a
on the
decent
opposite side, you had Silly, who was consistent
life
keeping those
and
players
through
in
that
their
bit.
spawn, and was able
Yeah, I
to
think
score a lot of kills there,
LG had like
control a lot of the
7,
time
6
for his
laps.
teammates to eventually get into positions that they wanted to get in.
Gunless has picked it up this map.
If you're the Surge,
Oh, good.
because you had such a massive live advantage.
Yeah, guys.
Such a power
You
position.
He's a
draw
respawn
late,
team.
or
You just let it all go.
Gunless was 0-6 at that point. Finished off with Press S&D 2-9. So I see him pick it up with this control so far.
See what the look appears to be from the Guerrillas.
Not a 3 streak, that's you. On the map.
LAG have actually looked good since playing Vivid, which I was actually surprised about.
Sheen's a consistent player, man.
Money
Good
Sheen,
guy.
baby.
But he's got one of the worst KDs like respawn. The guy really stepped it up in SMP, as we saw. He had like a 1.28, 1.30 KD. And they're obviously really good at SMPs.
Hey, Gunless is 15-5. Come on.
For the remainder of this game, as it has really just been LAG somewhat slowed down at the door. No real answers as of yet, so he hopes to change that. He has been influential so far with that SMG, as we talked about that.
He got streaks.
Almost. Get anything going
Oh,
so
shit.
far on the offense.
Yeah, right now the Surge there just holding map control. Gunless in this top green position. We know how powerful this could be. Just keeping these players at bay. Not letting them cross.
Oh my god, 30 seconds.
With 30 seconds left,
Not made any progress really. Oh my god, Gunless is heated.
And we were talking about the consistent gameplay from this guy. We know
Oh
exactly what he's
my.
going to do. And he's 19 and 5 on this map. So far, currently on another 4 spree. Just keeping these players from LAG in their spawn. No one has an answer for Mr. Gunless.
Like, is there any? I just feel like Gunless
really stepping up for the team.
in like Infinite Warfare. I don't know if he still does it now, but I feel like at a point, a lot of people would credit him, including me. It just seems like he was one of the guys that put the most time into the game. Did you kind of feel like that?
Oh yeah, Gunless cares about winning so much. He's
grinds. He's a grinder.
Yeah, he's a grinder. I mean, Seattle absolutely dominated that though.
Oh my gosh, like just imagine Octane and Gunless together. Obviously it has not been what they wanted.
Yeah, to be fair, I did not know LAG were 0-5 on this map, but oh my god, Gunless is 20-6.
The fuck? What KD is that? Hold
on.
Come on.
Who's that KD?
Yeah, he's having himself a map, and now they're going into another offensive push
So
where
3.33
it's
KD.
going to come back to haunt them if they can't win this one here.
No, that's right, because 18 would be a 3.
Towards that 8 point this time around. Chino's able to get the first blood. That makes it 2.
Still, shit.
4v2 situation. The teammates on
Who
the
sucks?
Surge
Control
side need
sucks.
to stay
And stats
alive.
in general, obviously.
Make sure that they keep map control. Pristini's the farthest player pushed up now. He's still trying to pick up kills. There's still enough time for his teammates to get there. And he's done such a great job. But the only thing is, Silly, once again, is in the base, being a menace.
Silly's in a good spot.
Surge,
Oh.
Surge loses his map. He's gone. Fucking.
Like every time that we've been talking about LA,
Yeah.
it's always been around, you know, we're Silly position. Like,
But he did get carried on SD.
He could be kind of similar to like that Looney role, right? Where
Oh, the free stacking.
who is going to step up in the comms,
Nice win on.
oh,
wait, oh
player just because of his role change, of course, but
don't know like this get
can
contested.
set up teams from time to time. It's been a little bit rough with him so far throughout stage 3, but you know how talented that he can be, how great of a player.
Even on
he is,
live, they
especially
got
in
2
those
minutes.
comms, but
Looks good.
Sage said Gunless with a bad pick.
so far, Seattle having somewhat of an easy
Estimate
time off the
50.
rip of this control as they grabbed A and never really looked, or rather grabbed B and never really looked back. Now, focus comes in toward A. Big fight toward the bottom side, and of course, it's Gunless winning it. Really Surge.
This could be big gunfights now. That's too dead.
Peel back the layers of this Guerrilla.
Can only have so much apathy right now.
Towards a brick push, but 3 players unfortunately drop. Chino and Apathy hold the line right there, picking up 3 kills. Eventually, Silly gets the last one on the gun list, so that's going to shut down the push from the Surge. They're all coming out of spawn. Now it's time to be aggressive if you're LAG. You see what Chino, the positioning that he has right now, it's just going to push right out the middle. That's going to be another 3 dead for the Surge. Now they are trapped in their spawn.
They got
50
about, like,
seconds left. They need to open up
2
and he's going to do so.
Yeah, man.
Now this time it's Gene.
I mean, push this far back. Yeah, probably.
35 seconds
Just gonna
left.
now.
Get something going. That's going to be 2. Of course, it is.
Oh no, Prestini. I didn't realize Prestini.
Putting in quite a bit of the load. We'll halt the time for now. Quickly realizes, hey, we got a few players through mid-map. I got to pick this one up. Does end up sacrificing himself. It may be a worthy transaction in the end as he could have come down to Gunless. He does have that artillery.
Yeah, they're just gonna push out of green.
He's gonna go for
Oh,
it.
he has streaks. Whoa. Still has streaks in now, right? Yeah.
Streak is not to be able to find anything. At least tries to
Ever weird.
Oh, big. And he stays alive.
Prestini, the last player alive,
Prestini has to
toward
go
the point.
massive.
There for the cutoff. They find one. They have to go.
They got one. Yep, that's it.
That was a weird use.
Is a nickname that I'm not so sure will stick. But all we know is that this round is gonna go the way of the Guerrillas.
That's 2013.
Opportunity there, stud for the streak, but it is.
She's saying Pristini going nasty though.
Yeah,
Means
right
Pristini
there, the
nasty.
Surge, they want to use that artillery to get out at least from the top side to get control of that tank. But as soon as Gunless is ready to call that in, he gets killed, and then eventually his teammate gets traded. So it turns into a 4v2 situation. They get a trade on that, but Apathy making the play, going through the middle of the map, jumping up to the top of the bridge, able to flank not one, but make sure that he stood alive the entire time to cut off all the other players from the Surge that they were trying to flood in. Just great plays right there out of LAG to just attack out top green as that streak was getting called. Now they find
Let's see if LAG can put in a better performance
They have
attack
yet to
than
get a
last.
tick on any of these points. So right now, if it does go to a round number 5, the Surge, since they were able to capture that A point and that B point in 2 separate different rounds, they will have defense if it does go to round number 5.
Now we got a chance to look at the scoreboard for a moment, but I think it's Decimate now who's just really struggling so far throughout this game. Almost in game number 2. Granted, they did get the win. By no means was it a comfortable one. I just feel like so far for Surge that we talked about in our keys, like both these teams just have to play consistent. Like in our Twitter spaces we did this morning, it was about which team can be consistent as a lineup and across all modes. Yeah. Right now for Surge, they have just not had that consistency, but can it be the playmaking? Can it be these late round calls that...
Are you talking? Are you there?
No, I didn't say it.
Alright, cool. I was just checking.
LAG, they just can't fight for any map control. Chino's trying to slay alive towards floating, but Decimate is putting so much pressure on, but Chino eventually is going to walk away with that engagement. So now it's all about trying to push up the map, trying to gain some progression towards one of these sites. Eventually going to hop on towards B. You see what Surge are doing. They're making sure that they're able to keep towards top green because they know how much of a power position that can be.
Damn.
2 players are eventually going to drop.
Yeah, Pristini and Gunless really picking it up in this lane department, but just Decimate isn't here in this map. Like,
Oh yeah,
Right now,
Pristini's going big.
Surge, they're just taking their time, making sure they're keeping top green. But Soul able to take down both players from top green, and this could get dangerous because if they decide to flood out towards top green by hitting across bridge, they can beat those players there. So number 5, he's gonna have his hands full right off the rip.
Hands full. What can he do with it?
Big win off of in there.
The ARs end up winning the fights that they have to, so at least it will stall the push for now. Silly. It's dropped in a pretty awkward position, and Sheen says, probably would be best for me to try and go for a reposition. He ends up dropping as well. 4 straight. That push completely.
I think this is going to go
out of the Surge in a
to
position
around
where they
5 more. I thought he
drops down. Thankfully, Gunless is there.
firing off the bridge.
Everywhere. 28 and 16. Phenomenal game so far for him. Meanwhile, Decimate.
Decimate's struggling.
Off of the defense. Rather out of the spawn. can they make happen? Assault. Nice perspective, takes out Octane, and Sam LaRue's probably not
That
going to
was
be too happy about that.
Stallium spot from Assault there.
What a nice. I've never seen anybody use this. Maybe once actually, but like.
Sal uses it all the time. Shock.
He falls. Time starting to go the way of Guerrillas. Could this be?
There you go. We're waiting for each other. Nice Octane.
Point currently contested. Gunless off of spawn. Persini is here. Octane meanwhile wins a big 1-versus-1. Back and forth we go.
Playing as high
Just mere seconds away. Could it come down to this particular engagement?
What the fuck?
Still
How did
tries
you
to go
react
to
to that
work with
fast
the
enough?
rather with the pistol, but he ends up falling as well. And Seattle, for the moment, 55 seconds on the clock, are able to hold on to the point.
What time are you on?
Really lost it for a moment.
0:50
Right
now.
off of spawn is
Alright, sound.
Seattle, they're aware of him.
Now with 45 seconds.
Man, I fucking wish I had your accent, bro.
Basically 2 good pushes,
You're-
and that's a good way to start.
You guys slang
Why?
is so much better. Slang is good too. Sounds good. It's fucking unfair, dude. Fucking sound.
Sound.
He knows more. He's gonna be able to walk away with that kill onto Gunless once again, but he's still just trying to keep Gunless
This is
at
rap.
in the spawn.
Oh no.
Oh.
Able to come through the backside of Bricks. Able to take down one, but no line
Prove it.
for the surge.
I want to
LAG, they only need 1 tick. 15 seconds left.
Oh, Pristini. Oh my god.
Line 2. Surge are staying alive.
Oh, Pristini just went huge. Oh, this is gonna be.
Two players here. Pristini drops. It's all down to Octane. Can he win the fight?
Oh! 1v1.
With a crazy
Close.
round
Close,
four
close, close.
control. It went down to the
They did so well there in a 3v6.
Yeah, you can't be mad at that. It's like you just said. It just came down to a 1v1. Kind of there.
Yeah, because no one was getting on that point with 1 second left.
Utilize that man count to their advantage as they walk away with the
Now I
control.
want to
Oh.
get
And another nail biter, another hard one to lose.
That was good control. But yeah.
Yeah, that was a good.
Seattle.
And LAG have actually got a win on Garrison now.
Only gotten wins on the entire season so far. And LAG, they finally have gotten their first win on a Garrison control, and you gotta feel for the guys. They played well on the very rotation when they captured that B point.
What did they finish then?
Getting to that A point as fast as possible. You had a couple players
Yeah,
who
to pull
towards
up
top
some
ranks,
Twitter
but I
or
was really
something.
focused on what Apathy was doing. He decided to go to the middle of the map.
Oh, 40k people are watching.
Oh,
And eventually focus on him, which gave
damage.
Pristini went.
787 damage.
But it was just such a battle between both of those teams to keep the contest on point.
And
Eventually,
I know you can't expect Gunless to keep the streak that he was on, but he
Yeah,
did.
no, at one point,
Yeah, he was 20 and 6. So, I mean, he didn't do that bad even.
Now they're doing it yet
Uh,
again.
10 and 16.
What's the
Now
HP?
coming into the hard one on Apocalypse.
Pull it
Or
up.
can it be the Guerrillas that lock up this
The
series
HP
here? Will
is
Apocalypse be in a
Apocalypse.
final resting place, or will we see
Oh,
that
what the-
crazy game 5?
I enjoy watching Apocalypse.
Me too, right? And a lot of friends, well, some of them, like, they seem to not like. I like. It's a good map to me. I don't know. It's just obviously that second hard point's so hard to break, and it's so important for you to get the good spawns on the bat, right? But I think it's.
I feel like a lot of teams have got so good at breaking that now, though, or at least getting spawns whilst P1 still.
But it's still tough. They've gotten better.
Yeah,
I
it's
agree, but
hard.
it's still very tough. It's probably one of the second hardest hard points to break on in the game.
Yeah, playing Apocalypse whilst you're solo queuing on League play is just a one-way ticket to sadness.
Yeah. Oh fuck. But that was a team that's really. I think it's really fun to play. I haven't been. I think I did. No, I haven't like played eight sort of league play with people like calling out and shit. But I still know that I'm sitting in the call out video for it. But I like Apocalypse Hardpoint. That's gonna be a fun one. Look at the stats. Oh, going. See what the records are. Apocalypse Hardpoint. Whoa. Okay. LAG are 1-3 in Apocalypse Hardpoint. Wow. Then Seattle's
They're
are 3-1.
They did get smoked in their last series, but they were down bad after the controls.
Yeah. I think it should be a 6-side.
I mean, a game 5 would be interesting to be honest.
Yeah. If it's game 5, what does it go for? Game 5 was what's going to be.
Wait. Yeah. I would just had I got confusing because I thought they already played it, but that was Paris, London earlier. Oh, Paris are not good.
They're the worst team in the league.
Yeah, 100%.
They got a good talent. I don't
Between
know. Like, obviously, people are saying
Surge and Paris.
wash and shit like that, but like, if we're gonna say people are wash, probably be like my classic, like Nicky D.
Classic needs.
Aqua, obviously, he doesn't stand a chance against like the ARs. In my opinion. Do you feel the same way? He's an AR, right? He's their AR, right? Or did he like change?
Yeah, because was it Temp? Is Temp and Aqua?
No, you're right. Oh, Temp and so Aqua is probably the flex. Still, Temp is a good AR. I think he's good at this game.
It was not, I think.
Yeah. I think they should obviously make a change.
Bring back Wiskins.
What's your take on Saints? I think Saints is one of the best SMGs, obviously, and the challengers.
Yeah, challengers, 100%.
Maybe do something with Saints. Try to bring on Paris. I don't think that'd be a bad call.
Yeah, I feel like things should get shot.
Yeah, but I've heard. I think it was on the flank. I don't know if you remember this. Maybe it was something.
They got
else.
the fight. Yeah,
like either you get the Saints that's like hungry and is calling out, or you get the Saints that is quiet a lot. And that's fine if you're someone like John or something like that. That's gonna go off. But if you're not gonna go off and you ain't calling out, your ass is gonna get fucking dropped. But again, maybe Saints has learned from that and he has gotten better, at communicating. Like I think he's probably received that feedback and obviously changed it. But who knows? I haven't watched him scrim at all. Maybe I watched him play a couple of 8th matches, but I haven't watched him scrim.
Hydra's been absolutely fried. He's got top overall KD, didn't he, from stage 3, and he was in the top 3 of every game.
His first event ever, too, right? Yeah. Either way, guy's nasty and doesn't fucking speak English as the first language, and he's shit on top players.
You see him on the flank. He said, what did he say? Ego chow everything.
Yeah. Like he probably can speak COD. Like when they had him on the flank, I was like he didn't even understand some of the stuff they were saying, and obviously,
it's like what is sloppy?
Yeah. And that's something that we brought up in the chat. I don't know if it was you or you
yeah, it was me.
Like SND is going to be hard for him to learn how to communicate because that's so important.
Yeah.
If they can get better at SND.
I mean, their hard point is nasty. That is Hydra.
Hard point.
Start off of this P1 hardpoint is exactly the best case scenario. 2 kills are going to go in favor of LAG, and those guys are going to spawn all the way out of the trenches. So for LAG, they're just doing a great hold and just playing real tight and holding.
Look at this shit. Like, how do you? It's hard to break. I mean, it's possible still. Proceeding against that shot on him, honestly, you should not have been out with that. But yeah, you just gotta push it as a team right there. But they just sweep them up really easy.
You have to get spawns off P1 tonight.
Yeah.
we said, Apocalypse, it just continues to be a map that teams
Yeah,
are, you know, trying to figure
hard
out.
to
It
break.
continues to be a map where teams are trying to figure out exactly how
But-
it works, how punishing it can be, still learning the spawns and whatnot. But despite that, a major gunfight going down on the point. 15 seconds left, and it will be a fight won by Gunless.
See, if you get this and you had like bad spawns, it's pretty much even. Like, that's what you want, at least as an end. Obviously, you want to be in the lead, but come off the bad side and you get even, it's good.
For Surge, nobody inside as of yet.
Yeah, and then if you can keep these maximums for next, and then change the next 2 hills as well.
Three-piece there for Guerrillas, that makes their life over at Stilts that much easier.
Yeah, a lot easier indeed, man. You're gonna know that all the
Three
search
down.
players are spawning out towards back B5, so you see the pre-aims from these players just focused on the push through. 2 kills are gonna go in favor of LAG, make it 3. So now all the surge are starting to spawn out towards the backside. This is the best case scenario. The pinch comes
Team's
in on
got sub
Guerrillas. It's
out.
gonna be all 4 players down. So far, they have held the last 2 hard
Got a
points
5-kill streak too.
down to the T.
Just gonna try to play the streaks probably,
On that
obviously.
P2,
But
and now already starting off with 40 seconds on this P3. And they're keeping their rotations all the way to P4. You see number 4 and Abernathy. He's
should
setting
get
up
this
nice and early. They
kill.
know exactly what the
Oh,
situation is. And right now, Guerrillas
Yeah,
are
nah,
just a step ahead.
Guerrillas are indeed with the solid
that
advantage.
is
We
true.
still have P4, P5 left. The recipe for success is looking great.
Oh,
Abernathy
choke.
sitting at 10 and 3, continuing to be an issue around the map. Now we'll go ahead and step aside, like I said, with 2 big hard points up next. We'll go and listen in with the comms of the LA Guerrillas for our Astro listening.
Apathy, wriggling.
China's in good too.
I fought deep. One's gonna be front. I'm looking Coop. He's
There
gonna lay
we
down.
go.
Stay
Face
on.
one out.
I fought front.
Oh,
Coming
my
front. I fought front. I'm coming front. They're gonna Coop absolute. Coop absolute. Front absolute. One shot. Sashi and Coop was absolute. No trophy.
Hey, you can give me some thoughts on the comms. You got anything you think about it? Just listen to it for a little bit.
Nice. There's 2. There's 2 on it.
What was that?
Yeah, you guys should rotate.
If you want to talk about their comms, you're listening. If you think it sounds good, bad.
Oh, wait, that's
Nice. JT kill me. Where's he going? JT's already P1. JT's P1 right now.
Yeah, 2v1.
I'm replacing you top.
Try to stay left dirt. Try to stay left dirt. I spawned out, guys. I spawned out. Try to stay up. I'm pitching up dirt.
I'm shoulder door. I'm shoulder. I'm
trying to pitch dirt. I'm trying to pitch dirt.
One's elbow. Mid's open. He's late dirt. He's shoulder. He's dirt now. He's telling. There's 2.
Yeah, I'm about to be behind.
I'm flashing. I'm flashing. For ammo. I don't see him. Hold pit. Last get back in 1 shot. I'm holding. I'm pushing Coop. I'm blocking. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's get a fucking 6 here. I'm coming to help. I have all the back right now.
Kick him dirt on me. I'm watching my
Above me,
wall.
top TV. Actually, I can have
Low, one guy low. Sam dead.
You hold it.
Drop me down.
I'm holding down, JT. There you go. I'm going for the flip.
Low, heli.
Last guy.
Challenge you,
Spawner.
Justin.
Yeah, give it back. He's gonna
Spawn in the back.
pierce my spawn there.
Nobody here.
Oh, okay. Coming dirt. 130 top map. One's top map. Top TV above me. Top lights for now, guys. Without. Another one. Last one. Top TV. Here's the absolute cliff. Still top TV.
That's fine. Just play control. Play control on the right.
Top TV again, Brian. You go, Chain. You're gonna come my back. Behind us. P3 hurt. I'll press it. He's going to Brian. I'm playing corner top TV. Oh, he flanked me. He's top TV. That's he ran back to P1.
I'm just holding low heli right now. I'm waiting.
Yeah, wait, let's go. It's hard hit dirt here. They have a trophy, low dirt, or low P1. I got you. It could be heli, remember. Whoever's there, like.
All right, Guerrillas up big after
my
our
god,
first set of
Octane's
rotations.
3 and 12.
I don't know about you, but I was getting hyped from those callouts myself.
Yeah, I love the comms right there at LAG, and that's one thing that Chino brings, man. It's just that
CJ's joining up. What's up, man?
starting to roar, and that's one thing.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up? Hey, you perfectly fine. You hear me? You're all good? Everything's good?
Yeah, I can hear you guys, man.
Yeah, I can hear y'all fine.
Alright, cool. So if you got the matches pulled up, we were at
I do.
We got 23 seconds on the hardpoint clock, and they're at the first hardpoint. The second
For me, for me, it's 25 seconds on the second rotation right now.
Still focusing on the next job at hand. They're focusing on those P2. Once again, this is going to be another tight
So, well, the second rotation, so it's like 159, 120. Surge is climbing up right now.
See what the play call right now is for Seattle. Maybe making his way through
129.
players toward the backside to get peace.
They're like really ahead of us.
Oh no, it's now P2. My bad. It's just now P2.
I got 328 on the general clock.
Yeah, that's
and on
the
the
same.
hardpoint's 45 seconds.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'm like 2 seconds behind you.
Okay, we're good then. Yeah, awesome.
Jeez, Ab's going big.
there goes gunless.
So like,
Continue despite the
so right now,
despite the advantage.
obviously,
But Seattle get granted with
Surge
those
have a
close
mountain to climb.
ones toward Temple.
Yeah, no, I
Guerrillas
feel like
go on a
chill.
spree, and they're going to be up what a good
So yeah,
100
most of my
seconds as long as they hold
predictions
every
so
single
far
second left.
has been
They're gonna be up
correct.
by a
So.
good 100
Yeah, I'm
points.
2 for
Now
2,
coming
just
in
not
for
on
Dex, and
scores.
they're already
Well,
thinking
I
long
mean, they've
term.
not won this
They're
match
here on
yet,
the
but
flank. First City thankfully takes them
I
down.
had
But it just looks like there
London
is 5
3
if
2
not
over
6
Paris,
players
and I
on
had
the map
3
right
0.
now from LAG.
So
Just been one map off.
Surge will have to play perfect from here on out.
Track of where everyone is.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at the sign of Surge, man, it's just a lot of inconsistency once
that's
again,
it.
man. Octane is
I was
having
right. I
Which
said
is
3-1 too. I think that's. I mean, like it's still possible.
something we usually don't expect out of a player of his caliber.
It's still possible. Like they would have to, so if they would have to make it through this hard point, and then manage the whole P4 and P5.
Yeah.
Just keep this one scrappy, like super stupid scrappy.
And finally, the
Totally
Surge
agree.
able to set up on a hard point and gain some
Yeah.
time to try to get back into this one.
That's
I mean, they literally would have to be perfect. Like, all it takes is for LAG to get 10
You
seconds.
lucked out with the broadcast problems. Was it you? Did you do it? Did you? You brought down the stream? Shit. They postponed it. It was like 30 minutes. And it's good that you're coming in even before Atlanta FaZe versus Dallas Empire.
Dude, I was trying so hard, dude. But like, dude, we did like a 2-story screen room, and
2 stories.
And like,
Fuck.
yeah, it was the stuff. The screen room was the second story, right? But like, some stuff was on the first story. And like how we had our setup, we had 2 extension ladders, a 36-footer and a 24-footer, with a 24-foot metal walkboard going across it.
You're not all the way up there, right? You're like bottom right.
No,
I mean, like,
I was holding the ladder at the bottom, make sure it didn't slide out.
That's gonna be 2 for him. Quickly turns on a Prestini.
That's
I did that for like 6 hours.
Ooh.
20 feet up in the air.
As we are 10 seconds
It's
away
really not that bad.
from the Guerrillas calling this one
It's
a
only really
dub.
bad whenever
Can they
you're like
continue to lock it
over
down?
water
Assault?
or something like
Doesn't
that.
matter whether it's the
Or if
Or if it's really
It
windy.
should be it.
LAG are getting
Yeah,
the job
I'm
done
one of my
as
first
they
jobs
stay
was
alive,
in West Virginia.
closing out
Jeez.
the
When I
hard
first
point
started
in a
working,
dominant way.
and it was replacing 2.5 stories of vinyl. And it was so windy in like the month of November, and I almost got crushed. One of my first days. It was something.
But I mean, no, you don't have to say what you get paid hourly, but like construction pays are pretty low, right?
I'd say what I get paid. I get paid 14. Minimum wage over here is like around 750 to 8.
Oh, okay.
Over here.
Once
So
again, at that point, you're just starting to spiral.
Yeah, it's like the same. Well, like we talk about, taxes and all that kind of stuff.
They kept on focusing on the
My minimum
rotation.
wage is
Even when they
11. I
lost
get
that
paid
junk time on
like
P4,
around
they had Apathy
more
go
than
all
that,
the
same
way around
kind
the
of
map and make sure
thing.
they
Anyways,
those
talk
spawns
about
to make sure they were guaranteed that
So that's it
P5
for third.
They were just a
For
step
this
ahead.
tournament, obviously, as
Another
you guys
series,
can
they
see on the
just have to go
screen.
all the way around the map and make sure that they flip those spawns to make sure they were
You make change? What do you guys? What do you do
They were
to
just a step
for your
ahead, man.
Seattle
This is
Surge?
another series. This is back-to-back
in my
series,
opinion,
actually, for the Surge. They've lost every single
I'd look
respawn. The last time
into
they did that
flexes
versus the
first.
Ravens.
Really, I don't really like Decimate being on this roster.
It's just not clicking for these guys right now. That's 7
Sorry.
I'm not. I'm personally not a fan of Decimate with this squad. You know, like isn't he a little faster than Pristini? Like there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but like
You just mean like
I
a
know-
pacing issue.
yeah, I think it's going to be. And then you could say the same for between Octane and Gunless.
Octane. Fucking you burgered that map.
I mean, like,
Yeah, like
if we're gonna go, if they're gonna talk, I think, there's gonna be maps where like all of them did relatively badly, maybe except for Bristini. Like, do you think that that's like one guy that had the most consistent series here? I mean, that's not an overall problem.
I think Pristini's the most consistent
solid.
player within
Yeah.
this stage.
Yeah.
Now earlier in the year,
No, I give it.
earlier in the year you
give it
could argue
Octane.
Gunless, you know. But
You think it's Octane's a solid
Octane-
player?
Yeah, I think
Nike?
it's stage
I-
yeah, stage
so-
3. I think Octane's been their most solid player.
You gotta go back and you just gotta just just basically go straight to the drawing board.
It's debatable between the two.
Like these guys,
My opinion, you know, like
it doesn't look really good.
I can do see where you're coming from, but like just
the second one right
like
you don't drop Octane, you don't drop Pristine.
it'd be either Gunless or Decimate, but like Decimate's so new onto the roster,
exactly.
So he might be like. So the thing is that he might be still integrating, you know. But because like he was just on a team with Methods and Slacks and I don't remember the fourth player up in Challengers, you know. And Challengers plays different.
When he's calling in that streak, he cannot die in that situation. Whoever was top
but
with him needs to
they need to make a change nonetheless.
They let Gunless go down, and eventually a second player.
So their main thing is respawns.
Again, in LAG, they just countered every single time.
They just suck at everything.
Yeah, I think it's all.
Well, Surge is like their strong suit out of it, in my opinion. It's not much of a strong suit for them, but it's, in my opinion, their best game.
Well, S&D.
Yeah, because of Octane and what Pristine brings to the table, and then you got Gunless who can do pretty decent at it here and there, you know. And then Decimate, I haven't seen enough from him, you know.
They could be much like every other team in the CDL. You never know. They could be a solid.
And then I know it's a long time away, but like
definitely, man.
At some point, like next year, if Octane's kind of in the same situation, do you think it's shock for him to be considered a top AR?
Well, his contract with Surge is up after this season, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I would, if I were Octane, I'd try to make a move.
Yeah, go to another.
I try to sell myself to somewhere at least somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Get a completely different circle.
In my opinion, I think he's going to try to go for Thieves.
Thieves?
No.
I do think so. Because like,
I think he wants to, but I don't see them wanting to pick him up. Unless he like goes off this next quarter of the year.
So next game's being made by Sledgehammer, right?
Yeah, but it might be postponed.
Octane has
there's a rumor that well, it's gonna be Modern Warfare Remastered, Modern Warfare 2, but I don't know. Like,
they won't play comp on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking that this game is gonna be the next game competitive wise. Like I don't think we're gonna change into Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. So if that's the case,
no, we're not.
Then you even have Octane in a worse situation if he doesn't step it up here in this next quarter of the year, because we're not fucking switching games, you know?
Yeah, but Octane will not be on Surge next year. And he's too good of a player, like he will get picked up.
He's too good of a player, you know. He's too good of a player, and also he has a name too. Like these teams are trying to, like he's really stepped it up in his content. I think he's a really popular player.
Yeah, his content.
He's a generational talent. You know, like
I don't know what I was saying.
There's a reason why he's called the human turret. You know, just like
he's up there, like in ARs of all time.
I feel like it'd work out between him and Kenny, and then
they're
and
really
then
good friends. They're best friends. Him and Kenny.
Yeah.
I did not know that until recently.
Yeah, I think it would work out. Just seeing knowing their styles of play with the ARs,
and then you got Hugh, the chemistry.
And then you got Hugh, who I think Octane's teamed up.
But depending how LAT perform for the rest of the year, Raza's been playing well.
Well, in my opinion, Draza.
Draza's been playing so.
Well,
stats wise, that's what I looked at. He's been playing well, but like you know, you got Venom too. You guys were saying, at least in the chat, Siege, like Venom is playing well, but.
Oh, that was I did. That was him.
What do you think? Like, Venom versus Draza. I mean, like we don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna see them, you know, very soon here. But like, I don't know.
I think they're going to move out of LA Thieves.
Who?
LA Thieves, in my opinion, are going to move out. Venom. Try to go for a more consistent SMG to tag along with Hugh.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if it don't go well, they'll probably just
If he
switch
doesn't
back
do
to TJ.
well here.
Right.
But it's like, that's what I said. I think that it should have been TJ Alley and for Venom. That's it. But we'll still see. We'll see after the.
Ooh.
Guys,
I don't know
it's
how I feel about that.
it's almost 12. I might have to dip here.
It's all good, bro. Thanks for hopping on, man. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do tomorrow. Depends. Maybe I'm gonna start to not try
I'm
to do
feeling
all
really
the
confident.
matches. But,
I felt
thanks
like
for hopping on,
in
there,
the
man.
Yeah,
Really
yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
it.
No,
But if you want me to link
oh,
anything, let me know.
And I think all
cool.
of
Yeah,
the other
I'll be
so
watching all the games
I
this
think we just
weekend. So if
kinda
you do
feel
any
like we have
watch
to slow
alongs
down a
and
bit, make sure
when
we're
I'm free,
like
just
playing
swing me a
together
message
better.
and I'll hop
All
on.
right, we'll do,
Actually
bro.
closing out these maps
Thanks,
that
cheers, man.
can like win us
Have a
the
good
game.
night,
Nice
bro.
talking to you a little bit,
I'm
man.
really confident that we could do that like in the week that we prepared to get here.
Okay. So we good. Man,
All right.
we lucked out, bro.
But
That broadcast like thing.
oh yeah, dude. That took like a good what 30 minutes?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like 30 to 40 minutes. It was crazy. I wonder what happened. We're gonna have to learn. I think we'll figure it out, but I think it's something on LEG's side, because they've had like connection problems before, right?
I feel like when we go into practice every
Yeah,
day,
they
we
have.
really try to improve
Them.
after practice. Like
I think
if we
they've
feel that
had.
we were
I know
trying to get more on the
Optics
same
had a
page on
few
a map or
connection
anything like
issues
that,
here
like
and
we'll watch
there.
it over. And
And then
I feel like all of us are
what's
like
the
really
other
good friends
team?
outside of the game too.
It's either
So, like, we have really
Paris
good chemistry and
or
just, like, we'll mess around after scrims and sometimes we'll play basketball, sometimes we'll just hang out
either
on
Paris or
PC and
Florida.
play games. So
I think that
I feel like
one of those
getting our
teams or
chemistry
the other
up
one
and
that I'm thinking
like
of.
being a lot like really comfortable around each other
Wow.
definitely helped us.
What's your prediction here? It'll be
Yeah.
a pretty exciting match.
I love that. Gina,
Oh,
gotta
it's
go, but quick.
in my opinion, it's going to go to a game. Well, let's see,
I'm a
Dallas
trigger.
versus FaZe.
Hey,
That
like
one
it.
should
Manny
go
Sheen,
to
love to hear it. Thank you so much for joining me and best of luck
game
through the nation.
4.
Thank you.
Game 4?
I think.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
According to Chino himself. Things are
For
close match.
a game 4 for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah. I think Steve's the real. Not gonna be like fully dominant.
I think
Search.
Dallas could sneak in a respawn in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I think Space is going to swipe that.
Obviously, everybody's giving their takes on like the hook change. Do you think that was a wild change? Do you think warranted? Fellow in for hook. What's your thoughts on it? Or are you still on the
So I don't like
series like this? It's like a bad thing.
So in my opinion, I don't like the move from Illy moving to SMG. I don't like that move. And Fellow is historically an SMG player. So granted, he is really solid at the flex position. Like he does have room for growth, of course, but like I think in my genuine opinion, I think that Fellow and Shotzi would be better off with the SMG duo instead of Shotzi and Illy. And then having Illy remain as the flex. I would have liked to see that a lot more.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Reddit right now.
But in terms of whether or not I think I think there's something deeper to that though.
Something that
Like
we'll
whether
probably learn when the season's over.
Probably.
No.
But yeah, I do see some of like what Cram was saying up on
And,
Twitter.
yeah, like
and
Hook.
with the just the judgments that Hook was making, kind of like a dashy
he
kind
said
of
something along the lines of just look at the minimap, it speaks for yourself.
Yeah,
That's kind of what he said.
that's near word for word.
Yeah, well, on Reddit now. Can't wait to watch these freaking ads. There's a meme of it says 7 kills really, and then it's like 2 anime characters shaking hands. It's Dashi and Octane shaking hands in the middle. It says dropping 7 kills in hardpoint.
Yes. Is it the same map too?
The same map? Was it?
Yeah. I know Dashi's done it on Raid before, like I think the last major, but or the major before that. I think it was with him using like the QBZ, but
Dallas for our first match to catch.
I think
it honestly doesn't get better than this, man. This is how we kick
Oh
off
my
the week.
God.
I couldn't be happier.
That's a really nice way to start.
But you remember the heard about the Dashie versus Glacier?
Dashie versus Glacier.
Yeah, what Dashie said about Glacier.
No, was that recent?
It was semi-recent.
What
I don't remember exactly what was said, but like it was something about I think it's probably something about his Glacier's consistency, if I remember correctly.
I think Glacier's been playing pretty well.
Glacier's been playing great, especially considering his age and like his experience in the league. In my opinion, he's a top 5 AR right now.
Agreed. And I've said it like multiple times. We said it on this stream multiple times. Hydra's a beast, but again, it's like I don't know if you watched the flank, but Hydra was on the flank. New York was on the flank. Man, you know his English is good, like COD wise, COD lingo wise, and all that. In the listenings, he sounds like he's fluent. But something that Mackie brought up is that in S&D, the comms are massively more important, and they're also a lot. They're very different. There's a lot more vocabulary there, right? So
yeah.
I think it's going to be harder on him to step it up in S&D, but we'll see. Shit, they do though.
We did just see a good performance from Hydra, from I believe against Optic.
In S&D? Oh
yeah,
they played that well. But
the Express, I think.
Yeah, it was Express S&D.
Yeah.
But
I didn't really get a chance to see it.
FaZe and Ultra plays well. Really good S&D. FaZe gets great strats from Tupac. Their S&D code.
Oh yeah.
They've been doing some good
yeah.
strats, man.
Oh yeah, I got mad respect for Tupac.
Yeah, dude's a beast. Like I was watching his videos. I don't know if I mentioned them on the channel yet, but he did a couple S&D review VODs, and he did those, and obviously he stopped when he got picked up from FaZe. But he was spitting facts, dude. Like great knowledge on S&D. And there's still maps there. I think they're still uploaded to his channel. But he hasn't uploaded any new S&D review VODs, but bro, those are great. Very
You did talk about it. You did mention it like at least twice about a month or two ago.
That's good. Yeah, but he stopped it. But it's still good. You know, S&D doesn't really change too much, obviously. Unless they change the bomb sites or the meta changes massively.
Like right now with Moscow, we're going to B. You know, like as long as you can get in there, you have a little bit over a 50% chance of making it out.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think about. And then we've been seeing more A plans on Checkmate.
That's interesting because it was like almost 100% that teams went for that one bomb site, but
it was like 99.8, 99.5. You know, like there's almost no point in putting somebody Yellow Crate or A Street.
Yeah.
Throughout stage 3 on Apocalypse, but we're seeing that once again for map number 1. And the craziest thing is, it's not like FaZe is picking the maps. They've been given good sides every single time they load into the map. Even still, they can't find wins. And I think really comes down to their P1 and P2 chains. They never really try. It's not often they get those full 60s.
Apocalypse Hard was the first one. Checkmate SB. Who cares? We'll pull up their stats for their
even their P4 that they have on Apocalypse is the best in the game.
That's gonna be an interesting one.
CDL, somebody get their stats.
They just need to bring it together. And
that's 1-0.
Fellow has. I don't think Fellow's played Checkmate S&D with these three. At least within the.
They have played lights out for Checkmate S&D.
But Fate, I think it's gonna be interesting. And then you got Fate. I think FaZe will win the Apocalypse.
Yeah, they've got more real maps against pro teams under their belt. They're 2-4 on Apocalypse Hardpoint though.
me a lot.
Yeah, including that like 2 comeback wins or 2 comeback losses.
Coming in second place in the last major.
One against like Ultra, and I think one against
Try to redeem this one, of course.
who was that other
Waiting
team?
in the wings for these 2 teams to be done. We'll see who comes
It was
out
I
on
think
top.
it was
A long
Legion.
and exciting series ahead of us, hopefully.
Legion?
I think Legion managed to link P2 and P3 and P4 for like the last like for like a stupid comeback.
I like this map. What's your thoughts on this map? I hear some pros shit on it, to be honest. I don't know if you've heard the same thing.
Oh, I
What's your
have.
thoughts on Apocalypse Hardpoint?
I
like it personally. I can tell you, everybody's I've teamed up with, dude, do not do well on that map. I don't know what it is about it, because in my mind it's pretty simple, straightforward. But
yeah, like I would literally say that. I mean, yeah, I talk about spawns on the map and stuff like that. I got the spawn with AK. Like what I said in my video, just play like that. But I haven't been able to play 8. They play with people like flying out and shit like that, so I can't say much. But I don't know, some people are like, I had a guy say like he just doesn't get this map. I don't know.
Quite a bit. Now, one map I do get like a whole bunch in league play is Gary Control.
Yeah.
Or Checkmate Control.
Checkmate Control, I get Gary some more.
I get them about the same, but Gary Control is definitely my personal best.
Yeah, that's what good.
3 in a row to start this one off. What a great start out, the young man. An electrifying beginning here to Apocalypse.
It just works best with my playstyle.
I'm
also, I can also, I tend to be the most consistent player on my team.
That's good. Yeah, literally, like, I freaking listed out fundamentals. I was like, alright, I'm just gonna, I wrote all that shit down. Obviously, I didn't remember them, but like I still, yeah, I did that video recently. I had to be a more consistent player. It's just like that, and as I said, it's the mastery of the fundamentals. But yeah, let's like focus up on watching Smash a little bit.
These P1, P2 struggles for FaZe are going to continue, or maybe they can clutch up inside the hill.
I've been trying to get. You remember Night Shot?
Yeah.
I've been trying to get him like.
Jossie trying to find a cheeky peek. No one quite knows he's here. I take it back. Arsty's guns are up. Celium's going to come from behind. Celium through mid. Finds himself a second kill as well. And again, we are looking towards picking up a ton more time here. No one able to make much out of Dallas.
So yeah, what were we just talking about?
Yeah, I was bringing up consistency.
Yeah, no, then,
like
as they approach the hard point, Dallas still struggling.
I know it's like easier to be like consistent with an AR, because like
I think
you just
so,
like.
especially in this game, dude.
Oh yeah, like Apocalypse is like probably like one of the maps is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
I could see being difficult. But like in general, it should be like easier to be more consistent with than compared to SMG, because like you can have like an off day with an AR. And it, like and be able to like hide it. With the SMGs, you kind of have to be pretty much dead on.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, I'm just sticking to it. I just want to be a better BG player and all that.
Let's see now what they've got as they can hold on to this one. Will we get the break or will Atlanta hold it? I'm then I'll go for a quick Astro Gaming listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Yo, try and flip. I'm gonna fight. Get my heli. Get my heli.
Heli. Try and flip.
Yeah.
Try and flip. Get my heli.
I'm muting myself stream.
Are you aligned up? Heli. I'm in new. I'm in artillery.
Okay, we gotta listen to FaZe.
I'm in bench. I'm in artillery. Like, I'm trying to bait for your phone. Yeah, good. Yeah. I get ping. Nice, I'm on it. I'm going out. I'm in. No shit. Yeah, just finish. Where are you?
Communicating what they actually see, like once they actually see them.
He got me. I didn't get my health.
I'm blocking the back. I spawned front. I'm waiting front.
Like in my opinion, that helps a lot. Because like most people just communicate like when they die from somebody. But like by that point, like you just get killed from the side from that same person as they're communicating it. Instead of being able to like team shoot.
Yeah. Do you like the pace they're doing at it? Cause kind of that's something I heard Zuma say in the point. It kind of makes you feel. more confident, maybe, like more into the match. I would say more so.
It does. And it gives you a lot more information, you know, like it's just it also depends on your ability to process the information. But because that's another factor. Like you gotta, if you have communication even going at their pace, you kind of have to have really good processing time, very good like being able to output that the right reactions, the right
Yeah, but like, you don't. If we like, let's say this is somebody's first map and listening to, they're like, "What the fuck is this?" But yeah, we're hyping up each other right now. Sounds good. We got Celine 14-7.
Nasty this map. Simple who will just end up just going on a tear at some point.
Yes, like and you'll see that, and rarely see him have a bad map. Like, and obviously that's why we call him one of the best. Talent-wise, he's probably the best player we've ever seen. It's just so impressive to see that the guy never has a really bad map, which is crazy.
It's hard to give him, for me to give him that #1 title.
Yeah,
so early in his career.
Yeah, but
I do see the potential for it though. But the criteria would have to be different compared to like say how we do Krim, Karma, Scump, you know, because you're not really having quite as many events and like and you don't have like the round robin tournaments, you know.
Yeah, but he's
like
got
we
so
used
many
to.
more years. Like, no, he's like in his lower. He's like 21, 22, right? He could be.
Yeah, he's about my age.
Yeah.
Because he entered in BO4 and he was 18. So he's around 21.
172 climbing right now for Atlanta FaZe. All the shots able to take one with.
And then you got a BZ who's like 23.
Second hard point now in the second set. And it's good look so far for Dallas. They're going to get a little bit of time out first. Crim's trying to buy some time for the team. The Vanguard pushing those players from FaZe back. But here comes the hit. Shotzi's going to try to slow him down on the approach. Watching that low lane now. And you've got those members of FaZe trying to push now through mid. They're going to hit that top courtyard side of the map.
Room 6 kind of pushed too far for that.
Lining up for the shot. Abizi's got some tags. Able to make his
That trash time on a P1.
From Dallas Empire slows it down, but still Celian waiting patiently.
At least in my opinion.
The top of his head clean cut off, and this is great charge.
Should be able to pretty much tie it up here.
So far.
But they're spawning.
Actually, I don't mind. So, okay, look at the time, right? The time left. Really, at this point, you should feel fine. Just like with them getting the spawns at like say 20-25 seconds. At that point, you can wrap for P3, and you guys automatically have spawns for P4. You know, as long as you hold those P3 spawns. And BZ, I would like to see him push through. Personally, but
do you have 52 seconds? I got 52 seconds.
Yeah, I am. I would have liked to see him like push through ammo instead of like challenging kill immediately. Like going for spawns and just sneaking through. And then just grab those spawns, keep them from make them spawn by temple B2 side. And then you see just Shotzi just staying alive and spawn, just being going to be a nuisance.
Yeah, something I heard pro players, coaches say is playing Ratty. Like, you heard that, right? That's like,
yeah.
Kind of discussion today. Like, be a hard kill on the map.
Oh yeah, because like you gotta think, their aim and reaction time, their ability to process information is top level.
Yeah.
It just comes down to those quick decisions making, you know.
Yeah.
He's not locked in the spawns. He's getting hunted, but his awareness is next level. Of course, while this is happening, he eventually gets hunted. His teammates have not flipped the spawns, and Dallas still just racking up all that hill time. See if they can get another lead change once again, and for FaZe, well, 15 seconds away.
Oh, I love this play by BZ, just waiting for that natural pinch.
Timing worked out well there too.
Yeah, Simba ended up dying behind Nazi building. But this Shotzi gonna have to go huge.
Takes care of him in that situation. You've got a bit of hard point time now. Going and
Okay, Salium is just staying pushed up on.
but Sim's gonna get it done. Sim finds 2 more. And
Oh no, Ailey.
It's been a good hold from Dallas, but not quite enough. 10 points now for the winners. Atlanta FaZe, they'll rack
They gotta push the rally. That's the only way for them to make it, and just flood it.
Again, chances to BZ. Hard points up.
Just
Trades are on point. Salium though getting involved. 24 to 16 for him. And that is that. Atlanta
yeah,
FaZe, they did
that was a good map.
FaZe got it. It was. And that's the thing, you can that map is so very possible to make a comeback on. Because it's just how hard it is to break some of these hills. Especially say P1's going to be scrappy. P2 should be a solid hold. P3 can be a solid hold. P4 and P5 can also be a solid hold.
I want to look at the stats how favorable that good spawn is. Like the record for that. The map. Do you think that's going to be a big thing?
I think for this map?
Yeah, bro. Like having good spawns. I think that's a big thing. Like,
I think
it's really hard to break that second hard point if you don't have spawns.
So I think the percentage is around 65, 35-ish. Just because of the fact that you do have that initial advantage, but at the same time though, that this map is so fast-paced, it's so easy to end up like losing track of one player being able to push through one way, sneak their way past one way, you know?
Yeah.
Just it can very well happen.
But alright, I'm gonna get some. You can stay. It's alright, it doesn't matter, whatever. But I'm gonna be really
We saw him do it 2 or 3 times throughout that map, man, where he would just pump the brakes. He would let the enemy team make those mistakes. Alafaris evolving before our very eyes. Atlanta FaZe, take that map number 1. We're going to take a quick commercial break. And upon our return, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to search and destroy Atlanta FaZe, Dallas Empire. You don't want to miss it. More Call of Duty League action upon our return.
You support I think that's meant for clicks, but I'll go ahead and tell you who I support. I support Optic, Atlanta. I wish New Orleans had a team, but we don't. Atlanta, I was born near Atlanta, and I've been a fan of T2P Scump for years. And then you got but a team that's outside of that, I cheer for. I do cheer for Rocker in New York. So yeah, Mac, this is gonna be one really good series. Checkmate S&D's gonna be really interesting. Optic. You see, I didn't watch competitive back in BO2. Like, I watched Scump's videos, and like I was like, what, 12 at the time? And that was like my first, like, that's when I actually first started COD. But I was like still nasty at it.
Call of Duty
I don't really think they're going to be able to pick it up this tournament. I think it's going to be sometime like next season.
Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Zenny, the official eyewear for the CDL. Armor your eyes with Zenny Block's blue light protection glasses by visiting zenny.com/gaming.
Tune in to the Call of Duty League Top 4 Sunday to earn the You Tried emblem and 3 unique calling cards. The longer you watch,
the more you can earn. So don't forget to link your Activision and YouTube accounts to start earning today. We got Chalked, we got Fully Tilted, we got Cracked, we got sweet calling cards for you to flaunt, not only in-game, but you can also put them in your little calling card showcase on your profile. I've seen those as well.
Alright, so there's Siege.
Atlanta FaZe chance.
Yeah, yeah, I'm still here.
This way of this team, and rightfully so, hard workers,
What
great
team?
ambassadors for the games, and right now,
Ajo, I think so far support the best top 3 right now, like Toronto, Atlanta FaZe, and West. Whoever wins this tournament, probably gonna be my new favorite team. You got a favorite team, Siege? Or you like me? Scared is the best in the game.
I mean, I love the game itself, and I love seeing everybody compete. But so I just told them like, let's see, I cheer for Atlanta and Optic, right? Because I was born in Georgia. I wish New Orleans had a team, but they don't. And then we have, but I also cheer for Optic because Scump. I've been watching him since 2012, 2011.
Yeah, same.
And then
I've watched Scump since around then too. 1 for 3, right?
And then, yeah.
Same.
For me, it was like more towards early BO2, but and then like I've been like watching, but like aside from like those two juggernauts, I cheer for let's see, what was it? I cheer for New York and I cheer for the Rocker.
Nice. Yeah, Minnesota Rockers got some of my favorite overall like, kind of personalities. Like Tad a lot, man. He's a good kid. He's a good guy. Good YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
He's
kid.
One of my favorites, dude.
Just back to the first blood king, the reaper, whatever.
Alright, I left my water in, like next to my door. I gotta go get it.
Bail out because they know they have that man advantage. And look at the problems that BZ's causing, right? Pushes up the street, gets a kill. Crimson's now retreating to the back red tower, expecting the flank to come through. But he says, hey, we got the positioning, we got the man advantage. As long as I don't die, we should be good to go for this round.
4 hours, dude.
I love how the BZ plays that.
Oh my god, shots is in.
Oh yeah.
Nice, but it's not good enough.
Easy.
A BZ played 8th Street. Prim went towards top red to try to get the trade because expecting BZ to push through, and just BZ just retreats back, playing his life advantage. He gets 3 of that, and it causes him to get 3 of that round.
Take the round and again put themselves in a situation where they're just not even allowing them to make mistakes.
Like you pick up the strats on FaZe, because that's what I do. If I had a team, I'd pick up strats from like FaZe and Toronto Ultra. I feel like they have a lot of good strategy, and also their teamwork that they use together in SND is kind of unmatched right now.
Well, right now I'm looking for 2 players. Because right now, let's see, my aura keeps on picking up people that just are not the right schedule or not the right time. So it's just me and Nightshot. I think Skips is going to take up an offer to coach somewhere else for like a more of like a team that's like closer to challengers.
Yeah, I got a team right now. that I'll be coaching with when I'm like done with school. Really, like, I'm not even doing it like I'm just doing it to get more experience, like coaching. They can teach me things, I can teach some things.
I need one-on-one coaching. But,
I want to, like record their maps and shit like that. And I also want to do a series, like a one-on-one series or a series with a team. And like I'll record it, in, session, edit the highlights and stuff like that. My shit froze. I don't know, froze for a second. Reloaded. Okay, picked up. What the fuck is going on? Okay. So the round is starting in 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yep.
Same thing?
Yeah, same thing.
Awesome. Okay. That was
Oh,
to be honest. Well, it just went
no,
back, right?
yeah, it did.
Yeah, there's a problem with the stream, guys. Problem with the broadcast, not us. I got 18 on the clock.
Yeah, it's the broadcast synchronization.
There's a problem with the
And
broadcast.
it's just stuck on a BZ, just coming right off the spawn.
I mean, I can give you the exact number, but I don't want to be that nerdy.
Yeah, I would love to. I like what he's doing. He's moving all around. He's having a good timing. Like, I play this area, but I don't do it like this. But okay, he gets taken down. But I like that.
So,
It's like obviously it depends on a lot of timing. Like, somebody could push up there, he won't know.
yeah. I like to play A bomb with the SMG. I know that's kind of
weird.
That's I know that is weird, but it works for me. You know, for me playing is a freaking death trap.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. The wall bangs. It's the most
Right.
focal point of the map, obviously, especially off the bat.
And I'm just really good at just like finding those cheeky angles to
Oh, nice. So,
get through. You know, and just like, and I'm usually last alive anyways. So I usually had them having a clutch to 1v4s to 1v3s, 1v2s. Just and I feel like that's I love just playing. So that's why I play spots like that.
So we're gonna do here with some breakup. It's
I see Celium
seems like we're gonna do 3 plane.
And it looks like RC is just gonna watch. Oh, he's gonna play it. Oh, that's that A string. And then you
Just so
got
many angles.
and then Illy over by Yellow Crate looking into top plane windows. And nice. RC's pushing up. RC's try Illy.
Trades 2v2 BZ. Nice.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, you're a little behind me now.
Yeah.
Why not? Pick on the wing was one thing. This
One.
was number 3 as well. Illy. Holy.
This is the second one. Oh, 3. Oh shit.
Had some strange rounds, but whether or not the strangest
Cap.
is in the game, Abizi's still just the
Yeah, dude, this shit.
Sellium is perfect right now, 6-0.
Man, he gets 6 and
This
0'd.
series alone is just building himself a nice little highlight.
And you would think like having Phil on the team would make them better as a D team. Crimson 6-0 and 4 right now.
From Dallas Empire, but for the moment they are just being suffocated and shot through walls. Illy may be there for the trades, but even still in a 3v3, this is not a fun spot for the Empire to be in. But Illy, there you go. There's the second.
I got called by a coworker.
Sorry, it didn't mess up anything. It's not fine.
Okay.
Wow. Do not get 2v3'd Empire, please.
2v2 situation now. Oh boy, BZ's hurt, 71 HP. You have to finish him. Here comes the
Teammate.
streaks.
Celium, come on.
Seems bad.
And, oh, he should have clearance for that player.
Oh,
The bomb site,
I didn't even know you could do that.
earning time.
Bro, he is. Oh my god, he's such a Call of Duty nerd. Fucking ready spots he figures out.
In control going the way of Dallas for now.
Despite that, oh my god. Gotta love color.
I know you can get.
Phase up.
I know
phase
you
up.
can get.
Look at this from Cell.
Oh.
As soon as the bomb goes down, immediately
Illy.
the tags are there. It's now going to be
Back at 2v3.
Oh.
This is for kill number 10.
Celium's
Plenty of time to
spidey
work
senses
with.
is tingling.
Celium can get it. He may have just made the read chance. He may
Oh,
have just made the
Illy, yeah, with the timing.
Oh.
They can breathe a sigh
Oh, I
of
fucked it
relief.
up for you.
They are on the
Did you
board
just see
now,
that?
4-1.
Yeah, I did. I'm actually like a second or two ahead of you.
Number of 1v1s in his career he has probably had against Sellium, just uncountable. These plays here are the plays that can win you games and win you rounds. Illy trying to revive.
4 on 1.
Just playing for the audio cues.
I think he heard Cell jump.
Obviously, you try
Yeah.
to come up in the plane behind him. He's gonna
That's
be able
what
to
it
hear
was.
something eventually. So, shout out Illy, bro.
Slim 9-1.
4 kills in a row, 6-2 is
Yeah, RC is 0 and 4.
God,
Crimson
this-
0 and 5.
I figured this search was going to be in FaZe's favor, but I thought it was going to be a little closer than this.
Yeah.
To win the round. Yeah, we got a long way to go, man. Like,
I said 3 off
going
these.
through the struggles right now. He's won this fight against Arcees in previous rounds, but now there's an easy to get involved, baby, and that's a long range first blood he'll have. 9-2 overall. Not allowed towards this A side of the map, but that's more for the angles than anything. Shots, he's still in his position over by B-bomb site.
Yeah, I had Dallas winning map 1.
Now BZ coming to reinforce Sim, trying to make the play here.
And then I had FaZe winning maps 2, 3, and 4.
Watching that long line of sight. This tag, what a damage dealt. 45 seconds chance. This is it. Here comes Sim. Bang on time.
FaZe should be able to finish this one out.
Yeah.
Whew.
Surprise here, Sim. He's gonna fall. Celine does get a
Shotzzy.
trade inside the plane, and the trades do not come through. Shotzzy able to pick
No,
up 2, and
Shotzzy.
time is ticking. 30 seconds left on the clock, but it all comes down to Krim. He's found his corner and gets hunted down. I feel like just through this series alone,
rushing
the
it.
montage or just this game of Krim,
Yeah, he is.
hunted by these players of FaZe in different parts of the map. And even for this round, man, any single time Dallas Empire gets any sort of advantage, it just gets snuffed away immediately. Even for the first bloods, by the way, just to touch on Abizi for the umpteenth time, you could just like the number of times where he just
Fuck
surprises
is happening here?
jumps out and appears on your screen. For a
Right?
second.
I'm about to fly off, bro. Oh, good. That was so random. The fuck kind of glitch was that?
I have no clue.
I mean, there are top guns right now. They're both shooting for that.
Oh, Sep. Sep.
Second kill out of this one.
Oh, no.
So, dude, good map.
Oh.
Well, not even good map on him.
He pinged him off. He pinged him. They have an idea where he's going to be coming from. Yeah.
This is S&D, bro. Shout out to Tupac Thug Lord. S&D shreds on point. Team play on point. Kerm 6.
Yeah.
He had one kill, right? We'll see. But you know,
don't think he did.
you can't. You finish off with 0? Finish off with a donut?
I think he did.
See right here, right? You gotta show him fucking play or something. I don't know.
2-0 in the series so far. Dallas, a little bit more to be desired here in this
3-0. Let's see what's the next map.
I mean, to be
I'm gonna wait.
clear, that is one of Dallas'
Tell me if
search and destroy maps. They just got picked apart. They barely looked like they were part of the series at all.
I'm looking for what's today.
Do
you remember what's the third map? It's gonna be Garrison.
A highlight reel in pretty much both the games that he's had. He is patient play when he needs. He gets
We'll win that one.
on command. I mean, we're
Say that again?
in, but he is having himself one
They should win that one.
series as FaZe.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I agree.
completely and utterly dominant.
They won 6.
there's not much more to break down here. They are truly
Oh.
first and
Yeah,
foremost
drop the donut.
ahead of the game right now. Look
You
at
dropped the
that
donut.
again. It's the damage and the kills department from Abizi and Celium really going.
But yeah, I know that
James
last.
Bond.
I know my last series call was kind of a hot take. But
What did you say?
I said LAG was going to win that Gary control.
A tough map for Krim, playing that island role, being overwhelmed at nearly every single opportunity. A tough round for Dallas, a tough map indeed to be dealt with. And Chance, you called it, bro. One of their best search and destroys. FaZe really making them look good. Let's take a quick look now at our US Army tactical play. It's from round number 4, an exciting one.
Yeah, Mackie said when it switched to the plane thing, it was like referred to Harrier. Remember that kill streak?
I'm gonna play more Warfare 2.
Yeah, play Modern Warfare 2.
I played. So okay, I started with BO1 on the Wii. When MW3
Oh yeah, you told
was
me that.
out.
That's funny.
And then I played BO2 on the PS3 that next Christmas.
Even though it was on, obviously Xbox 360 was what the pros played on. There was a community on Black Ops 2 on PS3. Am I wrong? No, or you didn't play?
It was.
Yeah.
I didn't play competitive, but there was. There was definitely a community. And the skill gap from how it used to be to now. I don't really drop like 60s much anymore.
What, like pubs? I was just skill-based matchmaking, dude. Like you're playing against people that are on your skill level. I mean, you still see like Octane shitting on guys and stuff like that, like dropping nukes and shit, but he's obviously an outlier. But
oh yeah,
it's skill-based matchmaking. That's
We've come a long way. Paid our dues, measured by the scoreboard.
like I have a PC now, and I switched to a new account, obviously, right? So when I did, bro, I shit on fools the first couple matches because it was, you know, it was just doing the best connection thing. Now it's a mixture of the best connection, obviously, and your own stats that you got in the past, skill-wise and all that.
Yeah.
It just makes the common players feel like they're decent. That's all it does, and they want that because that's obviously where the money is.
I feel like I play like I still, even on a PS4, I whoop PS5 players and Xbox X series and PC players, you know, just like I'm like I don't really I've never played COD on a PC in my life. So
It's good, man. I got a monitor that's not 144 hertz, but I got it like 75 hertz, and I don't know, it's a big difference. Like if I get 140 hertz, it's gonna be a big one.
yeah,
Like,
I got
it's like when you switch this, which you will eventually, I'm pretty sure, right? But
Oh,
when you do
yeah.
this, it's gonna be like, wow, I've been playing on a fucking
Puerto Rico. I just want to say thank you, USA.
you know, you've been playing harder, like it's.
I do play on a monitor now. I used to play on a
You're
flat
playing at a
screen.
disadvantage.
I used to play on like a big old flat screen, and I still fry.
Yeah. Well, a
Like,
monitor is where it's
yes.
you want a 1 millisecond monitor. If you want to buy anything,
I do have
buy
a
that first.
I do have 1 millisecond now. I did buy me one of those Acers.
Yeah, I got an Acer right here. 1 millisecond
I got
monitor
the
Acer.
KG1 series. 144 hertz, 1 millisecond response time. And then, but like I would have a PC right now, but the GPUs and CPUs are so scarce right now.
Against what you said, I got to be built. And what's inside it, the CPU, I think it was either CPU, whatever. Like one of the components was $1,000. Like if I was to buy it on Amazon or eBay or some shit, and I bought the computer for like 1,300. It's just right now I feel like it sucks, but it was just the time it made sense to buy a pre-built because I can't buy some good stuff to build one really, unless I want to go all out like mad expensive.
Dude, I'm planning. I was planning to spend 2,500.
Yeah.
On a PC, and like
Yeah,
have
these guys,
that
bro.
water cooling and stuff.
Like
You know,
10,
just
sorry to keep going with like Temp and I was watching Temp stream, doing that. The pro stream, like they're getting 250, 300 frames. I'm getting like 160, 150 frames.
Yeah, man.
Which is still good because like the max frames you can even see is on 140 hertz monitor.
Mm-hmm.
But I can still
Oh, yeah.
upgrade my shit if I want to very easily. So at some point, I'm obviously gonna do that, like buy a new graphics card or something.
Just GPUs and CPUs are really expensive right now.
Yeah, so down the line,
It's
like, I'm
absurd.
fine. I should be fine for the next year or so.
Yeah. I was planning on getting those. I was like looking all into this. I was looking into like the new AMDs, the 6800 X series and the 6900s with the and I was looking into doing it with the what's the CPU? Some like the like the Core 9. So
Yeah, max and graphics.
And this is Dallas's only chance now to really make a rebound here in the winners bracket. After this, I mean, I'm going to tweet. Our run begins now. Here we go.
But yeah, I'm happy with the move to PC. I think it helps the scene. Obviously, it makes the broadcast experience better. And when LANs come back, it's gonna make it easier for them to update. It's gonna make it less mistakes on the LAN. I think it was the smart move to PC. I don't think we should ever like. Maybe not. Like who knows? I don't think we should have like people playing on keyboard and mouse against people playing on controller. I think it should always be controller.
No. I do too. I think it should be PC for pros and consoles for challengers and amateurs.
Yeah, because I mean, I get where you're coming from though, because obviously the challengers
there's too many cheats.
Oh, true. There just needs to be an anti-cheat system. They need to have that figured out.
I honestly don't see Activision doing it.
What,
you know what I'm saying? Well, it's just that they don't put the funding towards it. And then like Treyarch and Infinity Ward are forced to abide by Activision because Activision owns the titles, you know, the brand.
Yeah.
And so anti-cheat just isn't one of their concerns.
You can actually see a couple players that trap FaZe in the base when they're coming off spawn, but of course on the flip
Otherwise,
side,
I think we'd be seeing better Call of Duties.
Modern
Call of Duties, I should say.
Shotzi for the moment doesn't really want
It's gonna be really interesting to see what's gonna happen. It sounds like right now we're gonna get another year of Cold War, which I'm not mad at. I like this game.
I'm okay with this game, but like it's just like there's a decent bit that needs to be fixed and worked on.
Wait, say that again?
There's still a decent bit that needs to be worked on.
Oh yeah,
you know? So
it's cool that we're getting the new old maps. Like we got Raid, we got Express. Coming up, sounds like we got Standoff. Really awesome.
Standoff is coming on. It's supposed to be rumored for the 20th.
20th?
And then I think Slums is going to come at some point.
So Aiden, I don't play on stuff. I play with a claw on the regular PS4 controller. So I don't. So I can't show you, but like, if you don't know what claw is, I'm gonna get my PS4 controller so I can show you.
I play half claw to claw, so on the default controller with trophies.
Well, he gets up top, but even still, I mean,
like I can touch the buttons with my index finger, and I can move and jump with. Yeah.
Time is ticking. Only 22 seconds left on the clock.
I don't have my headset. Did you say anything?
There it is. 16.5 left on the
Me?
clock.
Yeah, did you say anything?
I do the same. I do the same thing. I do like half claw to claw though, and then
okay, you know, claw.
Yeah, I do on the default controller, and I have like trophies.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows what claw is though. If you don't want to play that, you could get a Scuff controller. But if you think it's too expensive, you could look into something like a Battle Beaver. Just look up YouTube videos. Scuff alternative. Have you ever heard of that one? Siege. It's like a cheaper alternative one. Like you plug it into the controller. It was one I saw. Like I was crazy.
Some packs, assault pack, something like that.
I think it was yeah.
Strike pack. Yeah. There's some kind of pack for that. And then
it's like playing claw.
I don't know how
is really hard on.
I've never played.
I've never had a problem. Do you have a problem playing claw?
I haven't had
multiple hours.
No, because like so instead of the X button for my index finger, like I keep it on the triangle, right? And I have my middle, and then I have my middle finger on the L2 R2, and then and then like whenever, and then I just move my index finger to whatever I need from the triangle.
Yeah.
And then I used to play default on and just play stick and move back in like BO3.
Well, a lot of people invest in the Scuffs. If you think it's a good investment, try it out.
I've never played it, so I can't speak on it.
Just a heads up, like, have you heard of this, Siege? That the Scuff analog
they're not
sticks,
what they used to be.
Yeah, they break way
stick
too
drifts.
easily. They break
bad
really,
stick
really
drifts.
easily.
I've heard just scuffs in general, and then I've heard like, and you're better off just getting like the Xbox 360 scuffs, you know. It was just like,
Maybe, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna go to PC, yeah. I think the best controller ever was a 360 controller.
I
Yeah,
actually really like the PlayStation controllers.
I like the PS4 controller, yeah.
Because like PS3, in my opinion, was like one was kind of small, and then we got this like it was like the handles were too small. Because like my hands are like I think it's 7 inches long and it's like and they're pretty wide, and it's my and mine's like more fingers, you know. So it's just like and then I just have my palm like against the side of the handle, kind of and just tucked, you know, like a cusp onto my like the bottom of my controller. So just and I didn't start doing claw till like last February.
So he said, Black Ops 4, I played Stick and Move, World War II, and Nobody I preferred Tactical. I wonder if the Prestige a few days to play on Xbox. So what's, you know what Prestige is? What's the difference?
What was different?
What's Scuff Prestige?
Is that like Scuff Prestige? I think it's the they should. I think that's one of the Xbox ones, ain't it?
I think so. Whatever. But yeah, you know, I think you're gonna get your money's worth. Scuff is known in the scene for a reason. But yeah, man, thanks for the support, Aiden. Really happy to help you out, get better, man. Love this community. I think it's a great game. I think it's a great esport. Yeah, just thankful to helping up around. If you stick around, would be awesome. We've reached most viewers I've had in a live stream. We got 6 viewers right now, so that's great. Yeah, and appreciate all you guys for being here. And you know, we got this coming up. Seems like we're gonna have this match. Don't know if it's gonna be a 3-0, but despite the fact we got one more really good match guaranteed. So. Yeah, so Aiden said the Prestige is the controller.
One the Scuff I've never played with Battle Beaver.
Battle Beaver, yeah, Battle Beaver's good. It's a cheaper alternative.
I heard Battle Beavers are better than Scuffs these days.
Really?
Yeah. Because like just the quality is supposedly better. But like everything's just so cheaply made these days.
So big there. Holy shit, it's about 14 and 6.
Ooh.
You thought this though, right? So, who was using this angle before? That line of sight somebody was using after.
That was Assault.
Yeah, you're right.
Selling
him. Love guy.
Selling might get killed from the side. Oh.
Yeah, no, and thanks, man. Really appreciate that. I won't stop, bro. I feel like I've grown pretty fast. You know, not like crazy fast like some people have. But 770 subscribers, and I started in January. You know, and it's just that I gotta be consistent. I know, and because I'm not gonna be doing cool here soon. I just gonna have work to focus on. I try to bring up the streams, the YouTube videos, so definitely that's the main component.
And the thing is, though, too, is that your content is more broad.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like gameplay. You know, the gameplay is like it's slow going. You know, like it just is.
Yeah.
Like I'm still at like 53, I think it was.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
just like oh shoot.
Like I've done YouTube before. I had a YouTube channel years ago where I just played multiple video games, entertaining, funny moments and stuff like that. And I grew. But to be honest, it wasn't something that I was passionate about. So if you're ever gonna start a YouTube channel, anybody, like if Call of Duty is it, you know, do it. But if you're like passionate about music, you're passionate about entrepreneurship, you're passionate about like self improvement, do that because that shit is. It's not hard, you know. Like there's harder jobs out there, but it's a grind. I know I have to be consistent. I know I have to upload a lot, and it's gonna take time. Yeah, like you said, I won't give up. Love Call of Duty. I'm happy to do videos, even streaming right now. It's really fun.
Exactly what Atlanta FaZe are fortifying right now.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate the gas, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming more. Like, I'm gonna be streaming with Siege. I just had Mackie on. He's really cool to talk to. Try to build a circle, you know. So what I want to do. It's been really fun talking to Siege here. Very knowledgeable about the game. And yeah, like I was thinking like, oh, I want to only stream when I'm able to do all the matches. But now I'm just thinking like, I'm gonna still be able to come on, like, for example,
you know.
I think I'm just gonna do like the weekends I work, but I can try to do, you know, not all the matches, but try to catch at least the last match or the two last ones. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think just a suggestion, like if your viewers stay relatively the same or even better, maybe like just watch it after, you know, like one or two of the matches after, because and just stream it, because of the fact that I know, because like it's just they still see your reaction, they still get to interact with you.
True.
Because that's one of the reasons why they even watching. You know what I'm saying? Just an idea that I just now thought of. Like I thought about it before, but I was like, I'm not sure how that would go. But I've been thinking on it off and on.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking of like, I don't know what the moments would be right now. We had a couple decent funny moments, like with the like plane switching shit, or just like highlights of what we're talking about for the stream. I think that'd be cool for me to edit that highlights. Because yeah, let's focus up here. We got last round control one here.
Okay, so oh, it's just the timing for Shotzi.
That's gonna be that. Even the push alive.
Like that's just timing. It's not like there's nothing more than that.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't see this through the walls like we are right now.
Yeah, because like and guys, another thing too is just like some things just timing. Not everything, but some things like just like that. Like you hold a pre-aim for a little bit, you know, say like 5 seconds, and just like you just let go of it, and they just come right then, you know, and they're probably expecting you to be right where you are. So you just at a complete disadvantage at that point.
Wow, what? Okay, I was gonna say, get that shit.
So he can angle this on B.
And the cruise is gonna get invested, but I mean, honestly, I don't know how much information you're even able to get. Maybe you spot out a.
I like to use that streak on P5.
That probably wasn't a good score streak to use for him.
No.
There it is, another.
P5 is a fun one to do it on.
30 seconds remaining. Back to his catwalk position. Can't get
you can like, so you can angle it right and just like make it go through that garage door.
What did I just say? Freaks now for early.
Into like into P5. And then you can also do like obviously like where over with the roof into P5. But like just like there's like so you can pretty much like sandwich P5 with the cruise missile.
Here comes the pressure now from Atlanta FaZe. A, the B zone goes, so with that chance now we're all down to A, a little bit of time left on the clock. Life count relatively even. FaZe with a slight advantage, but here we go. This is it for Atlanta FaZe, the Alamo. Last point to defend.
You think max they get like probably 2 pushes, right?
Keep in mind, you just saw Selim has an artillery and a cruise missile. And you only got 50 seconds, so you
2 good pushes, max.
Burn both of the streaks and hope that you have enough players alive to make
unless
good
if they
movement always from Conti.
Introduction to the Wizarding School. There's 2 kills.
Yeah, as long as he's been in the league, he's had good movement.
And you know that means the streaks about to get called in.
Yeah, wait for the streaks to fly through. Krim manages to land 2 more. Here comes the cruise up first. The first course in this degustation of explosive ordnance from above. There is the bend. Very slow and steady. In on the A point it goes. Shotzi nearly maintaining that bricks control. This is huge. Will it pay off for them? Now Selim trying to make the entries, and it's a nice entry. Still, Dallas holding on. Oh, Illy almost able to get it. 26.6 on the clock, though, as we see that member of Dallas on point. It is going to be Fellow from the back line. Here comes the second wave of artillery. The second course. Will it be a big fill? It's going to land, but not do too much damage. Fellow back onto the point. Now stops the clock. Can they get the kills? They do indeed. Grim now making his way forward, but it's Sim. It's Sim. It's the BZ. And Trotzy now on the rebound. Can he get on the point? Dallas are running out of lives. They've got none left. 15 seconds remaining, and they've got a little bit of a journey to do, and it all comes down to Illy.
He's gonna have to go Undertaker mode.
He's
God
tagged
mode.
up. He's going to be backed up in a moment, and that's going to be it. 5 seconds, Crim. You got to go. Shotzi leads the charge. One last valiant charge out of Empire as they point. Oh, they're on it.
Whoa.
Atlanta FaZe. There it is. It
3-0.
comes down to the last man
Yeah,
from Dallas.
that's right.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Alright, so what's the time right now? 1:39 a.m. South Africa, and get my boy Mackie. So 3:09 UK. Thoughts on that match, Siege?
Atlanta FaZe will move on.
Hello?
And I will say that was an insanely impressive
Leave?
game from the Empire to bounce back and make it
Oh,
back
you
close.
just made
But
it.
I think at the end of the day, that is just a showcase series from both Celium and Abizi, who are just trying to fight for airtime as every single game, 3 maps in a row, they light up the feed. And I won't even say the control woes continue. That was too good of a game, and the gameplay from Empire was honestly as good as you could expect.
Yeah.
I think again,
Hello?
it sounds
You good?
like Abizi just turned up
Yeah.
a little bit too
I don't know what happened.
today on
I think it disconnected on your side or something. Anyways, all I asked was like, what the thoughts? Dallas Empire again. 3-0. You got anything, any hot takes, anything like that?
On top of his some odd kills he had in the search as well. Sweep on this season.
They've been struggling since they dropped Soup.
I mean, the worst they've looked has been
But like I said earlier, like I would love to see Fellow move to the SMG and move Illy back to Flex.
I agree. I think that's a move. If you don't want to obviously make another roster move, I agree. I think that's a...
Because
I don't even understand why. I don't understand why they aren't doing that in the first place.
There's probably something behind the scenes that they like only they know. But I mean,
well, see
we've
here
seen
we got
Fellow
this next
pull out the
matchup.
SMG
You
here.
got Hook, the guy they dropped. If he goes big, I mean, it probably has already turned into this, but like, it's if Dallas Empire don't step it up, dropping Hook for Fellow is going to be considered obviously one of the worst roster moves.
Doesn't prove otherwise is for them to win champs. That's it. Especially if Hugh goes and wins it. Dude, that's real. That would really put a damper onto Dallas.
Yeah. So Aiden, it is 7:44 p.m. for me, and then for Siege it's 6:44 p.m. So you're not lying.
Teamwork on point. That is a 3-0 for those guys just to kick off their tournament.
Well, the real tournament begins now for the Dallas Empire.
Work tomorrow or not?
And for Atlanta FaZe, they will now play Toronto Ultra.
You kind of cut off, but then you said you work tomorrow.
What an exciting start to our
I'm not sure if I do or not.
Oh, you're not sure?
Yeah. Like this week's been like raining, and like, and it's supposed to rain all next week.
I'm guaranteed to work Saturday and Sunday always. That sucks, but it's whatever. Gotta get that money.
Oh yeah.
School too, but I ended up here pretty soon. Just check the Reddit, guys. Gotta always check Reddit. I got some memes on that shit for sure right now.
Nope. Yeah, I don't have a Reddit.
You don't use Reddit?
No, I don't. I'm not very big into
At least
social
for
media,
COD.
to be honest with you.
I'm a lurker on the Reddit. I've posted like 1-2 times max the count.
Yeah.
I used to do that.
Like Twitter. I only have Twitter because of my cousin and COD. That's it.
Oh yeah, no, I would have used Twitter. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I got Twitter because of COD too.
Yeah.
FaZe are now 4-0 against Dallas. The map count is 14-3. That's somebody posted.
I mean, I think FaZe has a vendetta against Dallas after last year. Last year's champs. I mean, I think they have every reason to.
Somebody said Crim in that S&D. They posted a picture of James Bond.
Not all
7 from million.
are created equal.
Oh no. No,
Alright,
no.
Thanks, bro. Really appreciate you being here, especially so late. I'm appreciative that you watch. Have a good night, man, and yeah, hopefully you can be in the stream tomorrow. So yeah, peace out. Have a good night. How does 3-4?
Headquarters.
Could you look at the stream because I want to show you something.
Hello.
What's your
Okay,
thoughts?
I'm about to. Let me go ahead and get on it.
So somebody's asking, how does 3 and 4 spawn out top left here? Could I be faded? 3 and
Top
4.
left where?
Right here. That's what I'm talking about. Just 3 and 4.
There they are, elimination round.
But like,
In the wings, there for Optic.
he's kind of here, no?
Elimination bracket run. Some big stuff on the board.
And then it also depends on like what time this is too. I don't know what comes. You know what I'm saying? Like, what time is on the hard point? You know?
It does. So like, okay, so, and that you're pointed towards the ammo spawn, right?
Yeah, you said top left. You said that 3
Yeah.
and 4 spawn top left.
Okay, so like, so say like, okay, this is I can think of a good example on Raid, right? So Raid, you hit, so say P2's popped already, right? You have kitchen spawns. In the last like 20 seconds, you start pushing to P3, right?
Yeah.
Or even earlier than that, maybe
To
say
garage.
25 to 28.
Somebody doesn't
You start
know P3
moving
is
out. You go into P3. You start killing people, and in that point, you don't want to have anybody in back kitchen. You don't want nobody back kitchen when you start pushing out from P2, because you're gonna be killing some opponents, say mid map, art, apartment, and like until the P3 pops. If you kill them, they start spawning back kitchen, back towards the original spawn. So it's just like that, you know, just
Yeah, I'm right there with Nameless. You don't
Well,
want
the
to
people that
play
commented
that.
are all kind of baffled a
It
little
wasn't
bit.
a two-man show. Even though
but-
both of those guys had double digits, all 4 players had proper impacts. Like Arcity, he's that safety net. He's going to be in the back, who's posted up.
Somebody did. I think that makes sense. They're like, the hill is P1 and not P2. That's why.
and it also depends on it also depends on like the players' placement positions.
Yeah.
If you don't have a player pull back enough, at that point the spawns are going to flip, you know, just naturally, because like you at that point you're blocking the opposing team's where the opposing team was spawning, and you're just gonna spawn out towards the only open spawn, which is towards P2.
Speaking
Yeah.
of Beezy, though, I will be catching up with him very, very soon. But before I do,
We have an
let's
interview
talk
with
about the next
Beezy.
match that we have coming
I think
up.
this one's gonna
LA
go
FaZe
game
taking
5,
on
LA
Thieves.
Thieves
It's
versus
gonna be a big one,
Florida
and I think we're
Mutineers.
expecting a lot
What's
out of
your
both of these
prediction?
teams today. But I've been
Prediction on this one?
I gotta
Yeah,
tell
LA
you
Thieves
now, I've
versus
been doing
Florida.
pretty well. I'm almost perfect.
I have
That's why I
Thieves
didn't
in
get
4.
quite perfect, but I'm
Thieves
doing
in-
pretty
okay.
good. I'm
I
still
got-
saying that.
I think it's gonna be game 5.
What you guys are thinking though. So Studdle,
I can see it going game 5 just because Huke's new to the team, but I think that as long as Venom, I think this match would depend on how well Venom and Havoc do.
Yeah, that's funny that you mentioned, because like I was thinking, like who's the marquee player for both these teams? I think it's Havoc too.
With more practice, I feel like
Yeah.
they'll be able to win that in the
Because like,
I'm
I'm not saying that they're both like splendid players within their rosters, but like they're important pieces. You
Yeah,
know,
they're
like,
the most. They have the most influence on their playstyles. Like,
so like,
I
so
see,
you're basically gonna be
be search and destroy
say
that
with
might be super
Skies,
challenging
you're gonna
and just not in the right position. So I
like
think they're
you
just
see
starting
the
to
star,
really to
you see the
Mutineers
star
in their stride. I like the
potential
stars. I
with
got them
Skies, Awakening, Neptune, and then with the other side you got Draza, you got Hugh of course, and Kenny. Who Kenny's being considered the top AR at the moment.
rather than beast mode on his own. That is true over time. But look,
So,
hey, I've got a lot of faith in this LA Thieves.
and I think Kenny will probably beat out Skies in this series, depending on the map pool.
I think they're on point. Don't get me wrong.
What's the map pool?
Do they have it? I'm gonna check if they put it in the website where they show it on stream. I'm gonna look for it.
They should show it on stream in the next few minutes.
Tell you what, though, something that we are going to get right is speaking to a BZ and figuring out how he.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So let's show it on stream. Alright, so you all can see it. Well, whatever. Okay. So we got LA Thieves versus Florida Mutineers on Checkmate Hardpoint, and then you get Express S&D for Game 2, Checkmate Control for Game 3, and then you get Moscow Hardpoint. Yeah, they fucked it up. I don't know why they did that. And then the last map goes to Game 5 in Miami S&D.
Not all 5G networks.
Okay. So Game 5, I think Florida would win. If they go to Miami. But
look up their stats for them. Miami and S&D, they're 2-2. Florida Mutineers. Then LA Thieves on Miami S&D, they're 3-4. Yeah, I don't know.
And if that's just me remembering stage 2 for Florida. Because that's when they mainly play Miami. But you got, say, at least I think it was stage 2. But like you got, say, I think the control will be an interesting one. But search can be a toss-up. Though we've seen Florida beat LAG on that map recently, and then with Havoc's ace as well, and then you got I don't think Cuke's played with Thieves on that map yet.
Everybody, and welcome to your Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Joining me
If they have, I haven't seen it.
one and only Abizi from Atlanta FaZe. Abizi, I've got to say, man, you were
Oh shit. Easy on the interview.
And then Moscow and Checkmate Hardpoints are going to be would be interesting to see.
And you particularly were going off there, and it was interesting to see you really play.
Though Moscow, I think these will win out.
Sacrificing his own life. What was the plan heading into search?
Moscow.
Was there some new things that were being evolved there?
Yeah, Moscow.
You know,
These
over the
would
last,
win out.
like, stage, we really worked on our checkmate, and our checkmate's looking amazing.
Just because of
right
the
now. You know,
prowess
we're all
of
meshing
like
really
the
well together
respawns
as a
with
team
the
on that map,
ARs
so, you know,
on that team.
we came out of the fire, and you know, we took care of business.
And just how consistent Kenny is too on that map.
I like that. Took care of business. Now you guys are really not.
And then
afraid
you
to
got
challenge. That's something that I think we love to watch, especially as spectators. How
and then
far
Hughes also
away are you
makes
guys
some
from
really
being
huge
the
plays on
champions
Moscow
of
historically.
especially into this major?
So off topic
I
of
mean,
like
hopefully we
kind of
can hit
random.
that
Are
by
you
the
off on the
major and win it,
weekends?
you know, but
From
you
work?
know,
Usually.
we gotta play Toronto tomorrow, so
Usually.
it's gonna be a really good match for us, and I'm excited to play.
Cause I'm a stream on the weekends too. If I could, like,
100%. You are mean ultra tomorrow.
video or something.
Sundays are like my first sure days off.
Okay, that's dope. So we could definitely do the finals.
I mean, yeah, we're feeling great going into that match. You know,
I'll go ahead and tell you.
past, like, week or
Well,
two,
no,
so,
I'm going to have to tell you this in
going into that
private.
match, you know, we're just gonna
Tell you
play
that
how
in
we've
private.
been
Just
playing,
remind you.
especially like today.
Okay.
You know, hopefully
I'll bring it up when we finish.
Okay.
Hopefully you can. Thank you so much, BZ. Keep
It's
playing like
fine.
that. And I think you have a
Gonna
good
be
damn
up
good
forever.
chance. Thank you.
But yeah.
We got another what 2 series?
BZ, things are looking
No, just one,
pretty
right?
easy in the FaZe,
Last one?
FaZe clan, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is the last one.
Whatever. We got an incredible matchup coming your way next. It's the final one of the day. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be
Tomorrow we got Sort of Rock versus Monroe Ravens. It's the first one. Really exciting one that I want to see. Definitely be what's it like quickest series ever. First one. Optic Chicago versus the Pro. I want to see that. A lot of pressure on Optic to perform that series. And then Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. That's fun. We should. And then should be whoever wins this is going to play up against anyone tomorrow too. That's the last match.
That's gonna be either. I would love to see Thieves versus New York.
Thieves versus New York. Yeah.
I would love to see that. Just because, like, throughout the year they've been going at it. I think that it'd be like huge to see, especially with the addition of Hydra.
Mm-hmm. Hydra's too.
So FaZe goes against Ultra. That's gonna be an interesting one. I think that will definitely go to Game 5 in my opinion. Though this match I think will go has a potential go to Game 5.
Yeah, like I'm saying.
Because like there's so many question marks with the S&D and the hard points with Thieves.
Yeah.
Though their potential is very high. It just depends on which Florida we get today.
That's always a problem. Like they're always on, or just massively off. Not massively off, but a little off.
The Call of Duty
When they're on, man,
presented by Zenny, the official eyewear for the CDL.
Seems like their motor. You know.
What do you
like
mean?
Like low key, I think Neptune's their motor.
Yeah, really does depend on him. But then like Havoc too, I see him go on early routes and they're good.
Like that
He's
Moscow.
Yeah,
that Dallas. That hard
he
point.
made those 2 early rotations and it was so vital for him to stay alive. He did good one time, but then he did the same exact thing the other, and I think they got picked up on it.
Yeah, they started being able to pick up on it, but then like sometimes he would still win it. You know, just like
yeah, like I think my play style. I don't know. You've seen some of my gameplay. I feel like I play like silly or epic. And it's weird because they kind of came out together at one point. I don't know if you remember that back in the day, but yeah, the play style I feel like is mine a little bit. It's not mine, but similar.
Yeah, I've been compared to. I don't know how my like old gameplay would compare, but these days
I want to watch your odds, like the videos that you upload. I was looking at them today on my sub, and then try watching just to see some of your gameplay recorded. You know, just all of you playing. It's obviously we play together, but only spectate you and like us and D.
Now we get to see him put him in action.
These like like nice shot says like even if like it's a 1v4, I'm like two or three players to go against. Just because like my reads.
You're obviously like your goal is to go to Atlanta. Have you ever heard of any locals like back in the day that were around where you live, kind of, or not really?
No, I've tried to look for players, Call of Duty players that live around me, but I have not found a single one.
Yeah. I just
so I don't know anyone I don't know anyone personally that plays COD.
Not even casual? Not even casually? Like pubs and shit?
Not even casually. I wish I did. But I don't. Like I used to have this one guy back when I was in junior high, like 7th grade, and it was on that BO1 back on the Wii. Just like such a random one to be, but like that's just how it was. So
risk, I would say, for them to make any sort of roster
Yeah.
change at all.
Well,
Of course, for any team that is picking up
You'll
Puka,
find
you
somebody, man.
understand
Just
why
gotta keep on
the
being.
changes will be made. It
I
is
like.
as
I'm
well
not saying somebody
taking
that
the opportunity
lives there, but
and see if
maybe
they
somebody in
can
the south.
crank your game
Like, how far are
to
you
that
from
next level.
Dallas?
So, I mean, Thieves again.
Dallas
nothing
is
but positive
probably.
things to say about them.
I think it's like
the
8
only times
hours.
they faltered was against like NYS.
Let me look it up.
That was the first match they had.
I feel like
Because
it's
like
I don't know. I don't know. Shit, the South is very, very big, obviously. But
so like so I live
Texas,
kind of
massive.
I live kind of near BR, right? So
This is really just the test, the
I
playground.
don't know where the fuck that is, but okay.
BR is Baton Rouge.
Baton
It's like
Rouge, heard of that. Okay.
Means red stick.
Dallas.
Dallas, Texas. 6 hours and 35 minutes.
Dale's right.
Yeah.
Fucking go, bro. 6 hours. Nice, man. But well, this is a newcomer. Like, new. Are you watching the stream? Hello?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Who's a Tura?
Tura? I didn't catch it. I was looking at the Discord. This is new, no? I haven't seen this one.
It is. It is new. Who the hell is that? That dude on the.
This dude, I don't know. I think like I am. The last guy that they showed like before all four of them.
Yeah.
So maybe it's like an analyst. I don't know who that is either.
The Florida Mutineers chance. Again, another squad that's seen a bit of a mix-up during the rosters, but still, for Awakening Skies, Havoc, and Neptune, this is a wonderful opportunity to really try to make a run. If I'm completely honest, they are my dark horse going into this tournament, and I know for a lot of people, everyone outside of Atlanta FaZe
like an animals
are the dark horse going into this tournament because the competition is so tight, and we're basically expecting one of these teams to go plus ultra and really go all the way. But we'll find out.
Yeah, it's a Tura. He's their coach.
Havoc and Neptune, brother. Give me a little bit of a taste. Give me a little bit of sweet game fuel keys to victory.
Here is he? Hello? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm still here.
For the squad,
Yeah.
Havoc is
Yeah, that's their coach.
the new man on
All
the
right.
squad, and he had a bit of a tumultuous
I've never heard of
Somebody
him.
never heard of him either.
but I'm thinking of the last Moscow.
Yeah, man, just
He's also their sub, please.
Every other life taking a long route, going on some flank.
Kinda like
flanks
Rambo.
Just super long. Why would you
I
ever
guess, but I
expect
would
a
never
player
see
to do
Rambo
this
something in.
kind of route? Havoc was on point in the last series, so I'm expecting more.
It had to be like a dire emergency for that to happen.
Yeah, it's breaks their hand or some shit. They can't get anybody else.
Be like an 8 situation back in AW.
I was literally thinking of that yesterday. I was like, so this dude cut his hand, but never explained how he cut his hand. What's the big secret? Just say it.
I think so it's rumored that, well, not rumored, Censor, if I'm not mistaken, he said he aced through one of the tournaments back then.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I thought you were gonna say something about how he cut his hand. But yeah, I heard him say that he threw it so he could drop Hunter and become the captain or something like that. But yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that knowing X.
I like him though, but yeah, he's...
X can be petty.
Yeah, that's the word. He can be petty sometimes. Seems like it. Watching the stream and stories, stuff like that.
Oh man.
Gotta respect him, but sometimes from what it sounds like he
Nice
tries his
personality.
best. Didn't have the best personality.
Goes the distance. Checkmate's going to be interesting.
Wow, this.
I'd love to go back to that talk we had about Havoc and again how he's the root man and how he really does.
This is an
across the map
interesting veto.
You know, the watch that tracks the steps, the pedometer watch. I would love to see if Havoc wore one of those for a series because again, he can wear that in game, but he can't necessarily in broadcast. I would love
Like,
to know.
I should have moved. I haven't had anybody complain, but like my camera's in a fine place, right? Like I'm not blocking.
Game number 1 starting now. Our last match of the day here in Major number 3, presented by USA, and it is going to be a checkmate hard points. Will we see the Mutineers come out to a wonderful
That's
start?
actually, you're right. Havoc he thinks he's playing Modern Warfare 2. Like, he'll load up in a Moscow and he's like, I gotta unlock Marathon Pro. I just need to sprint non-stop, but like, I have to do something on the map. So just long routes all day, but that is more of a joke for later on. For this one, again, my mind is firmly on just the battle between
my
the
cam
AR
like it's
players.
in a fine
Both
place,
of
right?
these guys
For the
aggressive.
stream.
There's no back line. I'm
Not
playing
blocking
safe with that.
anything.
It is up in your face.
Stream is like
Kills as possible.
for me.
The graphic, you know, where my camera is.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Thieves with that early hill time.
Let's see how we go. Early hill time going with the Thieves. Map control certainly going to be sitting in the hands of Florida Mutineers.
It's a decent place.
A bit of a funky route back there. The
Oh,
kills still going to come through. Mutineers still got that control for now. I'm going the way of the LA Thieves.
I can't think of a much better place for it though.
Rifle players will be giving a lot of love to recently in the league.
Maybe like
rightfully so. Plays like this. Kenny shooting real hot right now. 3-1 to start the map off.
Good start, Philly.
Right place. Can he find these kills? Skies
Kenny's already.
knocks him down. That should be spawns now.
4-1.
The LA Thieves.
Three streak right
So
now.
Oh.
all theirs.
Wow.
Oh my god, just straight beams from Kenny. I mean, maybe the battle is who's going to press the YY more often throughout the series, but right now, Kenny, well, put up enough to at least get those T2 spawns.
Venom.
Towards the end, but holds the can, make sure he
Oh
spawns
shit.
down. Thieves again, one of the better starts you could ask for. Now it looks like for Florida, they're trying to
Gaza needs to hold strong.
through the front or trying to find a way to go through NASA.
Just enough.
Inside the hill, at least able to trade
Oh
himself
no.
out, but Thieves still in time.
Still holding on to this.
Yeah, LT was going to spawn out. Yep. Florida got it.
What's that map control? Nice cleanup.
They spawned back orange.
Gaza finds another one.
Towards secret now.
Assassin, 2 in a row now. Looking to find the third. It's going to be Skies, but he's going to make it
And
work
then
with this
flip
one.
again.
No need, though. The teamwork for
Yeah, the person in Tube's the one that
slick on the map right now.
Huke's the one that was that just can't canceled Florida spawns.
Hill number 3. That should be under the plane. So far,
You saw because he was in Tube looking towards back orange there when it officially started like flipping.
It's just crazy how those slight things you can do affect spawn so much. Like watching a kill cam, looking at a certain way, pushing them slightly. I shouldn't say right.
Yeah. It's just oh, this could be such a nice pinch if it's done properly.
Still not the most fun thing for Florida to have to deal with. So you can see the arrows constantly looking back and forth. Trying to look for these next couple.
He doesn't have browsers.
Been aware of those spawns. Over to Hook. Aggression. Doesn't quite able to get the backside of Awakening there. Stays alive. Still on a 3 spree. Super aggressive Awakening. His health hadn't even regenerated. Kenny though going to be there with a 2-piece. Straza finds a couple more, and that's going to be LA.
Yeah, they should win this map.
Here. 20 seconds left on this hard point. Neptune's already lining up for the next one, but you've still got a lot of map presence going the way of LA Thieves. Look at those red arrows on the mini-map. They have got this one on lock. That's over the next hard point. Top side of the map. As you can see, Kenny is at one end, Venom at the other.
A huge pickup for Thieves because of his consistency.
Yeah.
Like that's one thing about TJ. TJ wasn't necessarily the most consistent. I guess they took their chances on Venom because he's a young buck.
Inside the point, able to pick up 2. His teammates there for the trades and nice little job done there for.
And he's probably like just like had that faster pace. Venom with the semi mid pace with Huke.
The LA Thieves.
Listen,
I'm watching mid plane.
Keep it inside, bro.
I saw P2.
Miss that point.
Yeah, top me. Yeah, top grade.
Ooh.
Top grade. Right now, Zach.
Top grade weak.
One guy's close.
Alright, listen, make sure you go together.
I got that.
Yep, keep your low plane. I'm gonna go.
Staying up.
I got help. Help you, man. I'll see this. They're white crate.
Codes are good.
What's that? Close my
Yeah.
Alright, nice shit. They're stairs. I flash him.
One guy's probably back right on me.
Yep.
I'm
gonna play.
Neptune Huke's gonna be interesting one-on-one, but Havoc's also having the Neptune support.
He's right in front of you. Still low plane.
I don't see
I'm
anything.
pushing plane. Awakening. Absolute low plane. He's low plane.
Check.
Take the lead on this one.
Crazy how they're gonna do that, especially the great start that Kenny and Venom had.
Yeah, they just slow down. This is where you kind of look for Hugh to pick it up. So.
Two. Setting up for next, obviously.
Yeah.
Just gonna be like a contest fest, really.
And then Kenny's already picked up spawns for P2. Goes more towards secret Texas area. Some movement from Jaza.
Oh. Oh no, they have flipped it.
Oh. They flipped. They flipped in time.
Yeah, they're.
No.
We're gonna have to see something big from them right now. He fucking stuck. What the shit?
To answer, you asked the question, can Florida Mutineers get back into this one?
That's the thing about.
70 points to make the comeback. Since they're listening, they've taken the lead, mate. What do you make of the comms from the LA Thieves, though?
Yeah, Havoc picked it up. Well, Neptune, Venom, kind of slowed down.
Spawns, you accidentally stick a player in the back of the head, and well, now you just have to fight a
saying it right, man.
uphill battle. Such a long way you have to go across the map.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
This is your what? One of your main
But
how these two are the outliers.
Incredibly
Ooh, Venom.
Immediately gets traded. Venom though, the untradeable potentially. Nice shots on skies, and right now, at least for Florida, not able to get any of this
together.
Right now for
This is what I was talking about a few days ago with Venom at waiting at Yellow Crate, just like waiting for you, the SNSMG, just waiting for your teammate to come help catch you.
Obviously, want to play numbers. That's something that is another fundamental. You want to play numbers, but I guess that comes with like map positioning and all that. That's a big part of that. Big part of being on a team, on the same page as a team.
Right. I'm that guy that tries to get that 2-3 piece on the team, usually.
For the moment, they got
yeah.
stacked up around the
What a
point.
beast.
This is basically just the head smash. Find these kills if you can get them, and well, Hook wins his one down or up top. Excuse me.
I'd like to be able to team up with a good SMG duo.
That's hard to find. It's hard in this game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's so competitive, but at the same time, though, it's like it's inherently selfish. You know, like.
That's something I haven't said. Actually, I mean, like, I guess I kind of said that in my Slayer video. Sometimes I said that without saying the word selfish, but that's the word you want to be sometimes when you're the SMP Slayer.
I mean, like, as a Slayer, you kind of have to view yourself as the best on the map.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
like,
and like, that's all good, but you might not be the smartest on the friggin' map. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like anything. You know, things come more naturally to people too.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's gonna be guys that are just fucking naturally beasts at COD. Just the way it is. Whatever. Things will be guys that are naturally good at soccer or math, even. You know. Interesting that they picked that up. Now it's tied game.
Look at the time for LA Thieves in the hill, though. Like, it's such a... It's such an absurdity for Draza to have that much more time. You know what I'm saying?
With that much time, he's not putting up the numbers marked for it. But we'll see.
I mean, he's going positive by 3.
Well,
but it's just like some of the others just picking it back up.
inside, but
The
keep in mind,
Phantoms
they're
kind of
actually
started
inside the point.
getting
They're
some
just on
pop
the
offs here
wings,
and
but
there.
they're not getting any of the kills. That is a
Shit.
three-man
Spawn
wipe.
spawn
Kenny, the
four.
last one up inside the plane, and Havoc knows
One
this is not a
spawn. Yeah,
gunfight he
Draza
needs to
he's
take.
gonna
He
have to
just
go
needs to
big.
hang
At
out.
least
Except for
he
Draza,
can kill him.
got
So
gifted the God Spawn Thieves. The luck on their side. This is the opening that they absolutely needed.
He needs to beat Neptune.
Man, this is all on him.
Oh!
Shots are there. Neptune wins.
oh wow! How do you lose that?
Over to Hook, the newcomer now. Can he bring the thunder? As he's got a
He revealed his position. So Neptune, with that, his nasty movement, disabled him. Yeah.
It's gonna be 230 to 192. And they're here on a hill that's just that's fast. Next. Oh, wow.
Guys are just popping off. Skies and Neptune. And then Havoc is just making some plays as well.
Exactly what Awakening's doing. Top right-hand side of the minimap.
I mean, Awakening's basically made the exchange to be like, hey, even if we don't get this initial time, we're not like
Kenny needs to pick it back up though.
but we just want the spawns. Awakening's gonna fall, and while
Yeah,
Neptune's trying to play his life.
it's up to Kenny to pick it back up, and the other three to continue to do what they're doing.
Thieves is just racking up all this time, and for Florida, I mean,
Too much time.
giving away just a little bit too much, but Neptune still stays
Wow,
alive.
but they managed to get a ton of time on this V1 rotation.
Still got the war raging for P2 that Neptune is winning single.
Neptune's just nasty, dude.
Venom's big here.
15 seconds remaining. LA Thieves, they have to make the push now for this next
Yeah.
point. Neptune finds them.
But yeah.
This is unbelievable. He's still holding the line, seemingly alone. He does have some support now to work with. Has to comb through the bushes and take care of these members of the LA Thieves. There's another one for Neptune.
Neptune's just being a sneaky rat. Oh,
That's the way to
Lord.
play. Ratty.
Yeah.
That's gonna be top place.
And he's looking to get the 8th as well. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, Neptune just made the play of the map.
8 streak, he's got all streaks.
Is going to be map number 1, and there was nothing the LA Thieves could do.
Neptune brought that back.
Expected. He was the guy. He was the guy we were saying.
Yeah. Like, he is their motor.
That was a close
That's just
HP though. Very, very close.
Yeah, I thought Thieves were gonna wipe out with it.
Same.
And maybe that's the play to set up your team long.
Well, yeah, Kenny,
A little bit.
Kenny slowed down by a decent bit, and then that's just when
What was
Florida
that? You
started
had
making
a pretty long streak at the beginning of the game. They should show his kills and deaths here.
And he made like a 4 or 5 streak, and then like Venom had like a 4 streak as well.
It's probably not getting fed much information. His teammates are having to deal with actually trying to go towards the point. He's by
He put in the damage, but just the
24 and 30.
certainly provide.
Yeah.
Look at your stats towards the end, and this is very much a game where the stats do not tell the story of what was
But yeah, it was close. 233 to 250. Just off the end there, not too massive.
Get to 35 kills. Welcome to the CDL.
like they needed the Venom or Hugh to put in a little bit more time, so Draza could help with map control while they had their kills. Like I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, oof, Neptune's just nasty.
Got the job done, keeping his boys safe and ensuring the victory, let's say. And man, what an 8 spree this really was. It was just brilliant stuff.
Not guaranteed, but
him. Incredible work out the Mutineers.
top 2, top 3, top 1 play. Top 5.
And honestly, it's even before.
Oh,
it's like, it was a play that literally lasted about a
The
minute.
dude's just a highlight.
So it's just too long to go
You know,
down
like
the watch, but the amount of times where he
Yeah,
stuck
I just said like this highlight was literally a minute. Look at the shit.
And he's the one that got draws up in concrete for P5. When Draza had that really nice spawn.
Yeah, that was big news. That one.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. Neptune was just making plays, and then we saw Havoc making quite a few plays as well.
Top 5, guaranteed. Yeah, I'll be analyzing that shit.
They took care of business, got the job done.
An electrifying start to the series. We've got plenty more action coming your way, and Express Search and Destroy will be there waiting for
Express
us.
S&D, I think. LA Thieves
Commercial
got it.
break.
I think
Wonder if you'll get it.
they got the
Dragons,
S&D here.
Hearthstone, who knows? Tell me after the break.
Ooh.
They say
Gonna be a spicy one now. Spicy.
ambition is not luck. It's a
It's in
choice.
your game, guys.
If Florida is able to play more like a team compared to last time, I think Florida can get it. But
Not all 5G networks.
Thieves have the slaying power within S&D.
How did they perform in their first series with Hook on S&D? Look at they lost, right?
They did. They did lose, but it wasn't like a blowout.
Half of training like a fucking Dragon Ball Z episode, practicing. It's I don't know what I just said, but yeah, they should definitely put in time for S&D. They got J-Cap as their coach, relatively good S&D player.
He was.
Mhm.
And Rambo was the one that was main mentor.
Yeah, this is Godfather.
Yeah. And what Rambo said back in BO2 still stands. When it comes to S&D.
You saw that Black Ops 2 video where he was coaching some guys that were speaking French to him, but he was saying it in English too. Really good video, really good.
On Raid
Yeah,
S&D.
exactly.
Yep.
A lot of the fundamentals still stand to today, obviously.
Oh yeah.
QR code on screen right now as well. T-Mobile All-Star Weekend coming up very, very soon. See some of your favorite Call of Duty teams and players in action. We got some fun surprises. You name it. It's an All-Star weekend. It's always a treat. It's always a team,
God's come a long way,
Wondering what kind of
especially on the Pro Series.
Look, I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it. Let's talk about Big Wade, brother. He didn't have the craziest map one. His teammates certainly, brought the thunder around him. But what do we think?
I'm looking to see Awakening have a big game in this Express.
Yeah. What's the stats? Even the cameras kept up with it. Yeah, overall 1.06 KD, 1.01 hard point, 1.14 S&D, so we should see him going big and control 1.10. It's out of 58 players in the league.
Yeah. It's crazy that that's how many players has been in the league this year.
I mean, it was last year though. 5 players, 60. Yeah, 60 players. No, that doesn't make sense. 5 times 12. Fuck, so 6.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm on.
Like 10 new players just throughout the year.
Yeah.
And just like, so you got like, there's Slacked. There's let's see, there's also
so these guys, their records on S&D is like close to even, both of them. One of them's 2-2, one of them's 3-2. I think it should be a pretty close one here. I still think he's going to go to Game 5. I was expecting for LA Thieves though to
the thing
win
is,
the first hard point though.
The thing is though, Thieves do have footage of Florida on this map with so Thieves could definitely very well do it.
Only 2.
He is seeing the code right now. The man
Yep, he knows where they're at and they know where he's at. But they're just gonna play. They're just gonna play bomb.
They definitely, yeah.
Oh, I don't like this.
Weird.
I don't like Thieves setup. They need to
No,
play.
They need to kind of hold hands metaphorically.
But they need to be in position to be able to
trade from each other, yeah.
Man, maybe if it was like 20 seconds left, because that way they could just like play time. But it just does. Like I would have liked to see like Kenny, like maybe back elevator or like in that little top rise part, and like maybe Hook, maybe either stairs or and ticket.
nice first round for the Thieves to get.
So you can easily trade.
Like,
Well, not easily,
across the
but
hallway, and he was like, I saw no
more
one, I'm
accessible.
going all the way, baby, and he was going for the
Right,
victory
and
lap.
then like they're both
Nice
in
start either
position.
way, but now we're
They're
gonna see
both
LA
around
Thieves
bomb.
on offense. Now the bomb
Kenny
is
can
gonna give
see
power
where
towards the A
awakening.
bomb site.
I don't know
they're
if
all
they knew that.
heavy, they
I
go
I don't know
fast
if
and
you
they
saw
get
that that Skies drops bomb,
Decisive.
but
It's a couple of
Oh,
random tags
rotation.
through mid, hoping to get a body shot or two, but there
Quick
you go. Look how fast they managed to
rotation.
rotate. They are all over this one.
oh,
It's the man of the first map.
this is
Neptune on screen now, making his way forward. Tags, not enough to get the kill. Trades go
Bloodbath.
through.
Oh, no.
3v2, Florida.
Kenny.
Starting to bleed out. Skies though, he's pinned.
Two
Separated
and
from the
three.
squad. He's got mid-map control and a lot of damage dealt. They should be
Knowledge
able to
on
get the bomb
screen
recovered.
is.
Maybe
They're
even get
all
down.
A getting.
Wait.
Oh,
Problem right now.
No,
The map.
he stayed
Kills
alive.
with him 4 in a row. Now it's a 2v1.
yeah, they're just going to play together and just plant A.
As well. You can just get that bomb down and play around your teammates.
Quickly though.
I like that decision though.
Every option he has to approach this bomb site, he is going to make noise. Looks like he wants to avoid it, so he's taking a bit of a long route, going all the way around. But
So with the AR, you kind of want to try to pick off.
That's interesting. Is there anything you can do there?
Not a fun spot right now for Skies to be in.
Oh, he saw that.
So he was looking at the top control from the deck train. So
Yeah.
like,
Try to deal with this one.
and that's just because that's a very common spot for an AR to be, right? And then you usually have an SMG either in train, blockers,
The LA Thieves.
and just very rarely anywhere else, you know. So he was just going checking there for information, and then he was just pushing forward just to see. He was kind of forced to play time, you know, forced to push up because like it was clock was already at like what 25 seconds.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
kind
of
of want
course.
to, you kind of want to, you kind of want to get the second, you kind of want to get them kills by the time 15 seconds rolls around. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because you don't want to, because you want to have enough time to get to the bomb and defuse.
You heard a lot. Trophies.
Shoot on 4 kill streak.
That's it. Nade lands. Actually, it's going to force Luke back just a little.
Pretty big.
Nice peek.
Oh.
Here he goes. Nuke at work.
Comes out of this
Yep.
alive.
Come through from Kenny.
No way.
Nice angle. Another slip slide in and out. That's going to be the fifth
Oh,
kill.
I would say about like if Havoc gets away right there, that'd be
Kenny
huge.
gets it. Nice 2 from the Kenny so far in this round. Skies
Ooh.
now in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. Draza, do you have the metal and the resolve to go for it, or are you going to bide that time? And here's the pinch.
Wow, no,
LA
yeah,
Thieves,
okay.
teamwork will prevail. Another round goes their way.
And frankly,
Might be a big spore search.
the gunfight that wins in the game. Kenny takes down the first player. That's the opening. Hook needs to slide on in. I mean, even though Hook gets traded out, well, Kenny has the response as well. So clinical stuff, and that is the systematic. Get the first blood.
So the break off is like here.
It all sounds so easy, doesn't it? The first blood win.
At least for that round, it was.
Yeah, it was.
See if the new lead.
I'm
I want to see. I feel like they're gonna go B.
Mutineers on defense.
Could be completely wrong. Yeah, but
Bomb in hand.
no, they
Venom running this one. And he watched that mid tracks. Awakening's already managed to make his way across.
Nice.
Love this angle.
7.
Still got to work with.
Number 7, we're focus on Havoc. On the flank, the route,
So much
man.
noise he makes. And he could see something happening
And
here.
also number 8.
Again, you are waiting for more information.
Number 1 must have heard number 8.
It's not going to be going down. Has Neptune now, both of them on the flank. Kenny could be in trouble. He's got an open lane behind him. He's going to peek this. And
Oh,
there's
Neptune.
behind us. And, oh my god.
Shots. That was messy.
Comes down. Waiting on the approach.
Oh no.
Lines 1. Venom on the bomb site. Acer up and about.
Get the heck out of there, Venom.
Tag.
Up.
Teamwork lands.
Draza.
That's going to be a big kill. Draza
Yep.
last player left alive.
There's
1v3. Absolutely eviscerated by the Diamaki of
3-1.
Skies. That's going to be the kills in the bomb.
Another good round. Finally, Florida
Yeah,
gets
that's
one on board.
swing rounds. Big. That could have been 4-0.
Keys to victory, sort of
3-1
the
now.
inverse point, right? You just got to keep track of Havoc on the map, going for those full flanks, and it wasn't just him. Obviously, Neptune got around back as well. Sky's able to get the play of the game, but it was just the swarm on sight. And, well, if you're making that commitment to go on those full flanks, if you win the gunfights, makes the rounds that much easier. Before finally gets that bounce back and see if they can go on a bit of a tear. But
What's,
so far for the
Hook's
LA Thieves,
aim?
they have just been very clean so far in Express.
Who knows what would have happened Neptune didn't get that kill on Kenny.
Yeah, that was a nasty kill, man. They're fucking beaming them from across the map with the SMG.
Neptune just used that, played that perfectly with the cover.
Yeah.
The big read. Oh my god! Oh,
Ooh.
gets two of them. A great read.
He almost got Skies almost got Venom too.
3 right off the bat of the round.
Raza manages to take two of them down. Basically trying to level the playing field. 3v2 situation right now. Thieves with the advantage.
To be honest with you,
Down in the middle of that corridor. Venom, I'm not sure if he knows this in there, but still. Great angle. Ooh, even better shots from Skies. Whoa, a nice angle from Awakening. We'll let that one go down. So 2v2 now.
no timing with Awakening.
Now making the way towards that top catwalk, looking to bring the fight straight to Florida. Skies, if you check this, you're dead. And then with a big one. Awakening though.
Big 1v2 he can get here. He got 1 and 2. Nice. Should not have challenged like that.
Oh shit!
What was that challenge? Do you think that was fine? I don't know. I think he just slid out.
Yeah, he did. He managed to get like 2
He
shots.
just slid out and then realized he was there.
Yeah.
It's just you gotta know
So
your
that
angles
falls
to
out.
not get picked off. But either way, it was a phenomenal round. The 2v3.
And that was like a good like second or two before, like after Kenny died, right?
Yeah, maybe a second and a half. Something like that.
This time LA Thieves a little bit more cautious before they make the break, and
Oh.
for good reason. Havoc already forced to back.
But they know they're heading for B, so now they're just gonna get sandwiched in.
Nice opening here from Awakening. Immediate trade. Neptune. They know he's in the corridor.
Just put the ball.
And that's there.
Oh.
Well, he's in a little bit of trouble. Covered, trying to watch that
Okay,
top.
so Huke's in a very important position.
I like this defensive hold up from the Thieves.
Get a lot of information.
Downloading the terminal, watching the ramp.
They should put the bomb down. Seems like.
He got
Oh.
themselves now on the bomb. Here we go.
Yeah.
Fun. And they, Mutineers are about to fly.
They're probably just gonna
They're gonna
go.
fly through the stairwell. Here they go.
This is going to be. This might be a 2-piece.
Havoc's backing him up. And they are shoulder to shoulder in there.
That's huge, Havoc.
And it's going to be Havoc who wins it. Neptune managed to get out, and more angles to work with. Skies at range with the Craig. Beautiful tags. Kenny gets away. Here comes Havoc on the flank. They've got the numbers to work with now. Kenny's going to make the read, but will they be able to get a man in position to get the kill? Neptune slides through. Oh, Kenny! Kenny can only get one. 15
Trade
seconds
that
remaining.
draws.
Raza finds another one. It's now a 1v1. And
Pushing,
Skies gonna have to make the
All
push.
comes
Can he
down to
get the
time in here.
time? Skies gets it. Can he
And
get the bomb? He does.
yeah, you got it.
It looked good.
3-3.
Is it gonna be enough to go through?
He got by like 0.2.
I'm on the
Yeah.
edge of
Yeah.
my seats. Oh, just. Mutineers get the defuse, and that is that. 3-3. We're all tied up.
Like I just said, it's just so
And the
2-2 is
coordination
3-3.
from Florida on point. The double slides that came out from the hallway challenge the Rat Havoc to find the kill on
God.
Kenny, and at least gets that final player. Draws a weaken up that Skies is there for the trades. It did come down to the wire.
Who's gonna
Skies
win this
sliding
round?
towards the end. Draws it, trying to play off the sound.
Right, so far it's a very close one.
One shot, nothing he could
Florida
do.
has the
Just a
momentum
clean
right now.
retake in the 3v3 for Florida. Quite a few of a mixed bag. We've had a different strats coming through. This time Awakening wants to take his time,
Hey,
just a little bit, spin in circles, let Skies
That's
get
a
the
huge first blood onto Draza.
Whether or not you get the first blood, Thieves, I mean, they still at least have that train.
Oh my God.
They are just sitting in their spawn, everybody around the catwalk. The ultimate play for pick strat in Skies. He's seeing everything. He gets the first blood, gets the second pick, and yes, he falls, but they should know that both of these players are here. And that leaves Venom in the 1 versus 3. Yo, hold up. Which, oh my God, he got away. Oh,
Havoc.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, with Venom,
Slow
bro,
down.
come on, like, he's got 2 already. You just like flew out and shot big weight. Oh, okay. You had your first chance. You don't get 2 with big weights. You don't get another one. That's a good round from Florida once again. 4 in a row. They are starting to heat things up. Bear in mind, coming into this series, LA Thieves are 2-0 on Express. Sorry, who runs Express?
And just have
LAG
him like
are 2-0
use the
Thieves this
thing as cover,
season. Sorry, Tyler. I butchered your stat. Let's forget
and
I
then
said
challenge
anything. Let's just go back to the forward.
instead of just like bring his aim just across, you know.
4-round run where they
Yeah.
4 stack up in the sand corner and just let
That's
Skies go to work. That's a hell of a play call, which admittedly Venom does a decent job.
I mean, you gotta have good decent centering and like snappiness to do it. But
Through the wall, but he does get met with some hellfire and bullets raining down upon him as well. The bomb, though, over towards A. And Florida, they've been quick on the retakes before, or at least the re-wraps. This time a little bit slower. Last time Thieves got the bomb down in this situation, they were successful for the round win. They get the bomb down, Venom gets out for free.
This is going to be interesting. Cuke's in a good position.
Venom's great at escaping those situations, though. Can he do it time and time again? Here we go. Retake now. Luke's got eyes on at least a few of these players. There's the first.
I'd back up.
Does he need to challenge for the second?
Back
No.
up.
From the front, though, that's where the hit's going to come. Awakening Man, that is a big fight. He wins it. 2v3. Mutineers running out of players to throw at this bomb site. Venom's going to find the last one. Big wait.
Yeah,
20
it's not
seconds to
gonna
get 3
happen.
kills and defuse the bomb.
Thieves got it.
Try and stay alive for now. Takes none with him. Duke flies out.
Yeah,
the
he was in a
Gets
really
himself a kill. That's 2 in
important
that round,
spot.
2 for
If
Venom.
Cuke dies,
Good stuff, LA Thieves. We're all tied up 4-4.
And I would expect at this point that Florida's going to have to mix things up and try to find a way to not
oh,
get the bomb down.
Venom's just feeling
It's a
himself.
sight. It is just too many rounds where they're successful and playing their lives very well. Venom up top, making things look crisp and clean. But Florida, well, the bleeding got stopped. Thieves finally got another round on board for their response. Things started to get away from them.
Venom has a lot of potential.
Florida,
That's the
he
thing.
got options.
Yeah.
Done quite a few different things on offense. Neptune making a little bit of noise towards the
Yeah,
middle of
see.
the map, but you see Thieves
I
confident
think his
on
swords
the
be
map.
probably like 1 or 2 max.
Venom in top maps and Skies. I don't know if he
Does
has
Venom
the
even have
information, but based on the nades, they have some idea that it's here. Based on the shots, yeah, they know for sure. And Havoc where he
Nice,
pounces.
nice. That's a
Gets
good
the
threat,
first
actually.
Not a whole lot.
Somebody else
in
to top
that
there.
situation. Pinned down, flushed out, taken care of. 4v3
Wrap.
on Rap's now going to make its way towards the backside of B. You've only got Hook watching that bomb site, but he's doing it very, very patiently. The rest of the members of the LA Thieves can be Draza and
He's
Kenny now.
always in these like
Got to make sure they double check
types
that A bomb
of
site. Make sure it's
spots.
not a fake. Make their way over now, but it could be a little too late. How many can Hoop take with him? There's the bomb. Checked up. Here comes the fight.
That
Can't
is
take a
huge.
single one down. That's
4v2, Havoc's
Thieves
planting
now
bomb.
working at a great disadvantage. 2v4 with full bomb site control. Kenny gets dropped. So does Draza.
Very clean round.
Map point. What a play on the bomb that was.
Just a clean round. You know, something about the audio cues and the sliding. We talked about how, like, you need to be nice and quiet to make sure you don't give anything away. Well, there's a good example of Skies knowing he can slide just to sort of bait these players out, right? Slides near the bomb. Hook's like, ooh, this might be a free kill. Let me investigate, see what's going on. But Skies certainly ready for the gunfight. 20 and 12 combined.
That's huge.
AR players on Florida. Ooh,
I figured,
you get to double digits in
yeah,
signature,
a Wiggany
good
would,
about yourself,
I
and
knew
well, you got
Wiggany
the
would
head
have to have
stack
a
over
big
towards
game.
There they go.
Mhm.
Kenny, the opening kill. Nice. I like that.
I kind of expected Skies to.
Oh, Wakely gets one, but Kenny's
Nice
gonna find
hit.
the second. Last one over to Skies. And just like that, the round is done. However,
This
Skies,
is probably gonna be around 11.
1v3 for the map. Bomb's gonna go down very quick.
What do you think the play's gonna be around 11?
To play this one slow, he's got to get a pick
Like,
or two.
probably should be.
Give up this bomb site. Some awkward gunfight.
Yeah.
Raz has got the pepper in LCs, and that's that. Here we
Hmm.
go, Chance.
I think they're gonna stick to what they thought was working.
This should be a fun one, mate.
They were right that these were going to change it up to B though.
Absolutely down the wire. Neptune has to go crazy to search and destroy. Down
This
the
is going to be
wire.
very interesting round 11.
See who can make the big plays. It's going to be Florida on offense. It's been a long time
Pick
since
me.
Florida's gone to B off the rip.
They're the pros. We'll see what they do.
They're thinking, hey, we've gone to a enough time. We've been successful. Getting broke, don't
Florida
fix
has
it.
a really good chance of
Looks like
getting
that's
this
gonna be
one.
the case. You're over on this side of the map. It's
Yeah,
letting
yeah,
the
things
ARs
like to
get
look.
to work.
It's working.
Of
Looks
course,
like
on the
it.
flip side, you see no one taking
Yeah,
that
offense
back
seems to
wall
be the
gunfight this time against
momentum
Skies.
on this map so far.
Potential flank in the hallway he's thinking about, but there's been no pressure on Florida. This is, again, they are happy just to feel out these rounds
Yeah,
and play
try
for
to get a
picks.
pick.
Neither
Now
team
Neptune
picking up
was
any
where
information, but
well, at least one
there
player
you
is.
go, making noise on the flank. Now Florida, well, that sort of forces their hand to where they go.
They're sort of pinning them into towards that A bomb site.
Number
It's
4.
like all the angles covered. Just
Venom.
Like, all right, well, let's just hit him with as much.
When's Venom going to push through?
Hope for the best. Here we go, though. Tune with that bomb in hand.
Come
Trophies
on.
out and about, looking to slide in.
Surprise.
Hopefully get a bomb down.
Venom's probably going to push it once
Nasty things
I think
going
it's
in
going to be
on range.
Draza that makes a call out.
Mm.
position now. Raza to the left. Kenny on the high ground. Here comes Venom. What a play that is to get first strike. Takes care of Big Wake. Picks up his mighty Krieg. Skies are going to find a little bit more damage. We do get the bomb going down though, Chance. And here we have it. 35 seconds. Retake has to start now.
He plays out of Venom too.
He's probably going to get shot from train. Yeah, they were. No, Gio's left. Yo, no, no.
Here comes the pinch. All on the Neptune. All on the Neptune. Sweet child of mine. He guns them both. Florida take the map, and that gives them a 2-0 lead in the series.
He gets the S3. Wait, is that an ace or Neptune?
Turn and burn. Big net going huge there in map number 1. He does the same thing in the search and destroy. We have got ourselves one hell of a
They didn't say it. I thought
this
the
is
cast
about
was
as
said.
tight as it can get, man. This is
No, they missed Chino's ace on Express before.
Oh, we should have seen it coming too, man. Neptune, the finisher, getting the job done in both.
If they get a game 5 comeback, I was massively wrong.
Those are two ridiculous games coming out from both of these teams, so much so that Havoc is just frozen in space and time.
They had the
where he freezes. I think that's just because of how
it didn't look too well starting out.
no reaction on the kid's face. I mean, he's just geared up
Oh
for
god.
three, I guess, just getting back in the game. He wants to keep gunning kids.
Really close 2 maps. 250 to 230 on Pick Me Hard point, and now it's game 5. Or game 5, round 11 on versus DUL. Close series. Gonna be a big dagger if Billy loses his 3rd map closely too.
Venom is an incredible final round there. That round 11, the first pick from him, the second as well.
Venom.
Takes care of Havoc.
Hold on, let me.
It just was not quite enough.
Was it?
The woes for the Thieves.
Let me check something.
Closing moments.
I gotta
Will
check
they be
this.
able to rebound? We do have another map.
What's it?
Trying to make that reverse
I'm
sweep.
seeing if it was an ace or not.
Oh, yeah, you can rewind it this one.
We got our US Army tactical play
Yeah.
around the corner and
Because honestly, I think you were like
Yeah, it was an ace.
behind me.
It was an
It was
ace.
an ace from Venom. I mean, yeah, from
Yes.
Neptune.
He went. Neptune got an ace for the round 11.
Round 11, man. Of course it is. And again, it was just systematic.
He was
play
3 and
down
8
towards
before
the
it.
end. Even the setup that him and his teammate had just to make sure you get the calls, right? Kenny makes a ton of noise on the front when he goes for the
Oh, now it's
sniper.
the tactical
I guess we
play.
can get to that in a second.
Yeah, they brought it up now.
Obviously, it's got to be
Okay.
Neptune for the round 11.
CJ
Round 11
first.
again, unbelievable stuff. Like we saw the setup here from the LA Thieves. It was a powerful hold. The first blood from Venom was so good, man. Like that just.
I think they're like a little behind me. Is on the clock. Is it 38 seconds now?
Should have to lock that one from down low. Kenny's position.
31, 32, 30, 29, 28.
Man, dude,
Yeah.
he just went ham.
Maybe I should have done that.
So
Did they
big
freeze?
out of the Florida Mutineers.
I
Nah,
got
I did not.
20
Sky Neptune looked towards train here.
We still have that last map
But-
ahead of
I got
us,
18, 17, 16, 15. And then round was
The
ended.
timing on the end again, perfect. Like Kenny and the Thieves trying to work together to get the pinch in, and frankly, they did it well. But Neptune, just those big gunfights.
Yeah, we gotta make sure that we're on the same
again,
thing,
the iciest on the map.
especially when
The iciest
respawn
on the map
starts.
indeed, but can he keep that chill going longer? Checkmate control after this quick
So,
break. The
I'll-
Florida Mutineers get it done in 3. It will be CLA. Make the comeback. Find out after this quick break.
I wish I could just like rewind and it just be a time, but like it doesn't really just have a time.
We'll see. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Work before it's bound to work again.
5G networks are
Yeah, next one's control, right?
Yeah.
There's no checkmate.
T-Mobile, America's largest and fastest 5G network.
God, both maps. These could have closed it.
Nade Shot tweeted, man, we're throwing so many small mistakes.
I know you know what I'm doing right now. You can hear it. Download free now.
Oh, they're available.
I actually really like that commercial. Let's see if I got message for work. Did we go to this address?
From the last major, we saw the Toronto Ultra absolutely put on a show, taking out the best teams to win Major 2. When it comes to the midpoint of the second CDL season, though, and this Major 3, what does that hold? Well, there's been a few changes in rosters, some performance changes, and a whole host of other variables leading up to this, but who do I think is going to take the crown with this major? Well, it's never really black and white, but I definitely think there are a few teams in contention that have a great chance. The Toronto Ultra are still looking phenomenal. They're still flying. They can absolutely get the job done. LA Thieves, that roster move may be exactly what they need here. Get their footing down, get their game plan tight, and they absolutely can make a run for it. But then you also have teams like Atlanta FaZe who just need to correct a few things here and there, and they can absolutely go on that dominant streak once again. Optic Chicago, well, they absolutely can still get the job done if they maintain that composure and close out a few series. But hot take, who do I think I want to see in the finals? I'd love to see LA Thieves versus Toronto Ultra, with Toronto maybe making a back-to-back run here. What a storyline that would be.
Espresso, giving us some vibes there, giving us some good thoughts, and I like the picks, man. I mean, the only bad news he's got
Yeah,
right
I'm
now
here.
is, I don't know if we're going to see LA Thieves making that final. They've got a little bit of a mountain to climb in the form of the Florida Mutineers right now, but hey, love these double elimination formats. Who knows? Loss here, not the end of the world for them, chance, but let's talk their KDs so far for the LA Thieves.
I mean, the KDs, I suppose, honestly look pretty good. I know Venom, a little bit low on the .91 scale, but I think if you look over the course of the years he's had, the first like week or two where he joined the team, suffered just a little bit, and I'd say since then he's been on point. Even like for the round 11, like picking up 2 of the kills, but I just say for the team, this is like where you find out what they're really made of, right? Like they've had a great run through stage 3. Now they're going against the Florida, who I think for most people probably would have given the edge to the Thieves coming into the series. Even still, you find yourself down 2-0. Now we get to see exactly what the team is built up, see if they can make this comeback, because obviously the first 2 maps, as close as they could possibly be, Thieves by no means getting outplayed, at least over the grand scheme of things. Honestly, they just got to figure out a way to deal with Neptune.
Yeah, that was the quick scope brought to you by Scuff. And how do you deal with Neptune?
He's been...
As you do a Pluto and you take away his planetary status. It's just
They
the
need,
moon, man!
so Hugh needs to shut down
Planet.
Neptune.
He's also a god. Well, let's see how we
Hugh
go.
versus
Semi
Neptune.
control coming up now. Map number 3, potentially the last, unless the LA Thieves
Like,
do
because those
something
2
about
players are like the only
Turn
2
the
like players
series around.
that are
I
like
know
on the
what
same
Thieves
wavelength.
fans out there.
You know?
Just that. Open a prayer.
That's why I think that
Their
it
team,
comes down to Hugh
Florida,
shutting down
man,
Neptune.
It has just been so strong, so dangerous.
I think it'd come down to Hugh.
As the beat of the
There, like the ARs would have to shut down Neptune.
fly through. Being a checkmate again, similar
But that'd
stuff
be
in
it.
my mind to map
They'll-
1.
they'd have to do it at
Battle
range,
the
of course.
AR players, who's
You
going
know?
to be the guys opening up
It'd
those
be really
lanes
rough
and
to try to do it up
allowing
close.
your SMGs to go to work. It is a double underneath the plane hit for Florida, as now they're working over towards B, and the strat may be able to pay off. A couple of kills go their way, and Havoc able to find the second. And you see Skies picks up another one in the feed. There's the last man. Havoc deals with one. Fortunately for him, he does get killed because the players
That's a
on
lucky
spawn come
finish
through
on Take
radio,
Venom.
but either way for Florida, maybe a bit of clearance over towards it.
Any clearing out top lane? That's awareness, man. Playing these tight angles. Kenny. Oh, Kenny. Oh, Kenny, the fanciest of footwork. I mean, he can only dodge so many bullets. The man was doing his very best Keanu Reeves impersonation there. Neo for the kids. Guys with that top wing control. Venom's got that plane. It's trapped for now. Can he stay alive? Slips out. Can't quite get any more out of it. Clock has been stopped. Slowly capturing the A zone right now. Kenny, he is on one, dude. Does not want to go down 3-0 here. Havoc. Be one of the players here for the Mutineers on point. He cuts him down. Keeps the clock going for a moment for Sky. Jumps straight back on it. Venom gets him as well, though. 45 in the clock chance. Here we go. Thieves trying to get map control back.
Just a clean retake over towards A, and well, now the push over towards B. This is not the most fun place to go, especially when you don't have a ton of map control, but see Skies in the feed, able to pick up one. The trade's coming through.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know how you feel, but I feel like Track Me is my least
Still
favorite
towards the top of the plane, you see just causing problems. Havoc
Like,
knows
It's my
he
least
moves
favorite.
around.
It's my least
Until he
favorite
finds these
control
kills,
map.
There's really just not much you can do, and 20 seconds
Hardpoint,
on the clock, a couple
I
points
guess.
in a good position. They just
S&D,
need
I
the
think
kill.
S&D
There's
bad
2
on
of
it,
them,
and
and now
controls
the
bad
play
on it.
over towards this A zone.
Hardpoint's alright, but like,
15 seconds remaining.
I think if we get standoff, I think that standoff would be the one to replace it.
One more's all
And,
they
like,
need, and they're going to get it.
I think
Big wins
standoff
from
would
Skies that
replace
brings their
Miami.
Neptune of Skies.
Well,
Oh my
S&D,
God.
I'm talking about
Just
HP.
about stop it. Back you go, Skies.
Uh,
Has to run across the map.
But,
Yeah.
with,
Let's go B,
yeah,
dude. Not
like
a
standoff
chance.
would have to
Oh,
replace
now it's won.
Track Me
This is
HP.
gonna be
You agree
real
with that?
hard. They
Actually, I see replacing Apocalypse. To be honest with you.
Turns his attention to big weight. Try to stay alive. And
Well, we'll see.
Still here in the back.
The pros are the ones that bow on him, so maybe that'll happen. I don't know.
Just under a minute.
I think checkmate.
They should be in a decent spot.
HP should be
Well, 50
replaced.
seconds on the clock. This may very well come down to lives.
No, for optics' sake.
8 more at their disposal,
I hope
so
not.
they very much need to slow the pace down.
You know, but
Nice angle and spot played by
because
Kenny.
checkmate is
He wins his
definitely
one
their
and
best farpoint map.
trying to play slow, doesn't want to move too far. The trade
Used to
comes
not be
through.
one at the start of the year.
Thieves, though, still a little bit of
Holy
pressure
crap, it
on
was
them.
their
They're
worst.
Down to 5.
Down to 5. 8 lives now for Mutineers. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
Players on
I
that
remember
mid.
watching
I feel for
that.
Sender.
Now for the LA Thieves.
I feel for Sender, like the coach. He seems to put a lot of work in. Like watching VODs for them and shit like that. And then it's just like it's probably throwing his hands up in the air more than a lot of the fans because obviously he's the coach. He's like telling them, hey, we need to do these things, but maybe they aren't doing some of those things. You know, it's like you mentioned earlier in the chat.
20 seconds on the clock. We don't stop it for a few moments though. The lives are starting to run out. Venom's going to get himself one more, and Luke finds the other. Oh,
Really an issue because you're doing the same pacing. It's just like a.
And try to stop this one. All the LA Thieves have to do is keep them at bay.
It's like key decision makings that they're making in like in each individual and team wise. Yeah. So like whether it be Dashy, Envoy, Formal, and even Scump, you know, like
man, did it cost them a lot?
I mean, it's coming down to all 4 of them.
I mean, that is just a purely
when it comes to that.
round. This is a play from the very
Like
start
Optic
of the game,
overall,
by the way. Kenny, this is where
they kind of fell
took
off.
the map control and did his best Neo impression towards the rip, but obviously not enough towards the end.
Yeah, like they fell off in
I mean,
World
honestly,
War II.
even just from today,
And
maybe it's just
I
the 2
just,
series that we've
like,
had, but so much of this game.
Obviously, they were a dynasty, they were a great team, but it just seems like when the game came down to more fundamentals and skills, they fell off. There were a lot of other factors that happened, like in World War II, Scump having terrible internet and that really fucking up their scrims, sure, but post that, you had Black Ops 4, where they weren't as consistent, and I know that you're asking for a lot for them to be the same optic that they were in Advanced Warfare through, like Infinite Warfare, right?
That's
But,
really nice again. What you want out of the LA Thieves, again, is just bring in the fun with those AR.
And like I don't think that will ever happen again.
No,
but for any, I don't think it will happen for any team. FaZe has the potential for it, but
Atlanta FaZe does, yeah.
I don't see it going happening long term. You know, like Simple and Breezy might be like T2P and be a duo for God knows how long. You know, just. But I think that, and Celia might even stay for another year or 2. But like, I think Cell might go his. I could see Cell going his own way.
Yes, the point does get
Just to like,
captured,
cause
but
like
you see the
to
map
prove
control right
himself,
now,
you know.
Thieves, they know they're not completely
Maybe,
trapped
but
in
I
their
think there's
base.
gonna be a lot of teams looking out for him, so he could get a really good offer, salary-wise, a good
Oh
roster
yeah.
pick.
Especially after he wins the chip.
Lots of time to work.
Yeah.
Lots of lives to work with as well.
Straight
Awakening.
up.
Just
Yeah.
being frightening.
But it's like you said,
Got his
those
blood
guys.
venom.
If you were to
Now
say
they're
at that
their way
point in the
forward.
game in like Advanced Warfare when Karma
Timing
Formal
is
was coming,
incredible.
all
Players
combined, obviously
skipping around
they
right
tried
now
to
to
get like
trade their
Karma,
point,
right?
though.
But they
If
didn't
they've
say
seen
like
now,
enable
starting
in
to burn
Advanced
out a little
Warfare.
faster than
But like,
expected. There's
if
the stop
we
now.
were
I
to
remember
say, okay, what's the best
Smart play.
4 to get at that time in Advanced Warfare, it would be that team. There isn't going to be the
Yeah.
scenario where it's going to be the same. Again,
It's
and
very.
then also if that happens again, it's going to be so hard to consist.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Because like,
on the
because
same
the lead's so
level,
condensed. It's so condensed compared to how it once was. You know, you don't have like 100+ teams competing anymore. You have we'll expand to 16, I believe. You know.
Yeah.
And, you know, like,
Great job. Neptune.
and I think it's gonna be more European teams. I would love to see New Orleans.
Lane control. He checks this corner. It's gonna be
Yeah.
sweet.
Love to.
Might be able to catch Hook on the stairs. Here
But
we
I don't
go.
think that's gonna happen.
A shot to Neptune. Oh, what a two-piece! And that's a lot of
number one
control.
fan,
3
man.
dead now for the LA Thieves. That
Oh,
approach
yeah.
was looking
Yeah.
great, but Neptune has gone and done it once again. 30 seconds remaining now. Got a lot of time still
Spain's
left.
going to
Push
end up
fast
getting
as possible,
one.
though. Havoc's gonna pepper these
I can see
players
Middle
up.
East,
Make the push that
Asia
little bit more
area,
difficult.
somewhere in there.
ARs
Ends
now
up
with the
winning.
Florida Mutineers
I
lining
heard
up
a
the
story
firing
where
squad. The
there
LA
was
Thieves
a
have to
guy,
charge
I don't
those
know if it was the
guns.
whole
Here we go.
team,
Who's gonna make
it
the
was
push?
like in
15
Champs, it
seconds
was
on
one
the
of the
clock.
events
Now
where
to
they
stop the
made
clock,
it
here we go.
so that
Neptune
there
drops
were
eventually to Draza.
tournaments
We've
that
got a little
happened
bit of
like
an
Asia
opening to
for a
work with
team
now
to
for the LA
qualify
Thieves.
for
Second
champs.
segment does
And
get
then a
round.
guy was
Fought for the
playing
long
the
run.
controller
Kill
as
going
if
in.
it was like
Waves,
a
Skies
fighting game
finds two
controller
more.
thing.
Last
Like
man
he had
up,
it on the
Draza.
table.
What can
And
he
he
do
was
alone?
using
The
like
answer
analog
is
sticks
not a lot.
like this and shit.
Mutineers.
Yeah.
Brilliant round from them.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't
Great
doubt it.
heroics from the LA Thieves.
I haven't seen it myself,
Oh,
but
Control.
I do not doubt it.
And Thieves are fighting, man. They're just being overwhelmed.
But,
Skies is going to be the main factor why. Knew it was gonna be
There's
him
just
and
so
the
much
best
talent
player before,
worldwide.
just because he has 21
Yeah,
kills,
just
I
look
think,
at Hydra.
in this game on a 5 or 6 spree.
Yeah.
Guy
And the
speaks
finesse
French.
from
Obviously,
both
you know,
of
we
those
have
things
like Rambo who
being
speaks
from the
French
back
very
of the map,
fluently.
and he meets his
But
demise
like, there's
again.
not much of a
Florida
French
one round away
French scene.
from
There's like a
getting the
Spanish
3-0.
scene, kind of
And maybe not
that guy's
dominant fashion, but in
His name.
clean fashion.
From,
The
like,
teamwork
fucking,
has been on point.
Yeah, whatever.
Neptune's
But yeah,
making
they
big
had like
plays when you
a lot
need
of
him to.
fans. I don't remember if you remember
For
that
Thieves,
Black
this
Ops
is,
3.
I
It
mean,
was like
truly
this
just
tournament they
back
did.
against the
Like-
wall. You would
it's-
need the ultimate reverse sweep. Down
There was
2 in the
Splice.
series, down 2
No,
in
not
the round,
Splice. I'm
taking
talking about
control.
Spanish guys. It was like a.
This is what they're up against. And
I forgot his name. I think his name it starts with an M. Very popular Call of Duty player. He played competitive too. Man, when they
Matt
stream, when they no, not making Spanish,
Here we go.
like from Spain.
Fire from Skies. They've got a nice 4-man hitting towards B to start the round off here.
I think his name is
First
Methods.
segment B
too.
almost
I
finished.
think that
Oh,
was
nice
his name.
kills. Draza and Kenny get involved. Draza now bringing the rig up close.
Huh.
Let's catch
I'm
Neptune
not
as
sure.
well. So the defense will hold. Maybe able to
Back
drive
over
that
here.
B point.
But yeah, they had a shit ton of fans.
That front line forward now. The LA
Heretics. That's heretics. And there's maybe that they could be in CDL too. I think that would be kind of a Spanish team, like a Spain at least organization.
Spain's
Get
definitely
that
gonna get
hard,
one.
All these players back. How many more can he get?
I could see Spain getting one.
Players he can get, but at the
Yeah.
end, he's just slowing down at times.
I could
Skies,
see,
if you're behind the wall, you're never safe. But either way, Florida, they've been stuck in their spawn.
If there's going to be another American team, I could see New Orleans. I could see
playing his life and again, as long as you're slowing down this push, there's only
Another
20
one.
seconds left on the clock.
Over
There's been
in
0 ticks of progression from Florida that have come through.
maybe
Stuck in their spawn the entire time. Havoc trying to get the opening, but he gets traded out instantly. And Thieves looking at the most dominant round they've had so far. As long as they close it out.
But yeah, let's focus on the map. Could be the last one here. 2-1. Oh, you said Canada? Wait, what?
I could see Orlando.
Orlando. Well,
win.
they already have
0
4.
of the gunfights without him taking the last
Or they
2
have
players
Florida, but
down.
they also have like 2
Thieves get the
LAs.
job done. They're still alive.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what like Florida's like if they like it's just a state team or if it's just like a they would like to be like a specific like city.
I'd say like Michigan, Cleveland.
Michigan would be Detroit.
Sweat, man. There is no
That
Yeah.
sounds cool to me. I think Detroit would sound like you could have a lot of good names for that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know, it just
I'd say
flows right.
Maybe the good news for the Thieves is last offensive round they had.
Let's focus up on this map. It could literally be the last round of today.
Players like Neptune and Havoc that on quite a few occasions were able to get through to the spawn. Get
Yeah,
through
Thieves
Nashville.
ends up getting
That is
just
where things
completely
get
and
incredibly
utterly
problematic
swept.
once you end up
3-0.
Oh shit.
opening breaks and control mean a ton. And
Draza
well,
needs to
looking for
keep
those
it up.
initial kills, Havoc, the
Hugh
first
needs to
player
pick it
strike.
up.
You see the clearance towards A, but it's
Kenny
not
needs to
clearance
pick it
at
up.
So
all.
much pressure
You
on
get shot
him
down
though.
before you can get
Do
there.
well, but
Well, Kenny
that's
from
what we
up top, he's
expected.
going to be
He's
stunned. I mean,
fucking
They've
hook.
just been so insanely slow
Yeah,
to
man.
Yeah.
find these kills. It just makes it so tough to find any sort of opening.
Yeah, in Florida.
Do it from a
Guys,
1.8 shot. At least one
Close
map.
line for the LA Thieves. That's exactly what Skies is going for here. And not let him get
Almost when Nate was competing.
slow pace off.
Yeah.
But again, look at that clock. Less than
What's your thoughts
2
on
minutes.
him, like SMD? Last, like general question, real quick. Like him and SMD on Ghost, it's pretty good. I know that the team like kind of played a little bit for him to do that well.
Stop the timer.
Like strats wise,
Play fair and truthful.
Try to keep him back. Good
Just
job.
like
Good The LA Thieves now to
that
finally
was
get under this safe
that
zone,
team was.
stack it up. 3 players on.
Fun to
Oh my
watch.
god.
Flying. Last one in off spawn.
It was interesting.
Fire squad. Guns of LA Thieves hot right now as we're not out.
It was
of the woods.
definitely
Starting
interesting.
to cap this one quick.
But the
Last
preview though.
segment nearly done. Will Neptune be able to
Yeah,
get a targeting
Proofy.
test? Yes,
That's like
they
the main
will
event
go
that
through.
Proofy went off for
Now
Optic.
all eyes on B. Joe about the Thieves so far.
And really, other than champs, that's like the main. X Games was like the major one to win.
But there was no prize money, but there was prestige. But that's the excuse that like Aches come up with. Like, oh, look, we didn't want prize, no money, but
he's right back
gold
in
medal
home
and on
playing
TV and
control.
shit. I
This
don't
is
know.
the battle. Move versus Neptune, and well, at least the
Oh
trades
yeah.
are through.
You know,
It looks
Scump
like
had a
trades
few
on
words.
trades, draws around the back, can't get the streaks. He finds a kill, but Florida still
Scump and Nade.
witness win control.
Especially Nade when it came to X.
A nice 2 out of Kenny. Having gets a lot of damage into him, but not able to get the kills. Kenny will live to fight.
I remember
another
that shit
day.
back in
On to the
BO2
B zone we now go. 2 players
well.
there. They are stacked up.
Let's
Neptune
see what
trying to
happens
get the flank
here.
target done. 3 players there on the point. Sky's trying to find
Oh.
the angle.
Backing up a B.
Oh, here we go. First segment gone.
This could be the swing
no.
of the game. We're expecting them to win the respawn. This guy does something like that, and it's an ass. Solo.
Finally get that last player off, and he's on Neptune once again. The champion of Florida.
Oh no.
We're gonna have a bit of a breather before we take
It's
another
deplete the
fight
time.
chance.
Deplete the time.
Neptune now trying to clean these players out. One more big push.
This Neptune just gonna make another
Many players
insane
as
play.
possible before we go.
Just put the icing on the cake.
Before the storm, maybe a couple gunfights going through. The patience
Oh
of
my.
Neptune just playing that
Up
out.
top, up top.
He gets traded. That's 3 for Thieves,
No.
but this is the issue.
Oh,
When you let a
Sky's
player
going
get
to
a round
Kenny.
back, it can be problematic. Skies though gets dealt with.
Oh
He's
no.
out, body
Get
on
the trophy
point.
down.
The tick's not coming through.
You.
Super
Awakening.
fast. Trophy not enough to help. More trades coming through. By the way,
Havoc.
no lives
Havoc's
remaining.
oh.
Only 3 to make it happen. Thieves can do it on kills.
Yeah, it
They
looks
can
like
do it on
this
a
is going
point.
around
Big
round
Monster
5.
might have gotten the job done. The stack is in. But no, the team
Skies.
comes
So
through.
little.
42, 2 left for
Just get
Florida.
this one
Gonna be
kill.
it. There
There
it
you
is. Round 5 awaits
I'm about
us.
to say, if Skies gets that
Los Angeles
one kill
Thieves
right there, I don't know
put
what the
one
hell's gonna
round
happen.
at a time, and this is it. Last chance here to pull something magical. Here on Checkmate.
I don't know what it is about Hugo and control, man.
Kenny just fighting every ounce of his being. Keeps
So good at
squad in
playing
this
big
round.
well, I think
They've got
that's
one more chance.
just one of those players.
Yeah, just
Pro say it all the
movement.
time. He's a hard
With the
build.
jump.
That's what you want to try to be. You want to try to
It's
be
just been insane.
that
I
kind
mean,
of player.
almost
man.
every single play is getting set up like the calm before the
Oh,
storm.
yeah.
Like
It's
everybody
annoying
gets
to
in
play
position.
against you
There's
because
like a 1, 2,
you know I wouldn't
3
want to be a
going.
guy
Both
where
teams, every gunfight comes
I'm not
in,
knowing to play
in
against.
the next like 5
Be a
seconds.
factor on the map, you know.
An insanely, weirdly paced game to control, and it just goes to show. Definitely.
We might see a game 4.
Game truly
I think
is.
so.
But back to the
If
opening
that
break.
happens,
Opening breaks make a difference, and Hook is there
like,
to strike.
I think they're a better respawn team, hardpoint team on paper.
Here comes that
I know that.
On
Florida
paper,
won it,
definitely.
yeah.
But they need
Florida won
they
technically
need
a hardpoint
they
first.
need to be able to play more like team wise
Yeah,
compared to like
and the hardpoint was close there too. 230 to
Yeah.
250 literally.
Live up to the call.
So,
it was just Neptune making some plays, some insane plays.
that's gonna be on top of
Yeah.
that,
That's going to be
but
3 in a row. Massive
that's
stuff from him. Gives his boys the opportunity to move forward, and straight onto the point they go. Big wake at his finest.
And he was just constantly just changing his position.
he didn't even shoot. Hers or something like Like, yeah, you know, you could shoot somebody, but he didn't even shoot him enough to kill him. He shot literally 2 bullets for them and stopped. My stream for
And shot way in front of him.
Only option is go to A.
Oh god, Havoc. That's not that's not supposed to happen.
That's going on Reddit, on Twitter.
It's going everywhere.
Tiptoeing around these
Holy shit, what the fuck was that? He better have lag. I don't know what the fuck that was.
I don't think that was lag.
Okay, well, you got 1 tick in your gun, you got 1 push, you gotta go big, back in the corner.
Awakening needs to go here.
He goes massive,
Brother, just gonna have to play B. Yeah, just gonna have to go B. Yeah, they lost.
Thieves, they have managed to pull this one back. Chance. We will see.
Wow.
I think I might be right there. I feel like they're about to get this respawn, and it's gonna be a game 5. But I said that like Thieves was about to have to win it. True prediction, but
Venom
It
showing
happens.
I
predicted a 4-game series.
This is the potential, man, for the ultimate reverse.
But I kind of
Down 2-0 in the series, they were down
expected
2-0 in the rounds of control.
Thieves to win
And
it.
I tell you, man, I can only imagine how intense their comms must be in these moments. Pretty much every single round.
Because of Florida being
It was
inconsistent.
Just super patient, super coordinated from both teams. Anytime someone needed to step up and make the big play, they provided, right? Draza, when he was the lone man that was able to push through the spawn, well, he was causing problems picking up kills. He got Venom with the Storms back on site to get the job done. But, I mean, this is 3 games in a row. It was what? I don't know, a 30-point game, the hard point, a round 11 that came down to a 1v2.
You need more from Havoc that game.
And then the round 5 in the end for the control. Hell of a job, and even the stat line fairly similar across the board, right? You had Skies lining up,
by
well,
10.
Draza matched them right there with them. You had Awakening, fairly standard game across the board. Kenny, the exact same thing. A battle of 2 titans in the CDL. Well, Miles, I just can't wait for match 4. We got to get the ball rolling. Let's go.
Let's just keep it rolling. Let's just keep it going here. We've got a fantastic series. Come back. We're still on cam. Let's get this going, baby. We've got a big series ahead of us. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. On our return, we're going to see Matt on the floor here in this brilliant winners bracket matchup.
You should
between
win
the
this
LA
one,
Thieves,
but
Florida Mutineers. You don't want to miss it.
if Kenny's been performing like he has been today, I kind of expect Florida to pull it off.
Okay, so Florida get the record for them on Moscow Hardpoint. They're 3-2. Thieves.
1-0 since adding Havoc. So
Moscow Hardpoint, they're 4-3. So both of them
Not all 5G
have
networks
a same ratio win-wise on the map. Well, we'll see. I think it'll be a close one. I'm gonna give LA to it. Then that's indeed what is
fastest 5G network.
Miami.
I'm looking
Which
for
that's
big
on the
games.
S&D map.
I'm looking for big games from Kenny and Hook.
Yeah, let's talk.
And
What do you
then
look for?
And then for Florida, you kind of I'm looking for Awakening and Neptune.
Definitely.
Step it up, and Skies to perform like he has been.
Consistent.
Yeah. And then Havoc to step it up a little bit more. I think it's going to, which team wins, it's going to vary on that. So.
Thieves overall KD and Hardpoint is 7. Florida is
Set your sights on the competition
0.98.
the leader in 5G.
Mm-hmm.
The new CDL Team Supporter Pack is available now. This team-themed bundle is jam-packed with calling cards, emblems, and stickers from your favorite CDL teams. To get yours today, visit the Call of Duty Cold War or Warzone in-game store and use code MILES. What was that? I see signatures in there as well, Charles. Team Supporter Pack, a lot of fun, friends. We did the same thing last year. They went down really well, and this year's just as fun. Team Supporter Pack, available now in the COD store. Code MILES. Code MILES, all capitals. There we go. LA Thieves now on screen. Having a good time. Having a good time in this series after they managed to pull that wicked comeback. They're in the control. And I will say, Chancellor, we're going to go to that social soundboard presented by Astra. Now set the clock back a little bit, friends. 1 million retweets in 24 hours, and you pick where it goes. My body and face excluded. This was, of course, the nade shot tattoo. They did good. They did real good. But here we go, friends. May 24th. The tattoo is finally happening. The nade shot.
Oh yeah, he posted that last major, I believe.
It's a 100 Thieves
That's gonna be a
logo.
lot of fun. The gaming world came together in a magnificent way, and look, we didn't cure cancer.
I remember him
We
tweeting
are gonna
it, I
get
forgot
nade
what's
shot tattooed. We did our part, right? We really did. Florida Mutineers, LA Thieves, chance. We're going to Moscow, baby. See how we do in this series. Code Miles, what?
I mean, I'll take what I can get, I suppose. You want to shout out the coach, shout out Nate Shot, I don't know. Or Mr. Shot, I believe, is
Mr. Shot,
Venom
yeah.
calls him these days. But
hey,
I don't know, man. I will say,
I was gonna say the pre-show, dude. The pre-show, man, was so funny. I watched the LA Thieves pre-show there, where all the players were chatting. Nate was there. It was Enable, it was JCap, and Mud Dog. They were all talking, and it was so funny, man. It was really, really enjoyable to watch just before the matches started today. But sorry, I digress, my friend. What were you gonna say?
And I think for Venom like got a scuff from Nadeshot or something like that when he was like 13. So like, I mean, Venom was genuinely like middle school when Nadeshot was like in the prime of at least his playing career. And well, here we are. What a wild career for potentially both of these guys that are being mentioned. But to Moscow we go. For Thieves, it is certainly a solid map, but this is where Havoc has been making a little bit of noise with all of his long routes and the weird stuff he does. Excuse me.
3 and
Certainly
then
have to pay
1.
attention to. I will say though,
Both of the teams.
we have already seen just a
parallel
ridiculous
across the
series so far, even from the FaZe and Dallas Empire we had. I think like all these teams have been bringing it for the Stage 3 major. The gameplay has just been kicked up an extra notch, and honestly, some of the best mistake-free gameplay we've seen all year.
Make sure
Speaking
obviously
of no
don't flip the
mistakes,
spawns because that's
nice
where
wipe on the
P2
map.
is
He gets
going
Draws
to
post
Yeah, Draws is making the right play, but he kind of overshot.
Everybody is there. Their whole team is on the street.
And you know, like Draza, he made that challenge.
I don't like
he
going
hit that challenge
top
off
the
top, I was
bus,
thinking, like, I got him
feeling
dead
like
right.
trying to
Never expected
challenge Globe.
4 dudes to shoot him at once. That was a bit of a surprise for us. Here comes
play.
Venom on the fight.
Let's
Another lovely surprise. And that's
So if you're like 5 seconds ahead of me, could you could you like maybe rewind? I don't know if you're whatever. Like I got 5 seconds from P1.
5, 4, 3, 2,
and you just switch to P2.
P2. Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're good. Get 57 seconds now. P2.
Gonna promise you one thing.
55,
friends,
54.
This is gonna be
We're
a
good.
great
Yeah,
game.
we're perfect.
So far, so good for the LA Thieves. They got a decent amount of control.
And Kenny just locking it down from up top as well, making
Let's
sure
see,
Finesse can't work too well with his teammates.
Oh.
More importantly for him, able to stay alive. Maybe an opening through green, and well, it is there.
Oh no,
every
Kenny.
direction right now from Florida. Awakening and White, 2 players coming through the middle of the map, and well, Venom hunts down Awakening. Kenny there for the trade.
That's huge kill on Havoc.
Skies falls, they
That's
all
a huge.
fall
That's a
down.
huge kill.
Thieves with a clean 4 and 25
Now they need to
seconds
start
of
pushing
scrap
out.
time. Assuredly going to go their way. And
Let's see what the setup is going to be like from Mutineers side, but
whatever break they want to go for.
Looks like one
through the next
7's
hill,
going
but
to bank.
early on, hell of a
No, he's
start.
going.
Great start, man. That nice bit of work from Kenny. That was a 3 spree from him.
Havoc.
like a spot
This
that
is
you might
important.
expect
So far,
it.
He
here
needs.
we go. Havoc 1v2 situation. Dude.
And well, we did not.
Yeah.
They make their way forward. They've got bank control.
Yeah, but now
Before
Awakening knows.
Getting really out of hand, but still got presence
Spot
now
does
coming
get
to that side of
time.
the map. Kenny, and that AR to work. Can't quite get the kill though. Awakening
Draza
does a
might
nice
make
one. Hooper
play.
Slips the net. He's in. Here comes damage.
Oh, in a bit.
Is in. Ya base,
Nice.
baby. He's getting his kills. Still can't stop Neptune, but he's allowed Venom to get onto the point. Here comes the kills from him. Neptune tagged up heavily. Anyone else from the Thieves, they're on point, able to get the damage done. And you've managed to push the Mutineers off of the point. And that was the goal right now. 30 seconds remaining on his point chance. And this is going back and forth.
Is Neptune playing AR?
Back with the deed, and this is about as good as it gets. You might end up giving away the final 20 seconds of scrap, but you go
3 ARs on
hill, and you had
P3.
Florida set up for the full
It can work.
4-man stack.
It
and
can
you find
definitely
a way to
work.
make things just a little bit messy. He's certainly happy with the way that they have played the first 3 hard points. Now they get this set up.
Really,
towards new.
P3,
Luke responsible for
P4.
the elbow side of the map.
You have
Draza
3
with a
ARs
nice
on.
little angle potentially to help him out, but the bank side is
So
what's
I'd
going
rather
to be
2
open.
and 2 for
That's what
P4.
Kenny's looking at for the cross right now, and if they cross out, they fall right into Draza's trap. I love this setup from the Thieves.
Great setup from the Thieves. I'm more interested in hearing how Florida try to break it. So let's go for a quick Astro Gaming listen in. The Florida Mutineers.
One came out, one. Draw the street, pick up pitch.
I'm spawning back straight.
He got a lot of time on this.
I'm gonna go mid here.
Be so long
should play that
to even
scrap.
wonder if gonna be best able to push.
One shot. One shot. Wait, I'm trying bust. One shot bust. Gotta get ass here, guys. We're good. And point out of stuff. One shot, shoot. I spawn P3, guys. One to the push here. One to the car. There's two of me. I spawn half over, good. I'm playing off gold. There's 3 street. 3 street. We don't have that.
And the ARs are struggling. It's hard to win Moscow.
Yeah, no, because I mean, like, long lines of sight.
I'm trusting you. I'm helping you. You might come back.
Sometimes like Garrison, you know, they have.
I got 3.
That's an issue.
I'm still blocking Eskies. I'm
But,
still blocking Eskies.
look at that. Look at all the space that you see across the map. Like,
Don't die.
I need it.
Go up.
Much lobby.
the glow.
Keep pushing gold going into. Once globe, he's just playing globe for now. Probably just trying to be support into people.
Back on.
One's go.
Don't die.
Chance, the comeback is very slowly happening, but we think the comms from Mutineers.
I mean, I would say the impressive thing about Florida is probably not their communication. Like, it was fine, but I don't know. Maybe just a little bit more to be desired. But they weren't really doing anything wrong. But as long as the gameplay speaks for itself, what more could you ask for Florida? Well,
Havoc, you need to actually.
Set up and Thieves. Well, they're sending 3 players potentially through the street or through green to try to make this break. A nice shot from Venom to open things up, and well, doesn't need to get traded. He's on a 4 spree.
You see,
for the team right now,
they're just flying by.
Yeah,
they're about to. They might be able to flip spawns. I know this is P2 is really hard to flip, but
alive, and he is being hunted down as Thieves breakthrough on P2. That is as clean as it can get.
It might start spawning police.
Here for Venom.
Yeah, so, yeah, they
does
spawn.
get it. Waiting though with a quick save there. It's going to keep the hard point all safe and secure for the Florida Mutineers. Now 20 seconds something remains for them to
timing
on a charge. Looking to take care of next.
Yeah.
The final 15 seconds will go.
It's gonna be relatively tight.
You have Hook spawning on the far right hand side of the map, so not a good thing right now. For the members of the LA Thieves, can they keep this alive? Inch good. Spawns flipped again. There we go. Good stuff. Oh no, take it all back. Number 2 still there. Hook's still in. He's in the wrong part of town, man. But for now, these 2 defending members of the LA Thieves now have their work cut out for them, and it is all on Drazen. Man, he's making a meal of this. He's making the Mutineers work for this one. He's still good. Having a Neptune makes one at the back. How much longer can he keep this going? The answer is no more longer. He's dead. But what a bit of work, man. LA Thieves, they have fought their way back onto this point, Chance.
I mean, this is one of the sloppiest hills I've seen in quite some time. I mean, Draza has almost no right to find the kills that he did, but here we are, 30 seconds in. Neither team able to get any sort of control on Fountain. The kills come through once again, and maybe the 2-piece from Awakening will seal the deal, but that's not going to be the case because Hook is still around and still looking for the contest time. Awakening's killing his teammates in the back. One of the weirdest Fountain hills we're probably ever going to see. And frankly, considering this
Awakening just gets melted.
Spawning out twice, Venom spawning all the way out for Thieves, they will take it. That is not bad at all. But even still, a nearly tied-up game as we go into this street hill.
Skies has been picking it up though.
Well, this is where a portion of the they started to put Florida in. They're looking to do the same once again, but not quite the same setup they get this time. The first players get down by half in Florida have found their way.
Trying to eat right now.
Big holds the back safe. Nice trades once again from Florida, starting to speed things up. Do not want that game 5. First search and destroy was a nail biter. Frankly, I do want that game 5, Florida. How about you just like loosen up a little bit? Give the fans what they want. For the Florida fans, they're looking to see Neptune do something wild and crazy once again. Here we go. Nice 20-point difference between these 2 teams. Neptune, oh baby, what a 2-piece. That's going to be 5 in a row for him right now. Huge. What we had, Venom. He came into the office looking for business, but the office was closed. Neptune hiding under that desk.
How far Neptune progresses in COD next year.
Continuing to heat things up, Chance.
And I would say for a team that has, been broken on every P2 or P3 hill that they've had the entire time, the streaks for this team can be the difference maker. And when you need someone to be clutch, today Neptune has been that guy. Number 7 for him, and again, he can just roam around the Krig. Playing for the kills right now is infinitely more important for him, and you see in the feed, he's got it, he's secured it, and on the flip side, Skies on a 5 spree of his own. More importantly, though, they got the hill control.
Florida has full advantage right now. They have P2 spawns as well.
Still alive on his 8 spree.
Oh, Neptune. Yeah, just timing on Neptune. He didn't really check the corner either.
20-point lead right now for Florida.
It's amazing. I thought you saw that player, but here we go. Venom. Opportunity for another 2-piece. He's been getting good today. Havoc's going to hold the hard point down. Kenny there. That doesn't have to contest
Venom's
anymore.
Been playing.
Have control now going to the Thieves. Good time to be had here still, but they have to hit their rotation towards the right-hand side. Lucky for them. Players spawning out. Kenny, great awareness. Eyes on 2. There's 1.
He hasn't really been having.
But the second was big break. That was a shame though. He almost had that. Comes the streak from Neptune. They're out in the open street.
Nah, Neptune's been going off all series.
Doesn't quite land anything on Hoop, but hello! He's inside the apartments with the Neptune! Oh my god! He almost got turned. Oh my god!
If he could have got
Still,
Duke, that
here
would have
we
been.
go. The final hard point. The Florida Mutineers,
This
they've
guy's
got
picked
to
it
hold
up
this
this
one, they
half, though.
can't for now. LA Thieves break when the get.
Oh no,
Good
this is
push to
this
get
bad.
here
This
is
is bad.
big.
Able to turn it all around.
Neither
here.
team can
Hoop's
win
on
off
the
this hill.
And the question is, I was going to say, do you call in the artillery? He wastes no time. He's going to drop that in to force the
I
Thieves
wouldn't have
players
called it.
out. But the gunfights, the Thieves still are going to win that.
USA for
now
Nexus.
you're trying to flat out white, but yeah, you're just going to get
Yeah, I
punished.
would've.
That is
Do they
artillery
not
burn.
have
You
streaks
get
anymore? After the
nothing
last
off
one?
of it. And more importantly for Thieves,
Guys
he's
might
fat,
have
he
one,
might be
but
here early on. This comes down to the situation.
think
You
that's
need to
all
time
called
out
in.
these gunfights very
It all
well.
comes
If
down
any
to
player
this
on
break,
either
in my
team
opinion.
falls in
That's
the
all.
next 5-6 seconds, well, Draza knows the best.
Oh, shit.
End up spawning out. So Thieves taking it nice and patient. Miles, we got an effective tied
yeah,
up game
Kenny
going
needs
to foul.
to be
Here we go.
pushing.
The Mutineers,
Gotta
this is
check
a series
everywhere,
win.
gotta check
The LA Thieves, this is game 5.
Oh,
Havoc is going to get the first. Another cut down.
Havoc actually got it that time.
Look at the minimap. Those players
Couldn't be
way
more-
out and about.
more of a
They're
crucial
coming
moment.
Through. Oh, on that Esky side of the map's going to get real soft soon. Dusty mess. There it is.
this guy's one
Luckily
more,
forces
right?
those members of the LA Thieves on the inside. Into the
Bang,
jaws
bang,
of
bang,
Havoc.
bang, bang.
Oh, and he can't
Watch
quite
out, fight
finish
number
him. Who's
5.
giving him a bit of
30
indigestion.
seconds.
Still though, the clock ticking.
Awakening!
Finally
Look behind
behind.
you!
Not able to clean up Big Wade. Is he able to get this kill? Oh,
The
Awakening!
timing.
Oh my goodness! No! Kenny on the front line falls. That could be it. It's the final 10 seconds.
I think that's
here.
game.
It's Awakening, the unkillable.
Unless if Hugh makes a nasty ass
snap.
This, can he get there in time? The kill finally comes through. Stay on the point, Florida. Stay
That's
on the
it.
point,
Come
Florida.
on, that's
They
gonna be
get
it for
it
the
done.
day, guys. Wow, what
250
an
to
ending.
216.
wow.
The LA Thieves once again unable to close out the hard point.
Oh, I was
And it
wrong.
was
You were
magic
slightly right. You thought it was gonna go
to
3-1
get them there.
LA Thieves,
But
but
once
we got
again,
3-1.
the Florida Mutineers
Yeah.
too strong.
I knew it was going to go game 4, but I
Through
didn't
the winners
expect
bracket.
Those
this.
plus series,
We
though,
promised
man.
you a good
Those
series.
maps. Any
I
map
think-
could have gone the other way.
I think it was still good.
Literally.
Yeah.
Still exciting for the
Very,
LA
very
Thieves fans,
close.
but that is that.
Now let's
Man.
bring out
83.
stats. I'm gonna play you guys.
No,
Matt
no,
just
no,
putting
no,
everybody's
it was.
shoulder.
And
While
tip
we
to
look
Captain
at-
Neptune, by the way.
So hardpoint,
That
check me.
series,
First
certainly
map,
he has had all
233,
year long
250.
Incredible stuff
It's
from
in the
start to
Express.
finish. Obviously, clutch itself in the
Six.
first 2 games. The play he had in the final stretches of the
There's
first
also
hard
the
point,
first year.
as good as it gets. And
Obviously.
even on Moscow,
Control
delivers
3 and
with
2
an
to LA
8 spree
Thieves. If
again.
you just have
Maybe
very
the streaks
close
weren't
HP.
hyper impactful, right? You don't
Again,
get the best
control
use
was
out of them, but just the fact that
250.
you get them and keep LA Thieves on the back
That
foot.
control could have been
Hell of a
reverse,
job from
was a
him today,
reverse
and
sweep.
I mean, for
which is
Thieves, they
insane.
made this roster change. That is 2
Very
series
serious.
losses in a row. Not ideal
So
stuff for
where
them, but
will
obviously
LA
they're going
Thieves
against
go?
tough competition. And on the flip side,
I have
for
no
Florida,
clue.
this
I'm
is a
gonna go
team
ahead and
not
hop
just
off.
for Major 3,
Alright,
but
okay.
very much in a battle.
Yeah, just hit me up
just in the
tomorrow. You think
standings for
tomorrow
the
you can
actual
get on?
CDL
Like,
points. It can
Oh,
now
I
be
should
stated
be-
how
I should be
important
able
this
to at
win
some
is for
point.
them to get.
Alright, I'm definitely
They
streaming
put
tomorrow. I
themselves
don't know
in
how
a
many days
decent
I'm
spot
not
within
streaming.
this
I'll try
own
to do,
major. Potentially, this
whenever I
might be
can.
the tournament where they just sort of
Right.
flip the switch and say, hey,
Alright,
we're
so
going to make
thanks
sure
for
we
joining in.
guarantee ourselves
I'm
a
gonna update
top
the
8
description.
come
Link
change
to
time. But
up top.
obviously, right now, the focus on the tournament. 3-1
See
victory
you, bro.
today. They get a crack at NYSL. I don't know if it's tomorrow, Saturday, one of the two.
One of the two. All I know
Alright,
is
guys.
that we Call of Duty fans are eating
Here,
good right now.
thanks for watching.
What a major this
Watching
has
the
been already.
vlog.
First day now,
Whatever,
pretty much done, but a 3-1
thanks
victory
for
there
watching.
for the Florida
Again,
Mutineers
watch the
over
stream.
the LA Thieves.
Appreciate it.
Man, what a start
Really,
to the
really good.
competition.
Appreciate everything.
Florida looking fine so far. LA, a couple of changes
Same
here
with
and there, a couple of mistakes. No even
Cole.
mistakes,
Let's
just
just
getting clutched up on.
flip
And
the
those
beat.
maps going very, very
Man,
different ways.
this
This could be a very
match
different
was
score. We
so
could be
good
going
last
into that game
series.
5 now. But alas,
We should have
Clutch,
gone a game 5.
Lady Luck was on the side of the Florida Mutineers a couple times today, a little too much. And Neptune, it is flowing through him right now. I don't know what anime avatar he's running right now, and there's a lot of those flying about at the moment. They seem to be imbuing players with these ungodly powers. With that said, let's go for our scuff. tough play of the game now. It's going to be the final few moments of that hard point chance. And I mean,
watch
like,
that back,
Venom's there,
Watch
man.
that
He's
point.
there. He makes the play quite a few times. It's just so hard to finish those kills. And Big Wake, man,
Venom
picked up
coming all
3
the
in
way
the
around
feed
bank,
from the point,
and then
from the
he
back
just
point.
doesn't get that
Crazy
kill.
stuff all around.
And that was the craziest thing to me is just how Venom actually got around to the back, because I think he got called out on the ping as well. Maybe just the best timing ever. Awakening gives it up at the worst moment, but maybe timing for Awakening just isn't a factor because it works out towards the end. Maybe a moment, I'm sure Venom wants to get back, but even still, you go into the Fountain Hill, even the previous rotation, you have to deal with 3 separate score streaks to work with. It was just Florida eventually playing too well. I I mean, the hard point was certainly strange here on Moscow, but especially the first 2 games they had. Even the control in the loss that they had, still super clean gameplay, the best Florida has looked all year.
Oh, well, that performance from the LA Thieves will sit them in elimination
Okay,
round
so,
3. They will
yeah.
be awaiting the winner of
LA
Rocker versus
Thieves,
Royal Ravens.
Rocker
Of course,
versus Ravens,
across
that
the
should be a
board,
good
man,
series.
what
Either
a
way that
tournament this
goes
is
for LA
shaping up to be.
Thieves.
Ultra FaZe
Man.
winners round 2. Subliners now will be playing
Some
the Mutineers,
exciting
and of
matches
course,
tomorrow,
the last
guys.
match of elimination
If you're
round 2.
watching here,
Optic
I'll be
taking
here
on the
tomorrow.
LA
I try to
Guerrillas.
stream every
Of course,
match. If
play
I miss
Empire after that
maybe
one, but my
first
God,
one,
what a tournament this has
maybe I
been.
miss first
Promise
one.
you a good one here in
Guaranteed to get
stage
the 3
number
others
3.
for sure.
Yeah, stages 1 and 2 are pretty sweet. Let's take a quick look now at the social soundboard powered by Astro,
Neptune
and it is
big,
nothing
dude.
but love for
Neptune played
Neptune.
Mountain.
Pricey says the
Obviously
Neptune
not.
just went God mode. Like I've never seen a series of play so important and so dominant. What's the actual? And of course, our good pal Lando sharing very similar things. What a performance this guy down the stretch. And there we go. Tricky16 saying Neptune again. Oh my. Kid is nasty, nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty indeed. There we go. A lot of love for Neptune, and with good reason. And here's another one. The social soundboard. Hey, people love my Go XLR. Having a lot of fun with that one. Justin. Hey, Cyberwaste. There you are, brother. He says he's proud of me. I'm proud of you too, mate. Hope you're all good. But there we go. A lot of fun with that soundboard. Hey, we're working from home. I'm going to pull out all the dirty tricks I've got. Let's take a quick look at the schedule from today, presented by the US Army, and of course today's matches: 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 3-1. But if you've been with us since the start of today's games, you know just as well as I do, friends, that today was wild. Another same day here in the Call of Duty League. And I expect very similar shenanigans tomorrow, as today's results are all in. We say goodbye, of course, to Legion. Now we look at tomorrow's schedule once again. This is Friday, brought to you by the US Army. Rocker Royal Ravens up first, followed by that Chicago Optic LAG matchup.
Maybe I won't.
Both of those elimination games.
We'll see.
Then we do our winners then.
I'll
Toronto
definitely get those
versus
3,
Atlanta. Sure to be a banger. And then of course, New York Subliners versus the Florida Mutineers close the day.
I'm really excited
out.
to see Optics. I'm
Chance,
sure a lot of
anything
you
you're looking
guys
forward
are.
to tomorrow aside
So
from
I
the
look forward to see if
amazing
their practice has done them well.
Honestly,
And,
that entire thing, that honestly
they should
might
win
be one of
against
the
LAG.
single best days
Not
of
big
Call
ass
of
for
Duty we've had all
what's
year long.
expected.
Every single match. Good luck trying to who you're like picking. Like FaZe looked incredible today, but Toronto Ultra, I mean, they were what, like 15-1 or something absurd in map count through stage 3. That's going to be a battle. NYSLs look super clean, but then Florida from today, everyone's gameplay, even like the Ravens from the start, like they are starting from the bottom, like the losers round 1. Even their gameplay from this morning, it just looked clean. Mistake-free Call of Duty. It is a sight to behold, Miles. I'm glad we got to this point of the year, and it's perfectly timed for Stage 3, the halfway point.
The halfway point through the year, Stage 3's been a delight so far. Well, that's it for today's matches, but we're not quite out of the woods just yet. Game Fuel's Victory Spotlight coming up right after this break. Lottie is talking to Captain Clutch himself. Neptune, man, is unstoppable in today's matches. Let's see how he fares in the interview. The Game Fuel Victory Spotlight coming up after this break.
Puke declines Florida just to get sent to losers by the hold on. This whole operation was a good idea. Damn. I mean, on paper though, like it was a better team, but shit. Florida had to. The official CDL tier list. Surge in the bottom. Oops, I don't know. Ultra don't let me down. Passing up Miles back here, you guys are beast.
Not all 5G
Back to what I said earlier today.
created
Miles and Chance are my favorite duo casters right now. Merkin and Maven are pretty good, but I was pissed where it's at, man. They never miss.
America's
Both
largest
very,
and
very
fastest
solid.
5G network.
Very lucky to have both. And our see what's wrong with these casters don't even realize it. Smoke in Florida. Yeah, exactly. This guy says, absolutely smoked by Florida. That's not my opinion at all. But anyways, let's see what this guy says. Horrible take, man. Ken has been a top AR in the game. I agree with that. This is their first week as a team with Kyler playing. They need time to adjust. They looked great before with Tej and were on quite a run. They just lost a lot of momentum with the switch. When they adjust with Hugh, they'll be better than before, rather. Yeah, it doesn't help that Neptune's playing some of the best COD of his life. He's just frying in every mode. But LAT just got the reverse sweep and control.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to your game for victory spotlight. I am joined by the one and only Neptune from Florida Mutineers. Neptune, I've got to say, man, you guys are really starting to gel as a team here, and we are seeing consistent performances out of you guys, which I think has been one of your main struggles for honestly a couple of weeks now. I've got to say as well, your individual performance, dude, is out of this world right now, and I've got to ask you about that end of the S&T on Express. You know, what was going through your head? How the hell did you manage to do that, man?
Well, so what was going on through my head? So I'm pretty sure I ended up getting all 4 kills, but I just knew that once I got the first kill, I could just get to bottom lockers with my teammate, and we could just like play team shots. And then like my teammate ended up getting traded out, so then it was 1v2. So then I just like I knew they were both coming from there, and I ended up killing the first guy, and then I pre-fired the other guy, and it was crazy. We all got really hyped.
I mean, hey, look, we were getting very hyped as well in the community watching you. It was absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, you played exactly the same way throughout the rest of the series. You were so essential to the win for that series for your team as well. I've got to also ask you about hardpoint, because I felt like the first hardpoint we saw was really beautifully done by you guys. The second hardpoint, there were some questionable streaks like kind of sprinkled in there. Talk to me about the ending moments there and how you managed to really turn it around.
Yeah, so for our hardpoints, like we could have definitely played better overall, but I just knew like in the first game, I ended up just going rogue at the end. I played my life super hard in the back of P2 for rotation, and I knew like after we won that, I knew we were golden. So then the last hard point, it definitely was a little shaky, but we ended up closing it out, so feeling really confident.
I'm glad. There's a little thing to mix it up and learn from in there, and I think that's super important going through the major. And talking about learning from and what you guys need to do next, obviously you've got New York as your next matchup. Talk to me about preparations there and what the focus will be going into that match.
Our focus going into that match is we just need to focus up on our hard points, because New York is actually a really good hardpoint team. So if we just keep playing like how we have been, just fix a few mistakes, then I think we should be good.
Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Neptune, the timeline is going absolutely nuts for you, my dude, and rightfully so. You are playing on fire, and I'm excited to see more of it as you head on to the rest of the major, so good luck.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the interview.
Alright, guys.
No problem. There we go. Neptune. He's a god of some sort. That's for sure. A god in Call of Duty, I must say. Very excited to see what
my channel. Thanks for watching the stream. Thanks for watching my videos. Always
but
appreciate
it's not
it.
the end of the show just yet, folks.
That's gonna be it, guys. I'm gonna follow myself. You can stick around and be in the stream tomorrow. Be trying to be streaming the same matches, hopefully with the same people so far today. So yeah, shout out to Siege and shout out to Mac. Shout out to all you guys for watching. Have a good night.